On a cloudy day, people who were not afraid of anyone walked loudly through the children's shelter. An agitated man exclaimed that a group of hunters led by Hong Seok-yong had broken into the building. A woman in uniform reported to the others that all the children were there, so they had come to the right place. The glass window behind which the children were locked up was immediately smashed with a fist. The frightened children silently looked at the man, who calmly asked if they were okay. Smiling, the polite Hong said that from now on, no one would keep them locked up anymore. The gentleman picked up the surprised boy and, hugging him gently, asked if he was hurt. Law enforcement officers restrained the other scoundrels who had not let the children out. The child was stunned that the once smug director, who had lived a life of luxury, was now begging for mercy, his face buried in the floor. Beads of sweat dripped down the alarmed man's face, and he was now powerless and insignificant. The friendly Hong Seok-kyung asked the boy his name, while his colleagues took the other children away. The youngster wondered what he could have done to anger this man. Feeling calm, the boy smiled and replied that he was the 12th in line, and that was his name. The level-headed hunter did not believe at first that this was really his name, and then he pushed the child away. Unexpectedly, the man put the boy down, and then turned his attention to the director of the orphanage. In a state of rage, the fighter began to kick the scoundrel for allowing himself to treat children so inhumanely. He landed a few more punches on the scoundrel's face, which was already bleeding from the nose, and one of his teeth flew out. The surprised 12th silently watched the boundless power of Hong Seok-yong, which no one could resist. Seeing the inspector, the man asked what had brought me there, and the angry woman ordered him to immediately leave the arrested man alone. The lady said she appreciated his help, but his reckless behavior was causing them problems. The puzzled boy asked if she was the boss of the uncle he was standing next to. Smiling, the lady replied that this was not the case, but that she scolded him when he misbehaved, and the boy said that the laboratory director always scolded his subordinates. Smiling slyly, the woman promised to make sure the old man got what he deserved. Looking her in the eyes, the calm boy said that she looked weak, and asked if it was true that she was not a hunter. The lady confirmed that she couldn't be called strong, but advised the child not to judge a book by its cover in the future. The lady said that there were many other ways to punish bad people besides the brute force that Hong Seok-kyung had used. The 12th asked what he needed to do to become like that, and the inspector replied that he needed to study hard and pass the exam. 19 years later, at the Ability Management Agency, the guy reported that the first and second dungeons in the mountains had reached a new level of risk. His lazy colleagues did nothing but sit around all day, and it was unclear why they had become hunters in the first place. The strict hero said that even in Class B and C caves, being inside could lead to serious consequences due to the increased danger. It was said that the second team would be responsible for the B2 level dungeon in Yeondinpo, and no one objected. The leader ordered the first group to go to the Taeyeon cave, and the third and fourth groups to rest, as they had recently returned from a mission. The young man asked the leader of one of the groups to check that all the equipment was in place before leaving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at his watch, the young man asked if anyone had any questions. Then he let the second group go to lunch, but asked them to be ready, while their commander simply yawned, stretching his arms forward. Walking down the corridor, people complained of feeling very hungry because they hadn't eaten for quite a long time. The smiling leader, seeing the gloomy hunter Yu Ji-in, decided to ask if something had happened to her. The slightly tense girl asked about the dungeon she had told him about earlier. The young man said that they only send people there after they reach the second level of risk, and the girl said that she had a bad feeling about it. The guy explained that if they didn't close the cave based on her feelings, the media would attack them, and reminded her that she shouldn't abuse her power. The dissatisfied woman emphasized that this was precisely what he was doing, and the head asked where she had seen a more capable and qualified chaebol. The girl threatened that if it were up to her, she would have killed him long ago, and her counterpart replied that if a hunter attacked an official, he would not get off easily. Tense, Yu Ji-in said again that she really had a very bad feeling about this. The delighted young man replied that his working hours were over and he was now on vacation, so he asked her not to bother him anymore. Then he remembered that the girl would not be able to contact him because she would be in the dungeon, and she was discouraged by what was happening. 2 days later, the hero was already in Busan, where he showed off watches created by the government and a mana research laboratory to the girls. The young man said he worked for an agency that managed abilities, which made life easier for hunters in the dungeons. The outstanding young man was a direct partner of the organization's director. And upon hearing this, the fair-haired beauty was delighted. They were talking about the best hunter in the country, Hong Seok-yeon, who was also the young man's father. The surprised girl asked if this was true, and the hero, smiling slightly, replied that he was his adoptive father. As a child, the young man lost his parents in an accident, which he did not like to remember. The director of the agency saved him and took him in, and he worked hard to repay him in kind and now works under his leadership. The hero emphasized that he was not the son of a rich man and had earned everything through hard work, for which he was rightly famous for his fairness. The young man simply used the fact that he had a hunting license to his advantage, so he was no angel either. One of the girls asked what had brought Haijie to Busan, as he had not yet told them. The hero took a vacation to celebrate his promotion and did not intend to come, but he was fired for not taking a single day off last year. When asked if he was keeping them, the girls replied that they were impressed by his story and the accessory they wanted to see again. Hij had a multimodal hunter communication device on his wrist, but for convenience, they called it a mana watch. The young man explained that the device recognized mana waves, so only the owner could use it. He decided to demonstrate how the device worked, and the delighted girl said she had seen the dungeons mentioned in the news. Suddenly, the extremely surprised brunette said that the risk level in the cave had suddenly increased. The digital display immediately turned red, and now Seoul was unsafe, but no one knew what to do. The excited beauties read the information about the collapse of the underground, which was very disturbing news. At that very moment, the main character's phone rang in his pocket, and he decided to answer it without hesitation. The sensible young man did not think that anything bad would happen, even though it was a D rank, but there was a high concentration of people in this area. Suddenly, he was told that half of the Songpa district had been destroyed, and upon hearing this, the young man asked for a helicopter to be sent to him. Flying back, Haijie realized that if this was indeed the case, then everything should be fine by the time he arrived, as the agency director was there. On the radio, the young man said he was having a fun vacation, but it was just sarcasm. Then he noticed that his mana clock had turned off, and the alarmed pilot reported that there were strange things below them. But it turned out that there were a huge number of monsters below, capable of destroying everything in their path. The stunned hero received a notification that all the country's underground passages had suddenly collapsed, and this happened on June 2nd. Continuing with the latest news, the phenomenon of cave destruction occurred not only in South Korea, but throughout the world. Calm Haijie understood that they would not be able to return to Busan and suggested looking for survivors, as there were no flying creatures on the way yet. The brave man considered it his duty to find the survivors and return to headquarters, which was very noble. Very soon, the fearless fighter brutally dealt with the monsters, which did not have time to do anything to him. Dead bodies of creatures were scattered everywhere, as well as debris from buildings and burned-out civilian vehicles. The nervous young man really wanted his digital device to work, but it was malfunctioning badly. The system suddenly informed him that no signs of life had been found for the agency's director, Hong Seok-kyung. The shocked guy couldn't believe that South Korea's strongest hunter was dead. The hero always wanted to put an end to his problems and live a peaceful life, so he worked hard and was very close to his goal. The young man needed someone to give him a glimmer of hope, which is why he had to find the survivors. At one point, the alert young man turned around when he heard strange sounds behind him that caught his attention. He saw his aunt bleeding profusely and was very frightened, but she asked him once again not to call her that. The alarmed young man asked what had happened, and the girl replied that the centipede that had come from the Bangidon dungeon was the beginning of this nightmare. Without thinking twice, Haijie opened a bottle of healing potion to give his comrade first aid. The beauty said that she had the monster's poison in her, so it wouldn't work. But the persistent fighter decided to keep pouring it until it helped. Slightly angry, Yu Jian remembered that she had told him he needed to raid the dungeon, but he had simply ignored his hunter's instinct. The woman suddenly said that he would die anyway, and the brave man replied, asking what difference it made. The bloodied lady handed her opponent the master's shiny pendant, asking him to take it as a souvenir. Without thinking twice, Haijie took the valuable item in his hand and fell silent for a moment, reflecting on what was happening. The wounded lady had come just in case, and she was glad she hadn't been wrong, because the hero was Hong Seok-kyung's son, so the token should be with him. The young man reminded her that he was not his real child, but Yu Ji-young still asked him to at least arrange a decent funeral. Barely holding back his tears, the hero squeezed her hand tightly, asking the girl not to even dare to die in his arms. Holding her bloody wound, the girl said that she couldn't control it, and that she was lucky to have lived this long. The beauty recalled how the boy used to follow her around, calling her Nuna, and added that he used to be cute, but grew up and became insolent. Then Yu Ji-yoon asked the brave man to look away because she saw a sword there, but he just asked her to shut up. The young man insisted that he would call her Nuna again, and the woman asked him to take her sword, knowing that he was learning to use a spear from the master. Smiling sincerely, the woman asked the young fighter to simply stay alive, because there had already been so many victims. A few seconds later, she fell silent forever and passed away, leaving Haijie alone with his thoughts. Remaining silent, the boy simply closed his comrade's eyes, and then decided that he needed to move on. He couldn't understand how he could survive in a world where nothing was left, but he still picked up his sword. A huge centipede lay dead on the grounds of the Ability Management Agency. Hije couldn't believe that even as a hunter, a job where even bodies don't remain, so many fighters had died to kill one monster. The hero didn't know what to do now and wondered what would happen if he went after at least one survivor. At that moment, it was completely unknown whether anyone was left alive and unharmed. Suddenly, the sword of the dead Yu-Jin began to be imbued with powerful energy, which was very difficult to control. The shockwave was directed at the remains of the huge centipede, which looked very impressive and even eerie. Looking around, a surprised Hije noticed that the mutant's body had simply disappeared into thin air. Feeling tense, he wondered where it had gone, but no answer came to mind. Ahead, the alert young man saw a metal object with a bright yellow beam coming out of it. Picking up the object, the young man said that he had never heard of loot dropping from a monster before. Looking closely, the hero wondered what kind of watch it was, and suddenly a system check began. A voice said that the authorization procedure had been postponed, after which an emergency download began. The artificial intelligence continued to ask questions, but the bewildered young man could not understand anything. The system began loading an automatic sequence and asked if Hije wanted to execute it. A while ago, the voice asked him to set a date, but now it was demanding that he do something, and that seemed suspicious. The tense hero asked what it wanted from him, but he never received a clear answer. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over him, and the system issued a critical warning. It said that a danger had been detected, but the brave man knew that it wasn't the centipede, because it didn't have anywhere near that much energy. It was this thing that had turned South Korea into a single entity, and the probability of surviving a battle with it was close to 0%. The excited young man asked the artificial intelligence to do something, and the identity was confirmed at that moment. Then an emergency protocol was initiated, but there weren't enough rights to identify the monster's identity. The confused hero began to think about escaping, but doubted that it was even possible. The voice continued to drone on, and the angry fighter shouted at it to shut up and just get him out of there alive. Suddenly, the transfer began at a random time, and a few seconds later, Hije opened his eyes because someone was hitting him in the face. A crowd of school children gathered around him, one of whom said that they had treated him a little, but asked him not to move too quickly. The shocked young man didn't understand anything, and the girl asked if he was a hunter because there was a sword lying next to him. Without answering, the brave young man wondered to himself if everything here had been destroyed before. He also couldn't understand where people had gotten the old Hunter Academy uniform, and the girl continued to ask about his health. Then the guy saw an ancient computer on the table and wondered what he was doing there at all. The calendar was set to the year 2024, which surprised the main character even more. The harsh Hyunuk abruptly pushed the frightened nerd away, telling him to leave him alone immediately. Hearing his name, the already surprised Hije was even more shocked, as he had not expected this encounter. The guy said that they could no longer waste time waiting for Mr. to come to his senses. With a dissatisfied look on his face, he folded his arms across his chest and asked if the young man understood everything. But the brave young man simply stood up and turned his back on everyone, ignoring those around him. Being wary, the young man wondered why he had suddenly been transported so far into the past. On April 5th of that year, a herd of black buffalo rampaged through Seoul, and of the 46 people in the building, only 5 escaped death. At that moment, the main character just stood there and thought about what was going on. He was also tormented by the question of what had happened before he lost consciousness. But he remembered that the highway was littered with bodies, and that Yu Ji-young and the director had died. He also remembered the strange object that appeared after the centipede disappeared. But the young man couldn't believe that he had really been able to travel back in time. While still a student, Hije had thoroughly studied the history of this incident, as he was writing a thesis on the destruction of underground passages. This happened back when all dungeons were managed manually, and it was right in the middle of Seoul, so it was being watched. The management of the governing guild, not wanting to miss out on a tasty morsel, announced that this dungeon was rank B, even though it was level 5. The high school students who were training to be hunters did their best to protect the civilians, but they were just kids. This incident not only led to the decline of the school, but also marked the beginning of the creation of numerous laws regulating the activities of fighters. The brave man believed that he could handle all of this on his own, because he had the sword of the late Yu Ji-in. He decided to ask the students how much time had passed since the cave was destroyed, but they didn't understand. The hero asked if they hadn't covered this topic in class, and an excited girl said that they were supposed to study it today. Hearing that the destruction had occurred about 4 hours ago, Hije said he needed to know the exact time. The brown-haired girl said that they had lost contact 2 hours ago, but it was known that the hunters had gathered to fight the boss. The director was also on that team, and the young man remembered that his conscience tormented him because, focused on the monster attack, he had not noticed the death of the students. The hot-tempered eunuch interrupted the conversation. He didn't want to seem rude, but he boldly asked who Hije was. The guy asked if he had a hunter's license and asked him to show it, because they couldn't trust someone they didn't know. The daredevil stunned him by saying that he had lost the document, although in reality, the old sample was in his wallet. At the same time, the hunter realized that he didn't have the appropriate form on him. So even if his maneuver worked, he still wouldn't be able to inspect the cave. Keeping his cool, the young man asked the students if they wanted him to provide proof. Unexpectedly for everyone, the fighter swung his sword, endowed with powerful energy, which was already surprising. Now, everyone was convinced that he was a hunter, and the students even began to hope that they would be able to get out of there. Someone said that the precious heir to the Dayan company was stuck with them, so it was reasonable to assume that someone had already been sent to rescue him. This was the youngest son of the owners of one of the world's largest conglomerates, who was acting as if nothing had happened. The Lee Sun-young family cherished him, and after his death, they helped preserve the hunter school and then founded an agency to manage abilities. The cunning Hije decided to change the young man's unfortunate fate and create a new scenario for his life in which he would protect him from danger. Suddenly, the hero said that they were going to the city hall, and the dissatisfied old man shouted, asking if he had gone mad. The young man remembered that the survivors' testimony said that they were not listened to simply because they were considered too young and inexperienced. The brave man asked if they were tired of living, and the angry man asked how he dared to threaten him. But in response, he was told to shut up. The young man said that it would be much easier to just save his own skin, but he couldn't leave the children to their fate. He added that if they wanted to act on their own, no one would stop them, and the agitated girl said that you couldn't abandon people. The brave young man said that he was trying to save even such nasty old men, after which the gentleman calmed down a little. The young man asked if anyone knew the Myeongdong area, and one of the girls said she could draw a map of the area. Soon, pointing to the canvas, Hije said that the hunters had gone to the boss 2 hours ago, so they had probably already managed to drive the Minotaur up the mountain. The young man assumed that the buffaloes had followed their leaders, which meant that only those who had strayed from the herd should remain on the road. Pointing to one of the places on the map, the thoughtful leader asked the students if they could tell him anything about it. A student said that it was a cordon where hunters were going to set up a line of defense to prevent the creatures from escaping the area. One of the students suggested simply waiting it out in the building, because if the boss was defeated, the destruction of the dungeon would stop. The hero explained that the buffaloes were completely obedient to the Minotaur, but now they had fallen behind their leader, so everything had become much worse. Then Hije asked the discouraged foursome if they had any further objections, but heard no response. Smiling politely, the boy asked if there were any mages among them who could draw runes. The skilled boys began to run their fingers across their comrades' foreheads, and the observant hunter asked them not to mess up. The young man said that monsters are very sensitive to the presence of mana, so the students had to try to draw them correctly. One of the surprised girls asked if these hieroglyphs really helped to hide life force. The experienced fighter explained that the symbols on their foreheads could hide energy, but they couldn't hide the magic that had been cast. Being completely calm, he asked if the young hunters knew how to activate the runes. The main character explained that they needed to concentrate their mana in their heads and then touch the runes, and asked them to do so when he left. The brave warrior said he would divert the creature's attention to himself and make them wander around the area, and asked the boys to run. Without a second thought, the daredevil rushed forward, immediately catching the attention of the huge buffaloes. He acted so quickly that the stupid brutes didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Running at tremendous speed, the young man found time for sarcasm and said that the only thing he was missing was red rags. Meanwhile, the surprised student wondered who the man was, and the nervous eunuch asked if that was all she was concerned about right now. The nerd assumed that he was just one of the hunters who had arrived here, and the girl added that he was definitely privy to many details. Shatton said that the gentleman could have simply fallen behind his group, and perhaps he was one of those who was supposed to take the boss to the mountain. After thinking it over, Eunuch said that they had no choice but to trust Hije, who had managed to lead the buffaloes away from the building. The tense man in the green cap turned to the boys, and the young man asked if he had finished his preparations. The old man said he would run as fast as he could, and asked them to be careful, and the young man replied that they had no other choice. At one point, the boys noticed the main character running towards them, who proved himself very worthy. The huge monsters were not far behind and continued to flash their heels in order to catch the boy. The brave man stopped abruptly and swung Yujian's sword, gathering all the creatures in one place. The powerful energy affected the enemies, and now the students had a chance to run away. Nervous Eunuch told his confused comrades that they needed to move forward while they had the chance. The melee fighters had to go first, and the mage's task was to protect the others on both sides. The leader assigned the healer and swordsman to bring up the rear and ordered them to take care of those who had fallen. Suddenly, a ferocious monster appeared behind Li Xiangyan, staring at him with eyes red with rage. At the last moment, Hije came to the boy's aid, managing to attack the enemy from the side. The kick landed squarely on the brute's head, which greatly stunned the confused student. The highly tense hero asked the young man to run away as quickly as possible, but he froze in place out of fear. The panicked boy almost cried because he didn't want to abandon the man who had reached out to help him. The cool-headed fighter silently looked into his eyes, gradually focusing on the remaining buffaloes. All the monsters around him were enveloped in a wing of his magic, from which it was very difficult to escape. In an instant, all the thugs remained below and began to look around in confusion, trying to find their target. Hija, who had climbed onto the building, could not understand where these vile freaks were coming from, but he knew he had to fight them. He had to work hard to break away from them, even though he himself had suggested gathering all the thugs in one place. First, the daredevil deliberately drained almost all of his mana reserves to lure the monsters to him, and then he lightly smeared the wound that concealed Li Sungyan's energy. When the horned creatures sense his life force and gather to attack the boy, Hiji appears and, with a touch of drama, becomes the new hero of the world. The boy hoped that no one would die and wondered what his next step would be. He understood that he might meet his 10-year-old self here, but hoped that the continuum did not work the same way as in time travel movies. The young man remembered the magician's predictions that their world was doomed, and believed that all this was somehow connected with the Bangdan dungeon. Remembering the famous cave, the young man froze in place and thought deeply about what was happening. The young man decided to check the mana clock, knowing that as long as he had energy, it should function. With deft movements of his fingers, he typed something on the digital display keyboard, feeling slightly tense. Suddenly, the young man smiled pleasantly, as if his expectations had been justified. Reading the information, the hero wondered why it was April 6th, and assumed that someone had decided to entrust him with changing the fate of the world. Not far from him, Hije suddenly heard human screams that simply could not go unheard. A hunter running in panic shouted, asking why these huge cows were chasing them, while the monster swung his hammer. The fierce bull wanted to deal with everyone, and the fighters assumed that one of their opponents had called the others. The young observer realized that these were the warriors from Namsan and decided not to interfere, remembering that it was their team that had defeated the boss. With them was the fearless director of the agency, who, with a smile on his face, ordered his comrades to focus on the leader. A gathering of legendary modern Korean hunters was ahead, and Hije, like a special guest, watched what was happening. The brave fighters moved from side to side, using various techniques to knock the enemy off their feet. The attentive hero realized that the unique ability of Archmage Kim Shaman was being used. The magic was completely lost after the death of its owner, but the young man did not know how she died, although he believed that it would be very useful to the world in the future. The brave man decided to start by closing the Bangdan dungeon and finding the creature that had put all of Seoul on edge. The cunning hero also made the decision to save the hunters, make them his debtors, and ensure a comfortable life for himself in retirement. Meanwhile, one of the fearless warriors deprived the buffalo of one of its limbs, splattering blood all around. The merciless Kim Shaman used the grapevine technique, namely the release technique. The ferocious bull opened its mouth wide and began to scream in pain, while the elastic vines began to bind its body from all sides. The persistent girl continued to direct powerful energy at him, making it impossible for him to resist in any way. Blood spurted from various parts of the wounded monster's skin, and it became increasingly difficult for it to remain standing. The enraged creature was ready to tear apart everyone in its path and could no longer control itself. The giant grabbed the hilt of his powerful weapon tightly, no longer willing to stand on ceremony. With a sharp movement of his arm and a twist of his hips, the bull struck the ground, causing severe damage around him. Seeing that the situation was heating up, the completely calm Hije decided it was time to go to the town hall. The tense healer asked Mr. Han to cut off the enemy's stump, and he listened carefully to the request and began to break through. Kim Chaemin herself spread her arms wide, which was a fighting stance, in order to continue pressing on the enemy. Meanwhile, the experienced fighter held the buffalo back with long vines, applying titanic effort to do so. The monster was incredibly tense, and with every second, more and more thick veins appeared on its body. Choosing the right moment, one of the hunters hit the right spot on the skin, leaving a deep cut on the creature's body. There were more and more branches, and each one seemed to be absorbed into the buffalo, which was rapidly weakening. The discouraged hero didn't even know how to react to what was happening. as he hadn't expected such an outcome. Suddenly, the huge monster lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud, causing vibrations underfoot. Alerted, Hong Seok-yong looked around and saw something suspicious nearby. On the roof, he noticed a man holding a long sword, which was very strange. The man and his companion were stunned to see a civilian with a weapon in his hands, which was an unusual sight. The young man's incredibly powerful mana was directed at the huge bull, which was back on its feet. The stunned hunters watched the spectacle with their mouths open, not even understanding how such a thing was possible. The creature's body was simply burned, and it could do nothing about it, which emphasized the young man's professionalism. The brave young man asked his friends not to worry about him, and to just go about their business. The agency head, completely baffled, asked who this kid was, but none of his companions could answer. Slightly intimidating with his composure, the hero asked if the question was directed at him. Still holding the blade in his hands, the shy and mysterious Hije said he was just a passerby. He was soon taken to an interrogation room, where a colleague asked if Hong Seok-yong really wanted to conduct the procedure himself. The employee said that the young man had no social security number, no wake-up time, and not even any fingerprints in the database. The man confidently said that he could handle the task, and his colleague asked him to remain vigilant. At that moment, the silent hero and the agency director began to look each other in the eye, alone together. Smiling, the gentleman said that he had turned off the cameras on the way to the interrogation room and suggested they talk calmly. Hong introduced himself first, and it was very unusual for the young man to see the young director in front of him, and he felt as if he had returned to childhood. A year later, the brave hunter saved little Wu Hee-jae, and then 2 years later, adopted him. Holding out a slightly torn piece of paper, the calm gentleman asked if the young man knew what it was. Slightly surprised, the young man remembered that this image was painted on the wall of the laboratory. His face changed dramatically, and he looked puzzled at his counterpart, who said that was what he thought. The friendly Hong Seok-an asked the boy not to panic and said again that they would just talk. The hunter said that the young man had made them nervous, and the confused Hije wondered if he really knew him. The gentleman realized that he didn't need their help, and the conversation turned to his blue mana, fire, and sword. The man said he was the teacher Kim had mentioned, and the young man suggested that he had mistaken him for an informant from Bangju. He added that contact with the boy had been abruptly cut off after the incident with Kim, and the hero realized that the insider had died along with the healer. Hong Seok-kyung added that they also wanted to catch the scoundrels as soon as possible, and had already prepared a cover story for the young man. The hero realized that now he would not have to hide the details of his past, but he knew that the director would not trust him so easily. However, the brave man was also an insider from Bangju, and since all of this was true, even if only partially, the risk of being exposed was reduced. The hunter said that the young man would work under his supervision, as he could not let him go his own way. Finally, the gentleman extended his hand and said he would be happy to work with the emotionless Hije. The young man realized that they would be working together again. Only here, Director Hong was not his adoptive father. The young man replied that he would also be happy to work with the hunter on important matters. A week later, his face was gloomy, and it was clear that he was very dissatisfied with something. Seok-young asked if he liked it there, and the hero asked how a person should feel when they are forcibly kept locked up for a whole week. The man said he visited him every day, but the angry kid exclaimed that he was being treated like a prisoner. The positive hunter emphasized that he had managed to escape and preserve his freedom, and that was already a reason to be happy. The young man thought that the gentleman had much more ambitious plans, but his counterpart asked him to just call him uncle. Deciding not to waste any more time, Hong Seok-yong asked if the boy remembered the guys he had managed to save in Myeongdong. The boy doubted that the hunter had only just found out about this, and he realized that he had passed his test. The gentleman said that thanks to the brave man, the boys had escaped the trap unharmed. He also noted that if it weren't for the brave fighter, the students would have had a hard time, and the hero realized that his opponent had seen what had happened. The hunter still did not know where the bulls had come from, but he was grateful to the young man for saving the children, and the young man felt slightly awkward. At one point, the man said that he had thought about something, and the tense Hije understood that nothing good was to be expected. The serious director knew perfectly well that if it weren't for the main character, all his best students would now be dead. The gentleman added that it would be wrong not to thank the young man, and then reached into his envelope. Unexpectedly, the leader announced that the brave young man would become a mentor to his students, which greatly surprised him. The strict Hong said that if the young man entered the dungeon as an escort, his appearance would not arouse suspicion. The calm young man at first did not even believe that his counterpart wanted him to teach children. There weren't many people at the agency who liked the director, so Hije decided to try to establish contact with them. The nervous guy said that he couldn't even use mana and didn't know what he could teach the kids. Smiling, the uncle asked him not to worry, explaining that battles could be fought using not only energy but also magic. Then he smiled slyly and suggested talking about the runes that hide life force. The gentleman asked if the hero had created them himself, and the young man wondered why he couldn't just keep quiet. Then Hong Seok-young admitted that they just needed to learn as much useful information about these characters as possible. The fighter thought he would be teaching how to capture the dungeon, but it would be suspicious that a hunter who had escaped from the organization knew so much about them. An angry Hee-jae exclaimed that runes were not magic, and that he was not suited to be a mentor. But the director was confident that he would be an excellent teacher. Putting this picture in his head, the hero thought about simply saying that he had come up with the use of the symbols himself. All he had to do was tell the others how to use them, and he would save many lives. With an irritated laugh, the agency leader said that the boy had no choice. Mentally stepping over himself, the youngster clicked his pen and said discontentedly that he would only do it for the sake of the children. The uncle said that he had already taken care of the bank account and added that the school was fully funded by him, so Hee-jae would be a member of the guild. The gentleman stunned the boy by saying that he had set a minimum salary for him, since he would not be going on raids as a hunter. Laughing, Hong added that during the probationary period over the next 3 months, the teacher would receive 90% of the amount. He also warned that sometimes they train children even on non-working days, and the hero could barely contain his anger, realizing that he had been cheated. 2 days later, the young man was driving down the highway with the director, who emphasized that his sword was really cool. The man said that the weapon had sent many people to the hospital in its time, but the young man replied that it belonged to an acquaintance of his. The brave man felt that the blade hated him, but it seemed that he somehow understood that Yoo Ji-young had given it to him before her death. While driving, Hong Seok-kyung suggested that the boy was angry that he had not returned the weapon to him. The hero said that this was not the case, because due to the mana limiter, he would not be able to use it anyway. But his uncle did not believe him. The principal said that swords were prohibited at school, and the young man understood that he simply did not want a guy with a sword hanging around children. The driver called him a pessimist, and Hee-jae breathed a quiet sigh of relief, looking into the distance. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen something very strange ahead. He asked if they were going the right way, as he was absolutely sure that the school was within the city limits, not in the middle of nowhere at... Positive Hong explained that there were several active underground passages not far from the area, so building houses there was prohibited. The director said that it was an ideal location for training future hunters, then stopped the car and turned off the engine. Getting out of the car, the curious hero asked if this was really the school, and the uncle agreed that it looked lousy. The guy was puzzled because there was nothing around, but the hunters said that they were going to build several more facilities next year. The emotionless Hee-jae asked if he would be teaching children here for a whole year, and the enthusiastic gentleman said that you have to start somewhere. The cheerful man smiled incessantly, clenching his fist and thinking about his grand plans for the future. Soon, the director led the young mentor into the classroom, where he introduced him to the children, saying that he would teach them how to use runes. The gentleman asked the children to be gentle with him, knowing that some of them were already familiar with him, and Hyun-wook immediately raised his hand. Then the nerd asked if they would only study the characters that hide mana, or the new ones as well. The leader replied that they would study the unknown ones as well, noting that they would be especially useful for the two of them, so he asked them not to sleep during class. The boy hesitated, and Hong Seok-kyung asked if he really didn't want to learn more about runes, after which the student was thrilled. The girl sitting at the back desk asked if it meant that only magicians could attend Hee-jae's classes. The leader explained that they only had 2 people who could draw hieroglyphs, but they never restricted anything. Raising his hand, an excited boy asked how the mentor was feeling after the last incident. The children said that they were very worried about him because he left quickly without saying anything. Everyone added something of their own, looking anxiously at the main character, who froze for a moment. In his mind, he called them naive ducklings, who were nothing like the serious hunters they would become in 20 years. The young man believed that the person who had been wounded by one of the members of the squad in the dungeon was here, among these guys. Looking away, the young mentor's face changed with tension, as if he had seen something unusual. His eyes fell on Park So-hyun, and Hee-jae's inner voice told him that something had clearly happened while they were apart, because she was acting strangely. On April 5th, in the Myeongdong dungeon, one of the students asked So-hyun to evaluate the rune he had drawn. A classmate said that one of the lines should be shorter, and the nerd confirmed that she was right. The boy noticed that the girl found symbols easy to draw, and she said that her grandfather had taught her to draw them in early childhood. The beautiful Park said she would draw the rune for Lee Seong-yeon, and her counterpart asked her to do it on Hyunwook's forehead. The girl also asked him not to overwork him, because it was quite possible that they would need his shield later. Her grandfather often told her not to look up, otherwise she might stumble, and she remembered the moment when Seung-yoon's rune didn't work. A close friend once asked her to remember that pride rarely leads to good, and hammered these words into her head. Stressed out, Park So-hyun was biting her thumb hard, and blood was already flowing from the small wound. In the year 2044, a young woman stood in the ability management agency, laughing hysterically. Two shocked men decided to leave quickly so as not to attract the attention of the crazy woman. A strong man entered the room, scratching his stomach, and asked what Ms. Park was doing there. The girl with disheveled hair greeted Hyunwook, and he asked if she was waiting for Director Han. The beauty replied that this was not the case, while behind her, a dissatisfied man tried to squeeze through. The stranger said that he had not called them here because he had no one to talk to, and the burly man asked who he was. It was Woo Hee-jae, an advisor from the Strategic Planning and Raid Coordination Department of the Ability Management Agency. He added that his job was to assess the safety of the dungeons, supervise the hunters, and do everything possible to ensure their survival. Puzzled, Hyunwook had no idea what the eccentric man was talking about when he smiled and said he worked at the organization's headquarters. Seok-young asked him not to complain about his apartment, and the hero said that he was glad he didn't have to sleep on the street. Slowly and creakily closing the door, the director smiled as always and wished the young man a good night. In his youth, the gloomy Hee-jae could not understand why he was being forced to study all this nonsense. Using a digital device to familiarize himself with the information, the guy continued to think about the pressing issues. Now he understood that the legendary hunter was right about the need to befriend technology. First, the young man decided to look for information about the organization whose members wanted to catch Park So-hyun. The perceptive young man scrolled through the pages with his finger, hoping to find interesting facts that were important to the case. He entered the initials of a famous witch who was known to a wide circle of people into the search engine. The hero knew perfectly well who Park So-hyun was, but he just wanted to understand what event had affected her so much. Seeing one of the lines on the digital screen, the young man froze and was sharply thrown off balance. Now, warnings were issued for violating the site's rules, which greatly surprised the young man. Learning that the girl hated compliments, Hee-jae wondered if that was why she smiled so strangely every day when he applauded her. The system wrote that if Park stopped smiling, he could try mentioning Yoo Ji-young or Oh Hyun-wook in a hopeless situation. The very nervous young man couldn't understand what the girl's problem was, since this time everyone had survived the incident in Myeongdong. Calming down a little, he decided not to take the problem so much to heart. Then the process of adding Hong Seok-kyung began, which the young man watched attentively and silently. Information about the Paju Research Center appeared on the screen in an instant. The next day, the hero was unhappy that Lee Seung-yeon woke him up early in the morning, made him come to the clearing, but showed up very late. The guy understood that there was really nothing here, just like in his future. And at that moment, a student approached him. Tired, Hee-jae understood that he could use his knowledge of the future to make a fortune and get out of there alive. He really didn't want to develop this scary place, so the idea seemed quite interesting to him. Unable to bear the silence, the squeaky-voiced Lee Sun-young called out to Mr. Woo, who was deep in thought. The boy asked what his mentor, who had turned blue with shock, was thinking so intently about. The teacher asked if it was true that the little boy Lee was standing in front of him, who asked admiringly if he remembered him. The youngster asked where his mentor's sword was, and then said that his aunt was very interested in the hero's weapon when she heard about it. The polite young man did not want to brag, but his close relative was a well-known huntress. The teacher realized that he was probably referring to the youngest daughter of the chairman of Daeon Group, Guildmaster Lee Myson. The boy remembered that in his time, the girl adored Seung-yoon, and if nothing had changed, he would be rolling in money in the near future. Suddenly, Hong Seok-young called the teacher, which was very untimely, because he was missing a great opportunity. Entering the room, the hero asked if something had happened, and the man said that he had found a room for his classes. The gentleman added that they were using this room as a storage room and promised to clean it up, but a little later. With a dissatisfied sigh, the young man turned to his colleague, who was all ears. Calm Hee-jae said that something was wrong with Park So-hyun, but the agency director didn't quite understand what he was talking about. The hero said that she looked unhealthy, and the man agreed with him, and said that her style had suddenly changed. Smiling, the head said that every hunter has to face moral difficulties at some point. Turning his blue face away, the young man remained silent, and his counterpart asked if he was worried about his studies. The young man thought to himself that Hong Seok-kyung was overly confident, and that his health was not a concern, neither physical nor mental. He was unfamiliar with the concerns of ordinary people. and the fact that someone could not get up on their own after falling was completely incomprehensible to him. After the Archmage from France discovered the rune that hides mana, all the sorcerers began to actively study them, and soon all the hunters learned how to draw them. In class, the teacher said that the students needed to create a path for the movement of life force. The principal and the other students sat at the entrance, deciding to just sit there, even though they couldn't use the hieroglyphs anyway. The polite instructor knew that the students already had experience in drawing, but today, he wanted to assess their level. Hovering over Chojin, Hiei said that he messed up in the same place every time, even though the crying boy didn't consider it a serious mistake. The hero asked if he could guess why runes were rarely used in the past, and the boy said that it was more convenient to use ordinary magic. The teacher realized that he might have asked too difficult a question. After all, it had been less than a year since the boy had awakened. Then his attention was drawn to Park So-hyun, who was acting strangely, gnawing viciously on her pencil. He asked the girl why hunters hardly ever use sacred symbols in their activities. Slightly agitated, Hee-jae realized that the problem was clearly not a matter of style, and that the girl had simply gone mad. The student suggested that the characters were easily erased, and the mentor confirmed this, asking how they could deal with such a problem. The hero said that he was not a magician and there was no point in asking him how it worked, so he asked her to memorize all his words. The monologue touched on concepts such as durability, water resistance, accuracy, amplification, and resonance. The stunned nerd asked if the teacher was seriously suggesting that they memorize all of this. The man said that thanks to this combination, their runes would become stronger and would never be erased, and the student decided to ask a question. The beautiful Park So-hyun asked in a trembling voice why the mentor had not told them about this back in Myeongdong. The girl believed that it was useless to study combinations for defense if a person was not even able to draw the basics correctly. In Hai's time, she still managed to become an archmage, even though she was also traumatized by the events, so he didn't need to worry about it. Smiling sweetly, the excited girl said that she had drawn another rune, and asked the teacher to check if it was correct. Noticing the silence, she asked if she had messed up again, which was what she feared most. Barely holding back a stream of tears, So-hyun repeated in her mind that she must not make a mistake, because she was terrified of failure. Seeing the trembling student, Hee-jae's inner voice told him that he had nothing to do with it. But as an adult, he had to take responsibility. Clapping his hands, the young mentor announced lunch, and said that it was time for everyone to eat properly. Arriving in the dining room, the main character began to slowly eat his rice, telling himself that he shouldn't have listened to the old man. The guy ended up eating a defrosted lunch while sitting in an iron box, and Hong asked if he had come up with the runes himself, about which he knew a lot. Placing his hand on his chest and feeling irritated inside, the young man asked if they could talk about something else at the table. He replied that they had been created by an acquaintance of his, and the director remembered that the young man was not a magician. Yet his knowledge was impressive. The daredevil felt that his counterpart was not very well informed about how things worked and thought about sharing some information with him. The calm Hee-jae said that it would be a shame to lose precious knowledge, but he could not imagine that one day would teach this to children. The gentleman realized that he had gone a little too far with his curiosity and suggested that they simply forget about it. The mentor asked if they were teaching them according to a special program developed by the two existing magicians, and Visa replied that they were using books on magic for their lessons. Park So-hyun was already quite experienced, having studied with her grandfather, but it was difficult to work with Jin, as he had not been gifted with natural abilities. The boy needed to find a suitable teacher, so the director looked at the hero, but he reminded him that he was not a magician. The man excused himself by saying that he was just clarifying the information, and the young man decided to try to teach the children everything he knew himself. His unexpected statement came as a great shock to Mr. Hong Shuk-kyung, whose mouth opened involuntarily. The strict Hee-jae said that in return, they would have to make the information about the runes publicly available, so that it could be used when needed. The nervous director asked if this was legal, since it concerned the development of Panju, and the young man asked him to make sure that the name of his counterpart would be indicated there. He added that he thought the youngster would show the students just a couple of characters, and asked how valuable the rune that hid mana was in itself. The teacher said that after assessing the boy's preparation, he realized that without proper training, they would not live long, and in his time, most of them had indeed died. The chief asked if the inventor of the rune had given permission to teach others, and the young man replied that he would be overjoyed by this. The chief magician from France was a selfless man, and always shared his discoveries for free, and his goal was to save people from death. Then the young man said he had one more condition, and continued, saying that he knew a place where there were many children. He wanted Hong to visit there, and it turned out that little Hee-jae would be saved a year earlier, thanks to the intervention of the adult version. The next day, the joyful hunter exclaimed that the attack was not bad, but at the end, the boy lost his balance. The young student had let his guard down slightly and missed a blow, causing him to slide across the ground on his back. The angry kid didn't want to suffer defeat anymore, so he instantly got to his feet and rushed into battle. Both boys tried to attack Director Sokyeon from two sides, but neither of them achieved good results. Without even looking, the agile man struck them with a wooden stick, continuing to smile. Laughing loudly, he called the boys sissies and asked them to attack, but each of them was already exhausted and could not fight any further. At that time, Hee-jae was content with his magicians, and only laughed quietly at the director's boys. The nervous Choi-jin made another mistake, and the hero knew that the boys were now at an age when their energy was overflowing. The teacher asked if Park So-hyun was following the sequence he had shown her, but the excited girl answered in the negative. Almost in tears, the girl said she would show her drawing a little later, when she was sure it was good enough. The mentor didn't know how to calm her down and said he was there to help them, but it didn't work. The tense man said that he just wanted to make sure that Park had memorized the correct sequence of runes. At that moment, he fell silent and began to repeat in his head that students needed to be praised. Otherwise, they might withdraw into themselves. At the same time, the young man remembered how they laughed at him at the agency, saying that gifted hunters were often pieced together bit by bit. Scratching his forehead, the young man told himself that this approach would not work for him, because the organization was not used to it. Meanwhile, the director, who was involved in the training, shouted that his students could do anything and asked them to act a little faster. The young teacher watched silently, remembering how his adoptive father, Hong, once asked if he was really second in terms of academic performance. At that time, the man was very happy and convinced that he should not worry about his son, who brought home excellent grades. Then the gentleman asked what was wrong with the child's face, because he had done well on the exam but looked sad. Smiling, he suggested that the boy wanted to be in first place, so he said he would be proud of him no matter what. Soon, the father realized that Hie wanted to go to university, which is why he was dissatisfied with the results. At that moment, the main character stood in front of the students and told them that they could do as they pleased. Smiling, the young man added that many magicians he knew had also been very stubborn as children, but geniuses don't like to be interfered with. In response, the teacher heard nothing, which made him feel rather awkward, but that was to be expected. Sweating profusely, the mentor wondered if he had said something he shouldn't have, because the atmosphere had become very tense for some reason. Suddenly, he noticed that Park So-hyun had started crying and was silently wiping away her tears. Holding out her drawing, the student asked him to check it, and the tense guy said that she could do as she saw fit, and no one was forcing her. The flustered beauty apologized, and the young man said she could take her time and work at her own pace. Still holding the sheet up, Park, who was looking at the floor, suddenly admitted that she was at fault. Hee-jae, who was blue with shock, couldn't believe she had messed up again, but simply said, "That was enough for today." The silent Choi-jin thanked his mentor, and the shy girl silently got up from her chair. The main character had no idea what kind of sketch had taken place, but he doubted that his words had moved her so much. Exhaling heavily, the exhausted young man couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. In the evening, Lee Seong-yeon got into the car, the door of which was opened for him by one of his subordinates, who called him young master. The cute student said goodbye to the school principal, saying that they would see him tomorrow and wishing him a safe journey. Hye asked if they lived nearby, and the man replied that there was something like a dormitory nearby, and that's where the kids lived. The uncle said that recently there had been an increase in kidnappings, and that it was the awakened ones who were being stolen. But the witnesses were not concerned about what was happening. Being serious, he asked if it was true that the place mentioned by the hero, where there were many children, was the Panju Research Center. The guy asked if his counterpart was convinced that all the children there had been stolen in this way. The brave man's condition was that Hong Seok-kyung would rescue the poor children from illegal shelters, and that he would also participate in this operation. Looking into his eyes without much emotion, the stern director asked if the young man was taking on too much. The smiling boy asked if he really didn't want to take a walk around one of the best research centers in the country. The gentleman said that there were enough people in the search team, but the daredevil assured him that they lacked someone capable of bypassing the security system. Calm Haye said that he would like to find a child he was very worried about. At the same time, he wondered if it was right to play the role of a noble man willing to give his life to save innocent children. The uncle did not object and admitted that they could indeed use the help of someone who knew the laboratory well. The director said that he had to choose the most capable people, and added that when children's lives were at stake, negligence was unforgivable. One day, the hero was admiring the blue sky, thinking to himself that Park So-hyun was gloomy as always, while Cho Jin-woo had his head in the clouds. Suddenly, he was approached by an admiring Lee Seong-yeon, to whom, in his words, he would always be grateful. The boy introduced the shy Sun Jin to the teacher, who asked if they didn't have any classes at the moment. The boy asked why the kids didn't even go out for recess, and the mentor replied that they had decided to cut back on their breaks. The youngster suggested that it was because they were magicians, since he himself could not sit in one place for so long, and Hee-jae asked if he was a swordsman. The boy confirmed this and asked where his teacher's sword was, to which he replied that the principal had forbidden him to carry it within the school grounds. The brave boy realized that there was a younger version of himself here, which meant that there was also a second sword belonging to Yoo Ji-in. Somewhere nearby, a yellow car stopped with a very loud screech, its tires almost worn out. The car door immediately swung open, and a woman's high heels stepped onto the ground, which looked quite pretentious from the outside. The director greeted the guest, while the stunned mentor couldn't understand the reason for her visit. The arrogant archmage Kim Shaman adjusted her glasses, and said that she would have come in a different car if she had known that the roads here were so terrible. The main character was stunned because this had never happened before, and it was impossible for it to happen now. The girl said she appreciated Hong Seok-kyung's offer, but thought that the only thing she could teach was the basics of using mana. Her magic required a high level of compatibility, so she doubted that the students would be able to handle it. Seeing the withdrawn Park So-hyun, the girl asked if she was really No-gyon's great-granddaughter and was sure that she had basic knowledge. The dissatisfied beauty reminded him that the man had said it was related to the hull, and he smiled and pointed somewhere. Stunned, Kim Chae-min immediately recognized Hee-jae, who was the man on the roof, and then they took him away. The polite young man introduced himself as a teacher of magicians and bowed respectfully to the lady. The stunned girl couldn't believe that the young man was a magician, as she remembered seeing him with a sword in Myeongdong. The sarcastic director said that he was not a sorcerer, but that he knew something better, and the girl asked if he was talking about a special kind of magic. The hero also couldn't believe that he would have the opportunity to meet Kim Chae-min, and he was very grateful for that. The excited brown-haired girl said that the young man and the hunter Hong were not wizards, so they couldn't know. The guy assumed that the beauty considered runes to be nonsense and decided that it would be quicker to just show her. Outside, he said that Choi-jin needed to make one of the parts longer and asked her not to let it become a habit. The shy Park So-hyun was getting faster, but as the teacher had said in the morning, she needed to draw the lines more confidently. Stressed Kim couldn't believe that this complicated thing was a rune, and the hero suggested testing the final versions. Placing a sheet of paper on the ground, the student put his outstretched hand on the characters, and then the reaction began. Out of nowhere, a strong fire flared up, which greatly frightened the archmage, who had not expected it. Then So-hyun took the rune in her hands, maintaining complete calm and concentration at that moment. In an instant, the two elements merged, which looked very impressive and amazed the young spectator. Speechless with surprise, Kim Shaman was now convinced that it was magic. Angry, the girl exclaimed that she could not feel any mana, and asked how the boys had done it. Hai, laughing, was pleased with his students, because even the archmage could not detect the life force. The young man explained that this was the power of the mana-concealing rune. The brown-haired girl began to study the symbols, and carefully examined the overlapping lines that gave them a different meaning. Clenching the paper in her hand, she smiled slightly menacingly and asked her mentor to accept a new student. Grabbing the shocked Hong Seok-kyung by the collar, the girl asked if it was true that she could also learn this rune. Kim Chae-min simply asked to be allowed to study as well, and the delighted headmaster asked if he could really do that. Then the archmage suggested that Hee-jae simply draw the runes for her, and the hunter did not refuse her, which surprised the boy. With a sweet smile, the delicate beauty said that she would be under the teacher's care. But this was no cause for joy. Barely holding back tears, the young man turned away, very unwillingly, but he had no choice. A few days later, the trio approached one of the buildings where there were people who, judging by their movements, were hunters. Alerted, Hong said that they were trusted members of the staff, and when it came to such matters, they did their job very thoroughly. The man said that they would block the exit, and if they managed to get important information and make sure that the children were there, that would be good too. The bewildered Hee-jae asked if that meant they had to do everything, and the gentleman replied that it was improvisation. One of the team reported that his abilities could not detect anything, and there were no surveillance cameras around. The hero watching this became very alarmed and muttered quietly that this was impossible. The guy suggested that his comrades go inside, but the head of Hong Seok-kyung did not quite understand his intention. With a powerful blow of his sword, the brave man cut through the steel chains, rendering them useless. The excited director asked what he was doing, because he was wearing a monolimiter, but that did not stop the fighter. The daredevil said that special conditions were needed for the experiments, and the opponents created a sterile environment that would not allow any intrusion. Approaching the digital console, the young man began to type in various numbers, while his comrade stood behind him. Most often, his finger pressed the numbers 6 and 9, and each time it was accompanied by a sound, and soon the authorization was complete. The boss said that he could have told him the code earlier, but the young man replied that he also needed to have some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing that the young man had selected the 5th floor in the elevator, the gentleman said that it was quite high, but his counterpart noted that it was quite the opposite. It was said that they were going to the lowest 5th basement level, and it sounded mysterious. Soon the door opened, but it was empty again, which was alarming, because the enemies couldn't have known that the hero would come here. Hije said that they had initiated an emergency protocol, and since they had left the room, they were ready for an invasion, calling it the Pompey Project. The guy added that the rivals had drawn runes that reacted to magic in hidden places, and made it so that the place would explode when forces were detected. Judging by the lack of dust, it could be concluded that the opponents had left not long ago, and were gathering, because the place had definitely been used for 2 years. The main character was curious about what had happened, since they had all decided to flee in the middle of the night, and Kim Chae-min noticed that the door ahead was locked. The sensible young man explained that this was the main research laboratory, which could not be bypassed. The brave man was sure that the most important scientific materials were inside, so it was worth going in. Moving forward, the daredevil said he hadn't expected anything less, but his rivals had indeed cleaned everything out. There were lots of children's toys lying around, which now belonged to no one and were just gathering dust on the floor. Mr. Hong asked if there were any runes that would activate when the object was destroyed, and the teacher replied that there shouldn't be any. At that moment, the fearless man swung at the glass with all his might, sending shards flying in all directions. Most of the panorama was cracked, which greatly frightened Kim Chae-min, who had not expected this. The cool-headed Hije, remembering himself as a child in the same orphanage, thought to himself that this place was as impressive as ever. Once upon a time, at the Paju Research Center, a surprised boy asked his friend what he was doing. The child replied that he was keeping a diary, and added that his father was a lawyer, and that he said the evidence was necessary for something important. Then the hero asked him to write that the head of the laboratory beat the children, even though this was not the case, but sometimes he kicked the workers. The boy decided to join his friend and, picking up a blue pencil, began to scribble something on the paper. At that moment, the dissatisfied blonde looked around, her long earrings jingling behind her ear. The guildmaster of Daseon, the youngest daughter of the leader and also Lee Seong-yeon's aunt, asked if it was true that all this was a waste of time. Hije noted that Lee Myson looked the same as she did in the future, and Hong Suk-yong replied that it was still a research center, so it wasn't all that bad. The woman said that she would not call it pointless if they had found important data. But that was not what they had promised her. One of the subordinates reported that he had removed all the explosive devices, and the beautiful woman noted that it was a good job. Smiling, the woman emphasized that her counterpart was being as vague as possible and was sure that he was hiding something. Looking at the smirking man, she decided to ask what it was, while Hije and Kim Chae-man stood silently behind her. Silently, but somewhat slyly, Hong Sok-kyung looked at the emotionless young man. Tense, Lee Myson exhaled heavily at that moment, as if she was dissatisfied with something again. She ordered her subordinates to check if there was anything important left inside, and added that she needed to talk in private. The polite chief asked if his colleague had finished the distribution, and she gave an affirmative answer and handed him the documents. The nervous guildmaster remembered his words that there was nothing left there, but the man emphasized that there was nothing from the laboratory workers. Handing over the stack of papers, the hunter said that they had been left by the child who had been kidnapped. Unexpectedly, it was said that this child was the younger brother of the teacher, which sounded quite surprising. The wary blonde didn't believe it at first, but then began to carefully examine the document. Tapping her finger lightly on the form, she read every line, slowly delving into the essence of the text. In one of the letters dated April 5th, the boy wrote that the Myeongdong Underground was a failure, but he didn't understand how it was related to them. Extremely nervous, Lee Myson couldn't make sense of the nonsense written on the paper, but the mention of the cave made her nervous. It said that the laboratories had been moved, and that the boy had heard from his boss about a dungeon that had appeared in the Songpa district. 2 days later, one of the students was sitting in the clearing, her eyes yellow, emphasizing her black hair. Mentor Hije noticed that the girl was not herself, and decided to approach her to inquire. First, he asked if she was looking at ants, but received a calm negative answer. The young man asked what the girl was looking at, and she replied that she was looking at nothing. The main character did not really want to bother Sun Sunjin, whose name he thought was difficult to forget. But since the young man didn't remember, it seemed that the introverted brunette had left before him, or simply died. The teacher asked why the student was sitting there alone, because of her, Lee Seong-yeon had to fight alone. The emotionless student replied that they would not be able to defeat Hyunwook, even if they worked together. The level-headed Heejae did not deny that the guy had a lot of potential, even compared to Park So-hyun. The young teacher did not consider the others to be bad either, as everyone was trying their best. Suddenly, Sun Sun-jin approached the hero and asked him to stop watching the fighters, which caused him to be puzzled. After a few seconds, he began to understand the essence of her request, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The mentor asked whose idea it was, and upon hearing that it was Sion's, he noted that it was very good. Meanwhile, the fearless boy moved from side to side, trying to resist Hyunwook. While the boy was trying to do something behind his back, his opponent was already attacked and immediately lost his coordination. It turned out that Sunjin had joined the fight, not wanting to abandon her comrade, and struck her opponent in the stomach with a baton. Jumping aside, the angry fighter looked at the girl, realizing that he now had two enemies against him. Remaining completely calm, the girl looked her opponent in the eye, calling his actions shameful. Hyunwook, blue with rage, shouted that it was cheating, and his opponent decided to remind him of his teacher's words. Laughing, Lee Seong-yeon said that their mentor had previously said that they could never know what they would encounter in the dungeon. The confused guy called it unbelievable, and the young man advised him to team up with someone if he was still so angry. A few meters away, a black car suddenly stopped, and a man in a business suit and glasses got out. Attentive Heejae tried to figure out who had come to visit them, while a joyful Seong exclaimed that it was his aunt. Lifting her glasses, the charming blonde Maison asked her nephew how he was doing, calling him Little One. The angry boy asked her not to call him that in public, and the lady noted that Sun Sunjin had gotten better, feeling an unexpected rush of warmth in her heart. The shy cutie said that she had been training a lot. Exhaling wearily, the guildmaster said that it was very good that she had left them with the hunter Hong, and wanted the young ones to follow their example. She then pointed out that Hyunwook had grown much taller, and asked if he wanted to join her guild, promising to take care of him. Suddenly, her nephew said that Maison was not a nun, but rather an old lady, which embarrassed her greatly. Laughing, the woman said that this was precisely why Lee Seong-yeon still didn't have a girlfriend, instantly silencing him. The blonde began to recall his failed relationships, and the angry young man asked his aunt to stop. Madame added that everyone in the family found love easily, but something was wrong with the young man, and he said that he was following her example. His aunt pointed out that she was not in a relationship of her own free will, but he was because he was constantly rejected. The main character had certainly heard that Lee Maison doted on her nephew, but he thought they would have a warmer relationship. It turned out that their relationship was very ordinary, and the guy wondered if that meant they were close. At that moment, Hong Suk-kyung opened the door of the small house and said that the woman had brought some food and called the students to come and eat. The boys went to lunch, and the calm man asked Mr. Wu and Miss Kim to come to him. Sipping her coffee, the blonde said that she had bought the Songpa and Bangidong dungeons, but the government would take control of them because of what had happened in Myeongdong. She added that because of this, other guilds had decided not to bargain, so the price was not too high. The director asked if Bangidong had not had an official evaluation before, and Lee replied that due to the breakthrough in the Myeongdong cave, the rank certification had been postponed. The gentleman said that they should go there as soon as possible and asked what Brother Heejae meant when he said that they had failed. The young man really had no idea about this, so he nervously gave a negative answer. The thing was, he had never written it down, but he couldn't tell his comrades the whole truth. The next day, the young teacher took the cap off his black marker, preparing to explain the topic to his students. Since the kids should already be used to drawing runes that hide mana, the guy planned to teach them something new. Seeing Kim Shamin's hand shoot up, the polite Heejae asked if she had a question. Lee Maison, who was present at the lesson, thought to herself that the hero was handsome, but she didn't trust him very much. The brown-haired girl asked how many symbols the instructor knew, and the lady noticed that nothing bothered her or the hunter Han. The flustered teacher asked why she was interested, and the girl asked if it wasn't normal for students to ask about the master's skills. Smiling, Mr. Wu said that he was not a magician and had not signed a contract, so he asked not to be called a professional. The distrustful Maison found it suspicious that the guys from the Pangu Center, who had saved the students, called him good-natured. At one point, she jerked suddenly, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. The shy beauty apologized, saying she didn't mean to interrupt, and the hero looked at her in bewilderment. The mentor said that today he would teach the kids the shadow rune, and that was exactly what he called it. After sketching it on the canvas, the teacher asked if it looked simple, and Kim Shimin said that it sounded like he was very proud of himself. The girl asked what properties the rune had, but the hero asked them to draw it, even though he could have just explained it. In a stern tone, the young man asked them to make sketches, and the excited students no longer argued. Focusing as much as possible, the students began to carry out the task given to them by their teacher. Approaching Choi Jin, the teacher asked if he agreed that it was much easier than the mana concealing rune, and the young man confirmed this. In a frightening tone, Hee-ji said that they had many characters ahead of them, so the boy would not have the opportunity to practice just one all day long. Then he approached Park So-hyun and decided to check on her progress while the adults watched from the sidelines. The man called it excellent work and asked the student to activate the rune to test it. Stunned, Lee Mi-sun couldn't believe her eyes, and her vision seemed to deteriorate in an instant. The picture around her began to blur, and the main character smiled as if nothing had happened. The mentor explained that the symbol allowed the person who drew it to blend in with the shadows, but it didn't seem useful in daylight. However, when it was dark, the consequences could be very unexpected, which greatly surprised little Park. The teacher asked if she could use this rune, and the excited girl replied uncertainly that she didn't know. The hero added that he wasn't going to pressure the little girl in any way, and added that they could find out today without any worries. He continued to grumble reassuringly that everything was indeed fine, but suddenly the guildmaster addressed him with a question. The completely calm blonde asked if the young man could tell her about the mana-concealing rune. The unperturbed young man began by saying that the name already revealed half of the symbol's essence. The guy added that he had used it to save the students in Myeongdong, and a surprised Lee Mi-sun said she had never heard of such a thing. The lady said that Hong and Kim had changed the subject, and she hadn't asked about what had happened, worried that Sin Young might have suffered psychological trauma. Turning her head to the left, the woman looked sternly at director Sok-young, who was a little confused. Grabbing him fiercely by the shirt, she asked if the scoundrel had managed to silence her nephew, and began to question him about what had happened. The shaman family had archmages with the same abilities for 3 generations, which was rare on an international level. Despite the fact that this family lacked experience in magic, the girl's reputation was very good. Mr. Hong asked if Hee-jae understood what was being discussed, and he in turn asked how it related to what had happened. The young man said he couldn't understand what all this talk was about, and his counterpart was briefly confused. This meant that the hero's rune was what the archmage of such a prestigious family had been looking for all this time, which meant that the magicians and people of Paju would come for him. The young man advised the director to simply assign the authorship to Kim Chae-min and be done with it, but it didn't work that way. The serious Hong Seok-kyung said that one cannot live like that, but the young man could not understand what he was talking about. The gentleman added that this achievement belonged only to the brave man and sorcerer he had mentioned, but the young man really didn't understand what was wrong. His counterpart asked if the young man thought he had silenced the students, and Hee-jae responded with curiosity, asking if that wasn't the case. The hunter said that the children also understood that the main character's runes would be forever engraved in history, and this impressed him. The man promised to make sure that Mr.'s name appeared in textbooks, and the young man wondered what that made him. The young man realized that he was appropriating the achievements of the archmage from France and the shadow rune of Pak So-hyun, and he also remembered the other wizards. He was also troubled by the incredible amount of money that these scoundrels had taken for themselves without a moment's hesitation. Clutching his head in his hands, the young man thought deeply, staring at the floor, while the director continued to stand opposite him. The Frenchman and Pa only wanted to save as many people as possible. But as for the rest, it was interesting how much the management agency had paid them. With such sums, it would be possible to buy new equipment for the hunters, and the brave man would not have to beg Mi-sun for donations. Beaming with happiness, the young man agreed to Han's request, who was a little puzzled by his emotions. The gentleman invited his comrade to have lunch, but when they went outside, they saw a whole crowd of people doing various things. Stunned into speechlessness, the director grabbed his neck, wondering what was going on around him. A blonde woman lying on a deck chair asked if they had eaten, and an angry man shouted that this was sacred school grounds. The lady warned that he could be reported if he called this place an educational institution. She added that it was harmful for Sun Sunjin's skin to be here, and Lee Seong-yeon asked what his aunt would say about him. Looking at the sparkling eyes of her beloved nephew, the woman paused for a moment to think of something to say. The beauty stunned him by asking him to remind her if he was a friend to the shy girl. Meanwhile, the guildmaster's subordinates continued to unload boxes from the car, following clear instructions. Madam asked if this was the last item and asked the man to put them all in their places. Standing aside, Wu Haijie wondered to himself where Lee Meeson got all this stuff. Approaching him, the confident blonde nudged the guy slightly, saying that the subspace had been established. The director had not yet introduced this term, but since it was their company's development, she was the first to use it. The beauty asked if the mentor needed it, but he politely declined, thanking her for the offer. The cunning hero already had one thing for the subspace, even with a lock, and besides, it would be invented by Daseon in the future. At one point, the girl held out her delicate hand, introducing herself by name, as she remembered that they had not yet properly met. She added that she was a guild master and was currently helping the hunter Hong Suk-kyun with a lot of work. Giggling, the beauty whispered that from now on, they also planned to help Mr. Wu. Smiling in response, the young man said he was looking forward to working with her, and rejoiced inwardly because the head of the faction had spoken to him. Sometime later, the young teacher sat in his room and drew characters on paper. The curious Lee Seong-yeon entered the room accompanied by Sung Sung-jin, who asked if it was true that the mentor's main weapon was a sword. The boy understood that if he used a spear, the students would notice that he and the director had similar techniques. The enthusiastic boy asked if he could teach them, and the hero replied that they had the best hunter in South Korea at their disposal. The boy replied that the director uses a completely different weapon, so they would not be able to learn anything from him. He added that the man had sent them to train with Hije, because he was often absent from school, which was not good news for the fighter. After a short while, the young man was standing in front of the positive Hong, who was about to tell him something. The gentleman said that since there were now more teachers at the school, he no longer needed to be there all the time. The hunter added that they could not involve anyone else in this matter until they officially showed the rune to the public. It was said that Lee Meeson would not give them her employees, plus her people were outsiders, so the task could only be entrusted to Hije. The hero asked what made the director think he was suitable for this, and his counterpart replied that he could see it in his eyes. Smiling, the gentleman added that human eyes are the mirrors of the soul, and many people have said so. The director said that he did not allow the use of mana, so he asked to simply correct the students' positions. But the young man could not understand how he had become the strongest. He also added that the boy could simply fight the children instead of training, being sure that they would learn something if they were beaten. The man said that he had already warned the students and added that soon they would demand the hero's head, but it sounded a little strange. As it turned out, the headmaster promised to give the boys a gift if any of them could hit the teacher on the forehead. After these words, there was an awkward moment of silence, and the comrades just looked at each other. The principal said that he had left Yu Haiyun in Miss Kim's care because she wanted to try it, since magicians and healers are somewhat similar. Fastening his beige bag, the gentleman said it was time for him to go, and the young teacher asked where. The hunter replied that he wanted to see the dungeons of the Songpa district, and the young man asked to be taken with him. The smiling Hong Suk-yong said that it was unknown what Panju might do, so he should go in first and see if it was safe inside. The conversation ended with the man patting the young man on the right shoulder while he remained silent. With a heavy sigh, Wu Hije resigned himself to the fact that he would not be able to go with his friend, so he stopped arguing. The next morning, there was a large white truck parked near the house, filled with all sorts of things. The surprised mentor wondered when the coffee truck would arrive, but decided not to dwell on it. Coughing into his fist, the young man sternly asked his students to remember one important thing. It was said that the one who survives is the strongest, and Lee Seong-yeon noted that it didn't sound cool when a teacher said that. Maintaining his seriousness, the experienced man asked if any of the kids had ever been to the dungeon. After hearing this, the children became a little agitated and swallowed hard, silently looking at the teacher. Suddenly, a daredevil from the crowd raised his hand, calmly implying that he had already visited the cave. It was the completely cool-headed So Hansen, who didn't really like to remember what had happened. The mentor immediately asked what it was like, but at first the young man couldn't even form a sentence. Still, he replied that it was completely different, and the spellbound kids listened intently. The experienced teacher confirmed that there were indeed theories that it was another dimension. The main character began to recall the stories of the late Yu Ji-in, who touched on similar topics. It was said that there were no people in the underground, and that in order to survive there, one had to stop being human. The mentor advised the students not to attach much importance to who they were, because in the cave, one had to act only on instinct. Then Hije asked if the director had suspended real fights, to which he received an affirmative answer from the guys. Gripping his sword tightly in his hand, the boy said that he was going to teach them, and it would be similar to the headmaster's method, only he was not so gentle. With a sharp swing of his blade, the hero declared that he planned to awaken the children's abilities and asked them to try their best. Meanwhile, Hong Seok-yong and his team were approaching the D-rank dungeon in the Bangi-dong area of Seoul. The man said that, according to rumors, all the caves would soon be re-evaluated, and Lee Mi-sun added that the hunters should have arrived long ago. The lady believed that many things were accredited incorrectly, and the gentleman asked what about her. The self-confident madam replied that she didn't need to engage in fraud to get rich. She seemed to feel a moment of glory and asked her companion to apologize, which he did, maintaining sarcasm in his speech. Closing the box, the woman looked intently ahead, where she saw something interesting. Lee Mi-sun A rank, Ji Yugun B rank, Kang So-young, and Choe Daehyun C class, as well as His Excellency Hong Seok-yong, entered the dungeon. At around 1 p.m., the team entered the portal and soon saw green grass and blue skies around them. The woman asked if the hunter could say anything, and he replied that he was terribly ashamed. It was assumed that this was indeed level D, because even in C it would not be so quiet. Alerted, Hong asked if there was any information about monsters, and his comrade behind him gave an affirmative answer. The young man said that insects lived in this forest, but there weren't very many of them, so there was no need to worry. When asked about the creature's diet, the young man replied that they were herbivores, which was very rare. The insects ate leaves and showed no interest in meat or blood, but they were interested in humans, even though they did not attack them. The young man added that the core of the dungeon was in the center of the forest, and no one was protecting it. And Hong Seok-kyung noted that the guys were being careful. The thoughtful hunter began to understand that all the monsters in the D-rank dungeon were peaceful. But this was a little alarming. He wondered why the Ark had paid attention to this area if that was all there was to it. And then Lee Mi-sun, who was standing nearby, suddenly shouted. Confused, Seok-young asked the lady who had crushed the bug if she really disliked them so much, and learned that she was disgusted by anything with more legs than she had. The sarcastic gentleman began to tease the girl, bringing the remains of the centipede closer to her, and her face turned blue with fear. The screaming woman demanded that this nightmare be removed from her immediately, and even began to threaten with a weapon. Several centipedes lay at their feet, looking very disgusting and causing a feeling of nausea. At one point, the alert squad commander raised his hand, as if he sensed something wrong nearby. Remaining extremely focused, the man began to sniff the air, as if what was happening was disturbing him. With a serious expression, he said that the reason the insects were not reacting to the meat was because it was nearby. The excited blonde trembled behind him, and the rest of the group was afraid to even move. Everyone present began to carefully examine the ground, where many centipedes still lay. In a frightening tone, the hunter said that these creatures liked rotten meat, and it sounded very creepy. Once, Hee-jae tiredly repeated that Yoo Ji-yeon had to write a report, and she said that she had already been to the Songpa district dungeon. The girl said she had to clean out the cave and assured him she wasn't joking, but the main character wasn't going to play around. The manager began to push the woman out of the room, saying that he needed to work, and she emphasized that this was already physical violence. Ignoring her objections, the young man still pushed the girl, talking about raids out. Suddenly, the young man, sweating with fear, opened his eyes wide and realized that it was all just a dream. Burdened by the nightmare, the young man began to get up, wondering what the hell he had dreamed about. Clutching the blanket, Hee-jae wondered why Yoo Ji-yoon didn't just carry out her plans in secret. He couldn't understand why someone who never listened to him was waiting for his permission. Unable to figure it out, the nervous young man scratched his head and decided to get to work. During class, the students asked the teacher to ask the principal to hurry up, but he didn't have his phone number. Looking at the exhausted students lying on the ground, the coach suggested continuing the training since they still had the energy to talk. Lee Seong-yeon, who had turned blue, apologized to the teacher in a trembling voice, although he himself did not know what for. Exhausted, Sun Sunjin said that, blinded by the reward, she had only aimed for the head. The teacher doubted that they had also exhausted themselves with the director. And the whimpering girl said that it wasn't so hard with the head. Like an angel, a sweet girl appeared unexpectedly and offered the children cold water. The students, almost crying with happiness, began to drink the wonderful beverage, and one of them even poured it over his head. One of the girls said that the healer had saved them, and she replied with a smile that she felt awkward resting alone. At that moment, the students noticed a yellow taxi rapidly approaching them. Opening the door, the girl thanked the driver, who did not understand what urgent business she had here. Holding a cooler with water, the healer was stunned and even turned pale, because she did not expect to see her. The enthusiastic brown-eyed girl was very happy to see her sister, whom she had not seen for quite a long time. The girl had come because she wanted to see her, and for this reason she had asked to leave school early. The slightly excited healer apologized to Hee-jae and said that this was her sister. The healer asked the little girl to say hello properly, and she immediately bowed respectfully to the new teacher. The schoolgirl had heard that the brave man had saved her sister's life, for which she was immensely grateful to him, while he kept thinking about the strange dream. The enthusiastic girl introduced herself as Yu Ji-in and was incredibly happy to meet the hero. The hero had a bad feeling, because in his time she had never treated him with respect, and there was no sparkle in her eyes. The guy asked the girl if it was true that she had come to see her sister, but she wanted to know if Haijay could go with her to the district office. The girl added that the organization had told her that she needed a guarantor with a C rank or higher. Unexpectedly confident, Yu Ji-in firmly exclaimed that she had awakened, which came as a huge shock to her sister. She said that today, during gym class, she tore a soccer ball to shreds, and it sounded astonishing. Her relative asked if that was why she had been let go, and the girl replied that she had been told to talk to her senior and register. Then the girl turned to Hyung-wook, who was standing aside, and asked him how he woke up, which shocked Haijay. He was struck by the fact that Ji-in addressed the guy appropriately, without even insulting him, and he replied that it was nothing special. The main character wondered if the girl's death in Myeongdong was a turning point. The excited student warned that the little girl would be fined if she didn't go and register within a week. The older sister said she did it much later, when she woke up, but never heard about any punishments. Visavi added that the director took care of it and helped her too, and he also didn't leave So Hansong and helped him get compensation. Meanwhile, teacher Haijay whispered to Miss Kim to register Yu Ji-young. The stunned woman replied that she was only S rank, and her partner asked if she was bragging. The lady said that the press loves to stick its nose into such things, so she offered to go to Mr. Yu as a guarantor. The young man replied that he couldn't do that, and the inquisitive girl began to ask why. The cool-headed hero said that he didn't have his phone with him, which shocked the blue-eyed girl a little. The brown-haired girl emphasized that Yu Ji-young had chosen the young teacher, so he should go with her. Impressed by the brave man, the girl asked to be allowed to become his student, as it would be a great honor. Shocked, Haeja asked why she was saying this to him, as he had not expected such revelations at all. The brown-eyed little girl begged him to take her as his pupil, while the hero mentally repeated that he needed to calm down. The girl was devoted, so his unbearable inner turmoil was related to his personal problems, which he needed to work on. Unexpectedly, the main character refused Yu Ji-young, which instantly brought tears to her eyes. The young man said that he was not a magician and that she could not learn anything from him, so he asked the girl to come back when she graduated from high school. The persistent girl read on the internet that the golden age comes exactly 1 month after awakening. It was also necessary to get rid of all the impurities in the body with magic in the first 3 days, but the guy hoped that people did not believe in this. The excited student said she had seen something similar, but Madam Kim and Ji-in's older sister had never even heard of such a thing. The girl handed the teacher a flyer with an invitation to a training course, saying that she had been given it while she was waiting for him in the morning. She added that she had kept it only because she couldn't find a trash can anywhere, and asked him not to misunderstand her. After briefly reviewing the material, the calm Haijay turned to the girl, who was eagerly waiting to hear even a few words from him. Not wanting to upset her, the hero called it all nonsense and asked her not to worry about it and wait for the director. Clapping his hands, the mentor returned to the kids, allowing Yu Ji-young to watch the training with her sister. The brunette said that she wouldn't want to stay here once she saw what the classes were like, but the coach thought it was actually quite fun. The crying boy noted that the teacher's joy was obvious, and he smiled in response, saying that they were all still weaklings, and that was the whole problem. That night, Hong Seok-kyung told the protagonist that he helped Yu Ji-young and her sister because he felt sorry for the 2 orphans. The positive Kim Chae-min noted that the girl was not shy, because she immediately asked Mr. Wu to take her as a student. The lady had never seen the mentor so confused, because the little girl didn't give up even when she saw the training. Slamming his fist on the table, the young man asked them to stop mocking him and look at it, but the hunter said he would speak first. Holding out a tablet with a photo, the man said that they had found a body in the Songpa district underground, and asked if his counterpart recognized the person in the photo. The young man looked closely and replied calmly that he did not know the dead man. Suddenly, the man said that it was Kim, who had sacrificed himself so that Haijay could escape from Paju. The head looked fearfully into the young man's eyes and asked sharply who he really was. A few minutes later, the polite waiter brought the fried chicken that the hungry Haijay had ordered. Folding his arms across his chest, the level-headed Hong Seok-kyung asked if the boy had anything to say. The brave young man, who did not succumb to provocation, suggested that they stop this so as not to strain themselves unnecessarily. The puzzled gentleman said he had only just begun, and the young man responded with a heavy sigh. Smiling, the hero asked not to be associated with some unknown guy, because Kim was a girl. He wasn't stupid enough to borrow the identity of a random stranger and rely on luck to hope that everything would work out. Mortality rates were expected to decline over the next few years, so the young man had to use the Kim surname and choose those associated with it. Since Mr. was such an elderly man, he simply indicated the surname without specifying the gender. One man lived abroad, and the other died while attempting to block the entrance to the Gyeongsan-do underground. The latter was a police officer before his awakening, and reports indicated that he had been working on several cases. The records disappeared because of his undercover work, and in the end, the gentleman never returned, leaving behind unsuccessful hunters who dreamed of righteousness. At that moment, the brave Hae-jae sat in front of Hong Seok-young and Kim Chae-min, who were waiting for an explanation, preparing to explain everything to them. The young man asked who the guy in the photo was and if it was true that the man didn't kill him to test him. The hunter found it in the dungeon, even though he was told that it was under constant guard, but no one knows how it got there. The angry hero asked if it was true that he needed his help, and that's why he decided to test him with Kim's help. The embittered girl exclaimed that she didn't understand their dialogue and asked who they were talking about and why his gender was so important. The bewildered young man asked if she was drunk, and the angry girl shouted at him not to change the subject. Keeping his cool, the young man asked if she knew that he was from Panju, to which she replied in the affirmative. Shatenko noted that the young man did not mention it directly, but only a fool would not have guessed after what happened at the training center. An irritated Hae-jae knew that the director was stingy, but he brought him here without explaining anything, which was the reason for his nerves. Soon, the young teacher realized what had happened, and Kim Chae-min confirmed that his thoughts were correct. Then the girl asked if the hunter would stop suspecting the guy, to which he calmly agreed. The gentleman decided to give the main character, who deserved it, a gift as an apology. The man unexpectedly took 3 plastic cards with the teacher's photo out of his pocket. The first was an ID card, which included the details that the guy had given to the investigation department, and it didn't matter if he had lied during the interrogation. Hong Seok-kyung also handed him a hunting license, and although Hae-jae currently had a D-class, he could renew the documents later. Finally, he was given a bank book and card, and the hunter noticed that it was already the young mentor's payday. The head considered himself a caring leader, so he even thought about the hero's insurance, and overall, the amount was correct. His counterpart knew that the young man was touched, but asked him to look at it later, as he doubted that his expression revealed his feelings. The dejected young man did not understand the point of insurance if the director did not even allow him to venture into the dungeon. He decided to leave money matters aside, because the most important thing was that Hong Seok-kyung had given him all this. The young man said that Hae-young had told him about the rumors, and the man trembled after reading the words on the paper. Turning pale with excitement, the gentleman asked what nonsense was written there, and it turned out that it was about the Paju Research Center. The director, thrown off balance, looked at Hae-jae, who said that the organization was created to recruit new members. The man asked why they were doing something like a third-rate cult, and the young man replied that it was to attract a large number of members. The employees could also look for good test subjects, because the goal was to create artificial awakening. Stunned, Hong Seok-young did not understand a single word, and asked for an explanation of everything that had been said. The calm hero explained that the criminals were kidnapping children to increase the number of test subjects. The shocked gentleman assumed that Panju was a global criminal syndicate, and he was not mistaken, but there was a nuance. Turning his wary gaze to the side, the man began to listen attentively to the young man who knew everything. 2 years ago, Han's acquaintance was sent to the United States, but the team assigned to him was destroyed. To find his body, he went after him. The brave man learned about the center on the black market in South America, and when he delved deeper into the subject, he learned about mass murders in the underground and other things. The hunter added that all countries where there were violators conducted private investigations into them. The hero realized that Panju was just part of the organization, and although there were those who were engaged in research, the investigation of the crime would not reveal any information. Showing him a digital device, Kim Chae-min asked the young teacher if he could tell her what kind of rune it was. Looking more closely, the serious young man replied that he had never seen anything like it. The director couldn't believe that there were symbols unknown to him, and the young man asked how he could remember something he didn't even use. At one point, he decided to add something, while the shocked brown-haired girl watched silently, waiting for something. Smiling, the boy calmly said that he could simply understand what these hieroglyphs were. The next day, the charming girl opened the trunk of the car with food, shouting to the students that it was lunchtime. The terrified children couldn't believe that they would finally be able to eat and began crawling toward the car like zombies. Drooling, they rushed forward, while the surprised woman wondered what kind of kids they were. The unflappable Hae-jae asked if she had brought what he had asked for, and the confident Kim handed him a black bag. The main character called her a good girl, and the beauty asked if he was telling the truth or just joking. Holding out a notebook with several runes, the young man asked if his counterpart could draw it without gluing it. Taking the marble beef out of the bag, the young man said he didn't know why the guys were in such a hurry, but the symbols were drawn carelessly. The brown-haired girl asked if it was true that the guy had failed, and he asked her to stop talking nonsense and start drawing. Meanwhile, the tired students finished their lunch and talked among themselves, calming down a little. The observant Choi Jinu was drinking water from a plastic bottle when he suddenly heard Miss Kim Chaemin's voice. The lady thought it would be more grandiose, since they were conducting tests, but it turned out to be simpler, and the boy asked what the teacher had in mind. The astonished boy asked why the rune they had not studied was drawn on the meat, and the teacher replied that there was something that needed to be checked. The bespectacled boy wondered if he was working on creating new symbols, and suggested that this was why they were all the same. Hai said that the lady wanted them all to eat, so he asked them not to worry and to go rest, and the girl agreed with him. When asked if the sandwiches were tasty, the student replied that the director's dishes consisted only of meat, so they were very pleasant. The boy asked if the chief hadn't returned yet, and at first the woman couldn't even answer. However, Kim Chaemin said that Hong was still a little busy, although in reality he had decided to go to the dungeon again. At one point, Choi Jinu asked the teacher if he thought there was a strange smell coming from somewhere. The wary hero remained silent, but agreed with him and decided to take a look around. He soon realized that the scoundrels of Paju had used a rune to cleanse the dungeon of meat. Before traveling through time, Heejae's teenage years were spent as Hong Seok-kyung's assistant, so he often solved his problems. A long time ago, he told the gentleman that he would like to get a hunting license and asked if he thought it was a good idea. The gentleman, lying on the sofa, was slightly surprised, because he thought that the boy did not want to learn such a craft. The man sat up and asked if someone was bullying the young man at school, and exclaimed that he would go to the principal right away. Picking up the TV remote, the hero said that there was a lot of competition for positions in the civil service. An enthusiastic Hong was ready to give him his job, but Heejae noted that it sounded like someone was trying to change the subject. He asked because he wanted to know if he could earn extra points on the exam if he got a hunting license. The young man asked if the gentleman was not the most influential person in the management agency, but the fact was that he was not involved in recruiting newcomers. The head promised to find out more information, and asked the young man to first obtain a license and the highest possible rank. The young man stunned his father by saying that he wanted to become a D rank, but his father was categorically against it. The hero assumed that he had not inherited his abilities because he was adopted, and the man sighed heavily in response. Patting his son on the head, the positive Hong Seok-kyung admitted that he had won this argument. At that moment, the serious hunter said that there was a man in the dungeon. The wary Hiei did not quite understand him, and the gentleman added that besides the dead man, there was definitely another person in the cave. Da-sion told the director that they would not be investigating the case, so all that remained was to wait for the results, but this caused the young man some concern. The chief suggested preparing for a field trip to the dungeon, and the hero asked if he was really going there. The young man noted that, given the hunter's abilities, even a B-rank cave would be a piece of cake for him, and asked where it was located. The polite comrade stunned the guy by saying that he would be the one going there and handed him a training plan for field preparation. The daredevil immediately said that the director should raise his salary if he wanted him to work so hard. Mr. emphasized that running a school was very expensive, but Heejae reminded him that there were very few students here. Snapping his fingers, the cheerful Hong Seok-kyung added that they needed to build a building, and his counterpart asked when that would happen. The hunter said that because there were many caves around this place, construction companies avoided working there unless they were offered a lot of money. The hero advised him to simply clear out the dungeons, and his counterpart pointed to the preparation plan, saying that this was why he was needed. The young man asked if it wouldn't be faster for him to do it himself, but his friend replied that it wasn't. Leaning his hands on the table, Hong said that in the end, they would need the results of their work. The man built the school under his own name, and although many said that hunters didn't need it, they simply read it because he promoted the idea. The gentleman noted that this was why he needed progress, and if he or Sis Kim had gone, people would not have accepted it as good work. Pouring water into a glass, the gentleman added that the number of awakened ones is increasing every year, but incidents with caves are not far behind. Hunters were in no hurry to share skills that were already becoming obsolete, and if the school did not live up to expectations, they would not be able to protect those who had just awakened. Taking a sip of hot coffee, the man paused briefly while a surprised Heejae stared intently at him. The head said that there was an easier way to do it, and the young man with sparkling eyes asked what it was. According to the director, they could say that they teach runes that are only known at their school, and the hero promised to do everything in his power. Upon learning about the upcoming test in class, all the students were surprised. Principal Hong said that it was time to test their skills, and added that Mr. Wu would go to the cave with them. The hero said that they would go to the C-rank zone right behind the school, and added that he would accompany the students to evaluate them. From that moment on, the students had to form groups that would clear the dungeon, as well as understand 4 things. Only after they learned the rank, environment, monsters, and core location could they begin to make a plan and form teams. The ecosystem in the place where the students would go was similar to that on Earth, but due to the distortion of space, there were some oddities. The mentor asked them to think about the caves they had seen on the internet, or even visited, and the alarmed Park So-hyun began to hesitate. At one point, the girl remembered herself as a very small child in her grandfather's arms, rejoicing in every little thing around her. The cheerful man smiled as he held the baby in his arms and turned to her to say something. The gentleman was sure that his granddaughter would be fine even without him, and would become a magician who would outshine her grandfather. His words stuck in the beautiful Pak's mind, so she remembered them every day and was afraid to make mistakes. After briefly explaining the essence of the matter, the teacher suggested having lunch and conducting individual interviews in the evening. The experienced Hee-jae advised the students to think about their weaknesses in front of the pixies, even though it might ruin their appetite. Soon, the students began to leave the classroom, and the sun's rays hit their faces, pleasantly warming their bodies. Dressed in a tracksuit, the hero noticed Park So-hyun, who had joined the others and was sitting on a chair. The slightly tense man asked the withdrawn girl if she was going to lunch. At that moment, he noticed that tears were streaming down the beauty's cheeks and dripping onto her notebook. The alarmed mentor asked if his lecture had been so difficult and offered to call the principal. Wiping her eyes with a trembling hand, the student tried to say something, and her counterpart listened attentively. Suddenly, the crying girl said she wanted to leave school, which was a shocking statement. Discouraged, Hee-jae was speechless at that moment, while the beautiful Park tried to explain the situation to him. She considered herself untalented and said that she did not have what it takes to become a magician, and before she became a burden, she decided to leave the school. The hero, who was experiencing a headache, asked if someone had put this idea in her head, but the embittered girl replied that this was not the case at all. The girl couldn't even use magic properly, and her mentor asked if she didn't know that she cast spells faster than many agents on missions. Tears were still streaming down the charming beauty's cheeks, but she listened attentively to her teacher's soothing words. The young man asked if she thought Choi Jin also couldn't do magic, but the shocked Park exclaimed that he had nothing to do with it. The saddened student said that the boy had awakened less than 6 months ago, while she had awakened more than 10 years ago. The beauty even knew a special spell, and it wasn't about the formula, which she also fully understood. Nervous So-hyun couldn't understand how he could call himself a magician when he couldn't even use the rules she knew perfectly well. Her hands trembled violently with anger and self-hatred, and her fists clenched involuntarily, which looked frightening. Calm Hee-jae asked where she had learned the special magic, which caused a little surprise in her opponent. The charmer replied that it happened before her grandfather's death, not understanding why her mentor was interested. The young man asked what her relative's attribute was, and Pak replied that he usually used guiding magic. Upon learning that light was his main weapon, the protagonist smiled slightly, which was a little strange. Smiling sweetly, the guy gently grabbed his student by the shoulder and sincerely told her that she was very talented. Looking into the eyes of the wary So-hyun, the confident Hee-jae promised to make her an archmage. Going to the principal, who wanted to have lunch, the teacher reported that Park wanted to drop out of school, which greatly surprised him. The young man said that he had spoken with her, and the tense man immediately asked why she had made such a decision. The hero replied that the girl considered herself incapable of anything, and the gentleman calmed down and smiled slightly in response. Breaking the chopsticks, the headmaster said that the charmer had set the bar too high, because her grandfather was incredibly great. The old man always got straight to the point, so the dungeons were defended very quickly. But this was very dangerous for the mind. The boy asked if Hong Sok-kyung knew him, and he replied that he knew his son, the father of the beautiful Park. The last time the gentleman saw her grandfather was right after her father's death, and then he left the guild to take care of his granddaughter. The headman couldn't put into words how strict the old man was with his son, but it seemed that he was kinder to So-kyung. It was about the father who wanted his child to achieve such success, and the child who did not inherit his ancestors' talents at all. The man wanted to pass on the secret of a special magic to his son, but he ended up dying during a risky raid on a dungeon. Only after the death of his heir did No-kyung regret his parenting methods, and his granddaughter grew up in peace and tranquility in her family home. After the death of the hero who helped evacuate civilians during the destruction of the cave, Park was cared for by another guardian until she began her studies. The imperturbable Hee-jae asked when the old gentleman had died, and his counterpart replied that it had happened when the child was 10 years old. Hunter Hong Seok-young heard that the guardian was a lawyer from the Nogyo Guild, who was prepared for something like this, since the girl had no other relatives. The young man asked if it was true that So-young had learned magic only from her grandfather, and as far as the director knew, that was indeed the case. The man asked if something was bothering him, and the young man felt that the old man was no less strict with her. It was common among magicians to force children to follow in their parents' footsteps, even after losing one child. The main character asked his comrade to take good care of the girl, and he began to silently wipe his mouth with a napkin. Looking at the gentleman clearing the table, the slightly angry teacher asked what kind of answer that was. Smiling, Hong replied that he simply felt that the young man would look after Park So-hyun anyway, even if he didn't. Finally, lunch came to an end, and before leaving, the principal wanted to say something to his young colleague. He said that he expected nothing less from the homeroom teacher, and the surprised Hee-jae asked why he would have such status. Smiling, the calm head said that in the eyes of others, the guy was a leader, so it was impossible to argue with that. The brave man asked for a raise, but the hunter changed the subject, reminding him that he needed to give a lecture to the children. The shocked teacher mentioned the money again, but his counterpart turned away and wished him luck in his work. The bewildered hero asked if Hong Seok-kyung, who was whistling something and pretending that nothing was happening, could hear him at all. Throwing a plastic container into the trash can, the young man decided not to pay any more attention and go about his business. Keeping his cool, he went to talk to the students and no longer paid any attention to Hong Seok-kyung. The gentleman was amazed when the young man expressed confidence that he would take care of the other students, not the magicians. Falling to his knees, the tense man begged Mr. Wu not to do this to him, but he proudly walked away. In the classroom, the calm mentor asked Cho-jin and Park So-hyun if they had thought about the upcoming task. He asked if they thought they could survive in the dungeon, and the nerd asked if there was any need to worry about it. The hero did not expect them to come up with something ingenious in less than an hour, so he suggested skipping the topic, which stunned the youngster. The youngster said that all the intense thinking had given him indigestion, and the teacher replied that this way they would be able to understand how useless they were. The serious mentor added that if they had thought everything through seriously, then that was great, because at first, each of them was clueless. According to him, a hunter must find all his weaknesses and understand how he can compensate for them. An attentive student asked where they should start in order to avoid mistakes. Picking up a white feather, the young teacher asked if the students knew what their elemental magic was. Mages were valuable people, but when runes that concealed mana were invented, their value decreased, but it was unclear how they adapted to this. A huge number of research centers closed, and everyone began to resort to various methods to pass on their elemental magic to their offspring. A French scientist began to study how the power worked and published his findings, which helped sorcerers determine their nature. The magicians listened to him and sent him to the Academy of Hunters, who had different elements, and this was the method that Hee-jae adhered to. Thoughtful Kim Shiman asked if there were any ways to understand one's destiny other than feeling it oneself. After thinking for a moment, the young mentor wondered how best to explain the situation. The young man said that this method was developed by the same mage who taught him the runes, so it could be trusted. The delighted brown-haired girl asked if it would be better to try it out as soon as possible, while those around her looked at her in bewilderment. First, they had to dissolve the gnome's golden powder, then dip the swan feathers that protected the Erd source into it. And the last step was to fill the brush with mana from the awakened mage who wanted to learn his element. Miss Kim followed the instructions carefully, staying focused so as not to make any mistakes. Suddenly, hard and twisted tree branches appeared, which greatly surprised the girl. Calm Hee-jae asked if the stunned students agreed that the method was not difficult at all. A shocked Shemen asked who this magnificent magician was, and the imperturbable mentor asked which of the students wanted to go first. The angry blue-eyed girl asked him not to play the fool and to tell her who the brilliant sorcerer was. The main character noticed that she was starting to get angry, so a conversation was inevitable at that moment. Deciding not to drag it out, he coolly replied that the Archmage was dead, which threw his opponent off balance. Holding out a white feather to the surprised Park So-hyun, the young man suggested she try it, and Kim Chaemin, in turn, became dejected. A few seconds later, a faint blue light began to emanate from the excited girl's hands, indicating that the process was successful. She said that nothing was happening, but the teacher asked her to simply continue filling the object with her mana. Unexpectedly, the snow-white feather began to turn black, which looked amazing. The curious girl did not understand what it was, but Hee-jae said that, as he thought, the problem was in the element. The teacher said that Park's nature was the opposite of light, shadow, and it wasn't that she was as good as her grandfather. Then the young man asked Chojin to try it and handed him an object for the ritual. The feather in the boy's hands immediately burst into blue flames, which looked very impressive and mesmerizing. The alarmed hero exclaimed that it was real flame and asked the confused student to drop it immediately. The nerd couldn't believe that it was really fire, because it wasn't hot at all and posed no danger. He asked what kind of element he had, and his mentor just stood there silently for a few seconds, looking into his eyes. Soon it was revealed that his nature was light, the complete opposite of Park So-hyun standing behind him. After a while, the main character and the student were standing on the street, where she said she had thought about something. The girl realized that, unlike Jin-woo, she really couldn't use her grandfather's magic, and the teacher listened to her attentively. Now everything was falling into place, so she decided to look at the situation from a different angle. The young man saw that the beauty had thought about it a lot, and she confirmed this with a slight smile. The charmer was sorry that she couldn't use her grandfather's power, but she didn't want this knowledge to be lost. Mrs. Shamin talked about the many spells that had been lost in this way, and Hee-jae asked what Park So-hyun wanted. Unexpectedly, the enthusiastic student declared that she wanted to teach Jin-woo, who clearly needed it. The surprised young man couldn't believe that the introverted girl had come to him with such a wonderful offer. He asked if she was ready to pass on her grandfather's knowledge of spells, and Park confirmed this, as she did not want her relative's experience to be lost. The mentor asked if she was sure she wanted to teach someone she had only known for a short time, and the charming girl firmly expressed her willingness. The teacher noted that she might change her mind when she saw how Jin used magic. Thoughtful Park So-hyun agreed that she would need to observe and assess the situation in any case. Noticing that she was not particularly mentally exhausted, the guy suggested that this was either one of the advantages of youth or that her psyche had grown stronger. Running his fingers over his chin, he also considered the possibility that he was simply a brilliant teacher and had helped her. He couldn't understand how the old man had managed to cope with her when her mood changed with the wind. The teacher was sure that Jin-woo would play along, but soon the nerd rejected the offer. He stunned Hye-ja and Kim Chae-min by saying that he had nothing against Park So-hyun, but he did not want to become her student. The angry woman immediately shouted, asking why he was backing out and didn't want to study. The lady thought that the guy did not fully understand the situation, but he realized that this was a good opportunity for him as a magician. Keeping his cool, the young man said that he really didn't want to learn from his classmate. Mr. Wu didn't want to pressure the boy and simply asked him why he didn't want to learn. Scratching the back of his head and smiling, the young man said that he couldn't treat his friend as a teacher. After these words, an awkward silence fell over the room, but the elders continued to look into the student's eyes. The blushing hero thought this was a silly reason, and wondered if that was why the boy was giving up the chance to become an archmage. Jin-woo assured them that he knew perfectly well that such an opportunity only came once in a lifetime. But he realized how much magic meant to So-haeon. Most mages awoke at a young age, and some even at the moment they first stood on their feet. The nerd, however, did it too late, so he didn't consider himself smart enough to master the new power. It was assumed that this was why he was so naive and did not want to see Park So-hyun become disappointed in him or herself. It is very rare for wizards who spend their childhood away from everyone else to develop emotional intelligence. The boy said he had no ambition to become an archmage, so he was content to be an ordinary wizard. Deciding not to waste any more time, the imperturbable Hee-jae let Jin-woo go, which made Kim Chae-min a little nervous. The excited girl couldn't believe that her comrade would give up so easily and let the student go. She exclaimed that he should understand the value of Mr. Park's unique magic. But the young man did not succumb to her provocation. The mentor asked if it was true that Jin was as untalented as he considered himself to be, but the woman couldn't say. The lady noted that talent in magic is a multifaceted thing, and difficult to explain to someone who is not a sorcerer. Madame added that one could only master the basics by spending a certain amount of time, but that would not work with unique magic. Someone who already uses standard spells might have a sudden flash of inspiration and become an archmage, but someone else might just be unlucky. Visavi said that it all depends on luck, and the main character asked again what about Jin-woo. Spreading her arms wide, the brown-haired girl replied that they wouldn't know anything until they tried. The young man put up barriers and limitations within himself, because the thought of mastering the magical legacy was very difficult. This became a huge burden for the boy, and Kim Chae-min understood him perfectly. The blue-eyed lady asked if Park So-hyun herself had chosen her shy and insecure friend. The pensive Hee-jae himself did not know what to do when he was a teenager, so he had no advice for Jin-woo. Once upon a time, his father held the small hands of his beloved son, with whom he loved to spend time. Smiling, Hong Seok-hyun promised that he would support his child no matter what, so there was nothing to worry about. The man said that the boy could go to college and work for a company, or become a world-famous hunter. Seeing the unhappy face of the child sitting on the chair, the loving father asked if he really hated him. Taking the child by the hand, the gentleman asked him to understand that he was also a human being, and that he also had feelings. Pulling the boy toward him, Hong, still smiling, said that the boy could hit him if he wanted to. Turning abruptly, the boy asked them to stop the charade and leave him alone at last. His father asked if he still loved him, but an angry Hee-jae exclaimed that he hated him with all his heart. The hero was the one who crossed the line to find out if it would work, so he had nothing to complain about. It didn't seem like the brave man would be able to pull off the same trick, but it was quite possible to resist the children's temper. Going out into the street, the young man approached Park So-hyun, who was sitting on a deck chair relaxing. The teacher said that Jin-woo had refused to learn the craft from her, which was surprising. The girl, who was sweating profusely, was a little confused and didn't even know how to react to his words. The unperturbed mentor said that the boy considered himself unworthy of learning from her. The boy also thought he lacked talent and couldn't communicate with So-hyun as a teacher. The beauty asked if the teacher had tried to convince him, but he replied that he couldn't pressure the boy. The girl reminded him that he had pressured her, promising to make her an archmage, but that was different, even though she didn't understand it. Remembering his words, the young man felt warmth in his heart and smiled slightly, realizing that there was no arguing with that. Coughing into his fist, the young man explained that the thing was that she was his student, and Jin-woo was her student. These words touched the charmer and surprised her greatly, causing her to fall silent for a moment. The first task for Pak as a teacher was to remain honest with his student and convince him otherwise. Unexpectedly, the enchantress tore a sheet of paper out of her notebook, which looked quite aggressive. Even more striking was the fact that she crumpled it up and put it in her mouth, stunning those around her. Miss Kim Chae-min and Hee-jae froze in place and lost their speech, watching So-hyun chew the paper with pleasure. Smiling, the enthusiastic girl confidently declared that she would do everything as her mentor had asked. In the past, Hong So-hyun went into the child's room and offered to talk, but he replied that they had nothing to talk about. The rude boy then said that he was not his son, which stunned the loving man. Unexpectedly, the previously calm gentleman shouted his name, which instantly caught the boy's attention. Slightly frightened, the hero turned his gaze to him, and a small drop of sweat began to run down his cheek. The father, who was behaving very strangely, froze in place, realizing that he had raised his voice at his beloved child. In an instant, Hong bent his knees, moving closer to the young man sitting in the chair. Grabbing the arm of the chair, the completely calm gentleman said that Hee-jae was his only son. The trembling boy understood that it was all because of the adoption and assured him that he would grow up and leave on his own. His adoptive father addressed him again, but the boy asked him not to call him by name, as he did not want to hear it from his lips. Keeping his cool, he added that he was different from Hong Seok-kyung's son and asked him not to be mistaken. The boy considered himself a stray dog that the hunter had picked up on the street and asked if that was not the case. The surprised gentleman did not know what he had heard, but Haye said that he had learned everything from the great hunter's friends. At the same time, the boy understood why his parent would not want his child to be some kind of orphan. His counterpart assured him that he was not a replacement, and the youngster asked if this was a good story for the media about a hunter who had adopted a little stray dog. Not giving in to provocation, Hong kept his composure and began to think about how to avoid conflict and calm his son down. Reaching out his hand, Dad began to tell him that he had run away from the orphanage at the age of 19, and that was when he had awakened. That day, he saw himself in little Hee-jae and didn't want the boy to go through the same thing. The cheerful man's words were incredibly sincere and kind toward the child. So he decided to become the hero's father, and as they talked, he hugged him tightly, pulling him close. At the moment, Kim Chae-min couldn't understand Mr. Woo's teaching method, which was quite mysterious. She wondered if it was okay to put all the pressure on the students, but the guy assured her that this was the only way they would learn. The lady asked if the teacher was putting too much pressure on them, and he said that the kids had to learn to cope with pressure. A few minutes later, the calm mentor said that, based on his observations, these kids were too emotional. He also noted that they gave up at the slightest problem, which was not the best quality. They were told that Jin-woo was simply afraid of letting Park So-hyun down, which is why he refused, and a surprised Kim replied that she understood. The main character said that they just needed to improve the relationships between the students and keep them on their toes. At one point, the crying nerd took off his glasses and exclaimed that they had heard everything, while the girl just remained silent. The boy caused a very pleasant surprise when he said that he was going to give it his all. 2 days later, the young man came to the teacher with a piece of paper in his hands to hand in his work for review. He asked if she could look at his work, and an enthusiastic Pa decided not to delay. Carefully reading the notes, the girl noted that everything was already much better, while Hije stood aside wondering what he had done. The mentor pointed out where and what needed to be corrected, and the hero was glad that Jin-woo had pulled himself together and stopped being a wimp. Meanwhile, the guys behind continued to practice fencing and struck each other with wooden swords, confident. So Hansen said that Lee Sung-yeon would have been pierced through, but he thought it was nonsense. The guys started arguing among themselves, and Hije, standing between two worlds, had a headache from the noise. The hot-tempered boy asked the teacher to decide who had won, since they couldn't figure it out themselves. The mentor stunned him by calmly asking them to settle the matter with rock, paper, scissors. The dissatisfied boy asked what kind of stupid judging this was, and the imperturbable teacher called it his method. At that moment, a yellow car pulled up, and Madame Shaman got out, and the students immediately greeted her. The polite Jin-woo was happy to see her return, while the surprised Park So-hyun asked if this was what she had told them about. It was a standard student contract, and upon hearing about it, the students' expressions immediately changed. Kim herself had used this contract before, but it had to be edited for them, point by point. The lady apologized for the document being short, and justified herself by saying that she had studied with her father, although there were 2 thick books. The hero said that the relationship between a student and a teacher often goes beyond blood ties, which usually ends up in court. A colleague said that there had recently been a knife fight, but she didn't find it surprising, while the kids were frightened. One woman forced her niece to obey her orders for 10 years in exchange for an education, but she got tired of it. The perceptive Hiye was sure that the girl would be acquitted, while the shocked Jin-woo didn't even know what to say. Polite So-hyun asked the student to use words instead of a knife if he had any questions, and they would try to fix the problem together. The boy read and understood nothing, just like the girl, whose grandfather never told her about contracts. The nerd could have told her that there was nothing to be afraid of if he had understood something himself, but Kim asked if they were going to write down the terms of the contract. The charmer replied that they would, but without unnecessary complications, and the student watched her closely. The first clause stated that Pa would teach Jin the magic he had inherited from his grandfather, including a unique navigator for everyone. She also had to acknowledge his ownership of the spells, and the choice of successor would be made through discussion between them. In the event of the mentor's death, the young man could choose the heir himself, and vice versa. After writing everything down in paragraphs, the girl broke the marker in 2 to use the red ink inside. Then she pressed her thumb against the paper to leave a kind of seal and confirm the conclusion of the contract. Surprised, Kim Shamin watched intently as Park So-hyun concentrated as hard as she could. At one point, the charmer said that everything was ready, and the stunned lady asked if this was really her contract. The assistant asked if that was all, and the girl replied that nothing more was needed, and said that Jin-woo could add anything else. After reviewing the document, the young man asked if it was true that he could choose his successors, and received an affirmative answer. The young man hoped that there would be no complications, and promised that if a more talented person appeared, he would train them. Sheman asked if they understood that this was a legally binding document and that it should contain more details. The polite Park So-hyun recalled that the lady could certify the contract, and with the Archmage's approval, there should be no problems. The main character realized that if any of the guys decided to betray him, it would be a good experience for them. Neither he nor Mrs. Kim could live the lives of the students and decide what would be best to do, so it was not worth interfering. The enthusiastic young lady had heard that 3 was a lucky number, and said that she would later ask the director to sign the document as well. The imperturbable Haye did not refuse her and signed the paper without a moment's hesitation. Now the document was legally binding, so the contract had already come into force and had to be complied with. No one could disregard the agreement with the signatures obtained, and everything was also reinforced with seals. On a beautiful sunny day, the young teacher stood in the schoolyard watching white birds flying in the sky. Sipping hot coffee, the young man enjoyed every minute, thinking to himself that he was very happy. In an instant, the alert hero thought to himself that peace reigned in the world, despite the fact that in 2 decades the end of the world would come. In his office, the cheerful director Hong Seok-kyung said that Hunter Lee was investigating the matter. He asked how the children were doing, since the practical test was coming up soon, and the teacher said that he was only responsible for the magic class. The man asked why the young man was so cold, and reminded him that his job as a mentor was to look after all the students. The gentleman noted that the young man was not overloaded with anything, and the young man asked if he had not shifted all the preparation of the children onto him. The headmaster said that Park So-hyun was still the only one who taught magic, but that was why the hero helped look after them when the opportunity arose. Smiling broadly, the director, dressed in a black turtleneck, asked sarcastically if that was really the case. His counterpart asked Teacher Wu to try harder, because he had a great responsibility for their education. Even if the young man's hunting instinct was nonsense, he still didn't understand why he was so upset. The serious young man assumed that it was because there was no work here. But that was not the answer to the question. The holidays were approaching, and Hije wondered if it was normal for people to forget about them when they were so focused on work. Suddenly, a joyful Jin Woo exclaimed that he had succeeded, and the teacher immediately opened the door leading to the street. The excited boy asked if his mentor had seen his success, but at first he heard no response. An equally happy Park So-hyun said that this was the magic of her late grandfather, and green leaves began to fall around them. Surprised, Mr. Wu couldn't believe that the unique magic had come to the botanist so quickly, and it seemed that he was a genius. The girl replied that this was not the case at all, after which the teacher thought to himself that he might be wrong. Her grandfather used his granddaughter's power to bring light to dark places, but it was also useful for revealing traps. Lowering his head, the main character saw a white light near his feet that took the form of a ring. The beauty said that the magic was simply incredible and asked if the teacher agreed. Now the charmer was no longer a gloomy girl closed off in herself, but smiled sincerely, being on cloud 9. At that moment, Director Hong arrived, who was very pleased and gave a thumbs up in approval. Hija, who remained calm, decided to turn to the sorceress to ask her something. He asked how the mana analysis was progressing, but the girl just clutched her notebook, not knowing what to say. She replied uncertainly that she was working on it, and the mentor asked if Teacher Kim had taught her this. Lowering her head, Park So-hyun, sad again, replied that Chemin had indeed not shared her knowledge about this with her. The girl's mana was very different from what her grandfather had described, and she couldn't understand why. It was impressive that the beauty could imitate light magic with this type of mana, so the hero considered her a true prodigy. The young man asked his counterpart not to get caught up in such complexities and to calm down, not to burden herself unnecessarily. He also advised her not to get hung up on the concept of light and shadow, and to think of it as a separate element, because Pa was good at basic spells. At that moment, the mentor knelt down to demonstrate something to his student, who was standing in place. They were told that the part with the application was the same, and the interested girl watched attentively. Digging a small hole in the ground, the young teacher asked the girl to try to fill it with water. The young man asked if she could handle such an easy task, to which she immediately replied in the affirmative. Focusing as hard as she could, the confident sorceress used her power to summon a powerful stream of liquid. The observant teacher asked her to boil the water, and at that very moment, his request was fulfilled. The demanding Hije told her not to stop and to try even harder, which led to success. Soon the sorceress stopped, and the young man immediately asked if she understood everything now. Then he turned to Pak and asked her to think about why she could use light magic, which was the opposite of dark magic. The young man was unsure, as he was not a magician. But water and fire were different elements, and their formulas were not so clear-cut. The tense student thought deeply about his question in order to give a clear answer and not mess up. The mentor said that sometimes So-hyun could create the opposite effect by simply activating the formula in reverse. After he told the student to think about it, the girl bowed her head and sank into thought. She was told that she would have to figure out the rest herself, and if anything was unclear, she could ask Teacher Kim. The charmer asked if she could ask Teacher Wu questions, who unexpectedly pointed his finger at her forehead. The young man repeated that he didn't really understand, because he wasn't a magician, so there was no point. The main character remained silent, but noticed that for some reason Park So-hyun was frightened when her bangs fell down. Initially, it was assumed that there would be 10 students in the first generation of test subjects, but now, there were only 8 children left. Even now, the classroom was not as crowded, and the guy was curious about how it was in the original and temporary timeline. It was assumed that the students would struggle for several more years before changing the name of the academy to a hunting academy. At that moment, the mentor approached Yu Hyo-eun, who was sitting at her desk, focused on using magic. Remaining calm, he asked her to concentrate more, which came as a great shock to the girl. The teacher said that a hunter must remain focused in any situation, but the crying girl reminded him that she was a healer. The hero asked if, in her opinion, healers did not go into the dungeon, after which the student silently tried again. Remaining emotionless, the young man watched her actions closely, assessing their correctness. He asked how her younger sister was doing and said that he had heard that she had gone with the director to register as an awakened one. Blue with shock, Yu Hyo-eun barely restrained herself, experiencing a strong emotional surge. The surprised young man asked what was wrong, and the student said she didn't know where her sister got such ideas. The girl barely managed to keep the little girl from putting her feet in the ice. which caused the boy great confusion. At the same time, the younger girl muttered something about helping mana circulation with this cooling method, even though it was nonsense. The wary guy wondered if that was why he had been worried for the past few days. Yu Hyo-yoon said that the little girl couldn't do anything about the congestion in her veins. So yesterday she decided to cleanse her stomach and ate cabbage all day. Feeling very awkward, the teacher tried to somehow support his student, who was upset. The tense Hee-jae understood that he couldn't lose Yu Ji-in, even though she could be dragged into one of the cult training centers. At one point, the young man calmed down and smiled slyly, as if a plan had already formed in his head. He told himself not to worry about such things, and in his dreams he often saw the girl he wanted to make his assistant. In his past life, the little boy was sitting in his room, but his peace was suddenly disturbed by Hong Seok-kyung. The man decided to look at the boy's homework, so he asked what the essay about his future profession meant. The youngster asked if he really called himself a hunter, without understanding what his job entailed. But his father wanted to hear it from him. The boy simply wanted a more stable job, and his father noted that this was the right way of thinking. The boy also did not want to be bossed around, so he aspired to hold a high position and command others. The only thing that put him off was that employment in private companies was unstable, and his father asked where he had learned this. That's why the confident Hee-jae declared that he would become a civil servant. He did not intend to become president, as it was too difficult, and he liked the job of a manager who delegated responsibilities to others. The boy had heard that the salary was low at first, but he accepted that he couldn't achieve everything at once. And this impressed Hong Seok-kyung. Stunned by his intelligence, the man didn't even know what to say at first, so he decided to think it over. In the end, the father patted the child on the head and said that his desire to be a leader was very good. Dad promised to do everything he could to make his beloved son's dream come true, and was ready to put in a lot of effort. A few years later, the boy was walking through the city with a backpack on his back when someone suddenly addressed him from behind. The strict Yu Ji-in asked why he didn't apply to the academy, and the young man replied that he wanted to be a civil servant, not a hunter. The embittered girl called it nonsense and asked if he knew that his father would be strongly opposed to this. Then the feisty lady suggested a friendly sparring match, but the boy refused, saying he had an exam next week. The self-satisfied girl tried to change the boy's mind, saying that hunters didn't need any tests. The quick-witted Hee-jae said he would be as stupid as her, and his opponent called him a petty bastard. Years later, the boy became a civil servant and praised his subordinates for clearing the dungeon, albeit with difficulty. He believed that they should become professional hunters, but asked why they wanted to develop in this direction. The leader asked his colleagues to ask themselves this question and think about it very carefully. Suddenly, he was asked why he hadn't become one of them, but the answer didn't come right away. Smiling, Haya replied that he didn't like fighting, so he didn't want to burden himself with it. He was also not ready to work for pennies, but that was another topic of conversation. At that moment, the main character was standing on the sidewalk, waiting for the green light at the traffic lights. On impulse, the guy came to school to see Yu Ji-in, but he didn't even know what to do next. The traffic light was still red, so pedestrians were not allowed to cross. The observant young man saw something strange ahead, and decided to take a closer look to understand what was going on. On the other side of the road stood Yu Ji-in, who was looking at a leaflet in her hand with interest. The boy realized that the girl was still fascinated by that nonsense, and had no intention of getting it out of her head. A passerby laughed and asked the girl if she was really interested in it, but she didn't quite understand the question. The woman thought that the article about mana was interesting, so she could talk about it in more detail. The lady said that you need to learn from an expert so as not to harm yourself. And the tense Hee-jae became even more nervous, but he couldn't cross the road. As soon as the traffic light showed 0 seconds until the green light, the nervous young man immediately rushed to Yu Ji-young. The enthusiastic girl was very happy to see the teacher from whom she dreamed of learning something. Smiling, she asked what the young man was doing there, and he didn't even know how to answer her. The delighted madam asked if he was this charming girl's teacher and praised his good looks. The young man confirmed this and asked who she was, and the stranger apologized for completely forgetting to introduce herself. She was a member of the National Association of New Mind and Spirit, the leader of the group, Chung Yeon-hwa. The woman was sure that the young man would not be able to fully understand her line of work from the name, but he considered it a typical sector. Madam said that they held various events for children, and also helped those who were experiencing difficulties due to what was happening in the underground. People like Woo Hee-ja came to them with such requests, but he did not quite understand what it was all about. The association was often visited by adults who worked with children and were thinking about how to best help their charges. The polite Jeon Yeon-hwa knew that no one could be trusted in this world, but she said with certainty that their organization could be worked with. Pointing to the sign for the Gyeonggi branch, The lady added that their departments were scattered throughout the country and were sponsored by the government. Taking the business card from her hands, the young man began to carefully read the information on it. Deciding not to dwell on it, the teacher, keeping a cool head, turned to Yu Jung. He asked if she had told her sister to go home right after class, and the girl felt ashamed. The man asked her not to be distracted by nonsense and to go where she was going, and the little girl did not contradict him. Slightly upset, the student said goodbye to her mentor and started walking forward without even thinking of stopping. The hero said that he thought the polite Jeon Yunhua would not let the little girl leave, but the lady did not quite understand what he was talking about. Smiling, she said that if the guy heard a few good words, he could help her. The perceptive Hee-jae had no doubt that a school teacher would be a better catch than a 16-year-old girl. The strange woman took a tablet out of her bag and asked her counterpart to look at a photo of the association. She added that all companies sponsor them because they believe they work for the good of the people. The silent hero showed no emotion, just silently looking at the fragments on the digital device. Unexpectedly, he said that he was not really a teacher, after which the smile disappeared from Yunhua's face. The cool-headed young man admitted that he had become a mentor by chance, but that he had originally been a different person. He asked if the lady had heard about the preparatory school for future hunters, which made her anxious. Realizing that he was talking about a place where young awakened ones were trained, the woman asked if the young man was teaching there. Without hesitation, the young man answered in the affirmative and noted that it was not an easy job, considering how much responsibility he had. The woman knew this very well, and assumed that the young man had been through a lot. She asked if Hee-jae was also a hunter, and he replied that he was, but his rank was not high, while the lady believed that the most important thing was his devotion to his students. Putting her digital device aside, the lady suggested having a cup of coffee at a local establishment. As they walked forward, Chung said that the young man should listen to her and learn more about how to teach his students. The main character was just a novice and a young hunter of low rank, so he didn't have much to boast about. It had been just over a month since he became an exemplary school teacher, and he still felt awkward when people called him a mentor. It was obvious to the naked eye how much the guy cared about his students, which was commendable. Anyone who cares about their students and is directly connected to a tracking hunter is perfect prey for the cult. Returning to school, the guy showed the principal his business card from the National Society of New Minds and Spirit. Somewhat surprised, the man first asked where he got the association's contacts. The young man replied that a woman on the street had given him the number, and he had met her while she was talking to his younger sister, Yu Haiyun. The gentleman asked if it was Yu Ji-yoon, and the young man noted that she needed to be watched closely and asked if Hong should be monitoring her. The gentleman replied that technically, he was more of a trusted guardian, but that did not change the essence of the matter. The teacher said that the woman was pleased to hear that he was concerned about the children's mental state, and even gave him a lecture plan. His colleague asked if it was true that the young man wanted to contact a national society, the name of which he couldn't even remember. The young man wanted to talk to them, and since he had already spoken to this lady, someone else could probably go. It could have been a teacher like Hee-jae, but his words only elicited a smile from his counterpart. The brave young man remembered that he was currently on probation, and the director had said that if he left without warning, there would be problems. The wary young man wondered if the headmaster trusted him too much. Noticing the teacher's rather strange look, the director asked if something was wrong. Smiling, the teacher replied that he simply did not consider himself good at such things. The gentleman did not quite understand what he was talking about, and the young man replied that gathering information, searching, and the like were not his forte. Puzzled, Hong Seok-kyung asked why he thought so, and the hero replied that he had no talent for it. Hearing this nonsense, the man's expression changed, and he stared silently at his companion, who had his hands in his pockets. Pointing his finger at the young man and puffing out his cheeks, the man could barely contain his laughter. In an instant, loud laughter rang out across the entire neighborhood, its ringing sound scaring away the birds flying overhead. His emotions were so uncontrollable that tears were already streaming from the man's eyes, but he couldn't stop laughing. An angry Hee-jae asked what he was laughing at, and the director was amused by the fact that the boy would not be able to cope with such a task. The cool-headed teacher replied that he had done a lot, but he was still not particularly confident. The smiling Sokyeon asked if he had ever infiltrated locations to gather the necessary information. The main character clearly stated that this was not his job, after which the director thought for a moment. Leaning his hand on the table, the man stood up and asked if the ARC knew about this. Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, Hunter Hong asked him not to worry, and exhaled. He forgot again about the place they were talking about, and the nervous young man repeated once more that it was called the National Society of New Minds and Spirit. The boss asked him to simply go and find out more about the organization, But the puzzled Hije repeated once again that he couldn't. As he left, his comrade emphasized that he had excellent motivation, namely children, so he was sure that everything would work out. As always, flashing a smile, the brown-haired man added that the young man was simply underestimating himself and creating limitations in his mind. In an instant, the director's expression changed as he wondered if the teacher would get himself into some kind of trouble. He said that if the hero came into close contact with others, he could be recognized, and that was already alarming. At the same time, the headmaster was sure that the perceptive young man had a plan for this case, so he wasn't worried about him. Mr. was completely sure of this, since the young man was walking freely around the city, and therefore assumed that it was similar to Exodus. In response, the young man just smiled, about to say something, but it seemed difficult for him. The young man admitted that he wore a mask and not many people knew his face, so there was nothing to worry about. The cheerful Hong Seok Kyung said that in that case, there was definitely no reason to worry, and he could calmly carry out his tasks. The leader asked his comrade not to overthink things and to stay at the lecture for just a little while, because there was no need to take unnecessary risks. He also asked Hije to make sure he had his phone with him so they could stay in touch. The puzzled hunter asked how it was possible that the boy did not have a cell phone and what he did in his free time. The main character replied that he was preparing a training program in his spare time, which somewhat surprised his counterpart. The serious teacher asked how anyone could teach children without a lesson plan, and the principal even became a little nervous. He said that students need to be taught in detail about monsters and how to hunt them. But the headmaster was not good at this. With a frightening smile, the teacher asked if the man thought that others were so good at it, and he was slightly confused. The gentleman quickly left the room, even though the unperturbed Hije had not yet finished the topic. On June 15th, organizational issues were discussed during a training sweep in the dungeon. Kim Shamin, who was helping to put on shoes and was tense, asked why Mr. Wu was as calm as ever. She noted that he was not wearing any armor at all, only a leather breastplate patched in various places. The strict madam immediately suggested talking openly, as some questions were bothering her. The lady asked what rank the hero had, and added that even if he had awakened illegally, there must be some information about him. The polite young man asked if she hadn't seen his license, and added that he was level D. Lowering her head and sighing wearily, the girl remembered that this was the only way not to arouse suspicion. According to her, Lee Myson had to put in a lot of effort to fabricate all the documents related to Hiji's past. The guy was curious about what kind of person she was, since she was able to create someone's life in a couple of days, and the lady said that she had also been interested once. That day, the blonde mysteriously replied that it was better for her not to know the answer to the question, and it was even a little scary. Putting special shoes on her comrade's feet, the girl asked if he thought the children would pass the training. The young man replied that the guild had cleaned the dungeon in advance, and if the kids couldn't pass it, they should think about whether they really wanted to become hunters. Observant Kim noted that he did not teach them how to choose a leader for the group, and the hero responded by asking how many of the students had already been in caves. It was also mentioned that some of them were members of guilds, which surprised Shaman a little, but she had to agree. However, the girl noted that Han Seong and Hyun Wook knew nothing about clearing operations and needed an explanation. The teacher asked if the confident young man really knew nothing about it either. His colleague said that the good fighter was also from the guild, but the young teacher had not known this before. He couldn't believe it, and found it slightly amusing that this piglet had once been a member of the organization. Despite the fact that Hyun Wook was a victim, he behaved like a fool and was wounded for it, which the brave man found amusing. At one point, the cheerful girl said that the equipment process was complete and everything had gone well. With a sweet smile, the beautiful Kim Chaemin said that she was leaving the children with Mr. Hije. In response, the young man also smiled at his counterpart, but did not say a word, as it was unnecessary. The team standing nearby paid attention to the gentleman, whom they treated with respect. In the crowd, the main character immediately saw a little piglet, Hyun Wook, looking at him a little suspiciously. The boy brought a smile to the face of his mentor, who had decided to make sure he behaved like a human being and not like an animal. After a while, Kim So-yeon, representing the South Korean Ministry of the Interior and Safety's Underground Management Department, approached Hije on the street. Slightly confused, the young man looked her in the eyes and decided to introduce himself in response, trying to calm down. The woman was pleased to meet him and asked if he had prepared the documents about the raid. The young man answered in the affirmative and showed her a folder containing a report on the cave cleanup, as well as his license and his students' licenses. Looking more closely at the face of his counterpart, the young man noted to himself that she looked familiar. While the girl was looking through the papers, it seemed to the young man as if they had met somewhere before. The beauty noticed his strange look and asked if something was wrong. But the young man smiled and replied that everything was fine. He was just a little nervous about the raid. And the lady noted that Hunter Hong had praised the skills of the trainees. The hero believed that this did not mean they should let their guard down, and Kim So-yeon smiled and agreed with him. Suddenly, a disgruntled Sok-young appeared behind her and asked why she always yelled at him, but talked nicely to Hae-jae. The angry woman exclaimed that she wouldn't have to scold him if he did everything right, and her voice seemed even more familiar to the young man. Finally, the young man remembered that she was the lecturer who was present on the day of the attack on the laboratory. The daredevil would never have thought he would see her like this again, and he understood that Kim had gone through many difficulties during this time, although you couldn't tell by looking at her. The delighted young man considered her a role model, and the girl said that if necessary, the team should evacuate. The director asked if this was necessary since he was standing in front of her, and the lady replied that these were the rules. The man did not understand why all these rules were necessary, and the department representative asked him not to ask stupid questions. Looking at the excited students, the main character mentally noted that they would soon cry out of fear. Turning around, he calmly said that it was time for them to go, and Kim So-yeon apologized and did not delay any longer. At that moment, the teacher announced that they were going to the province of Gyeonggi, specifically to the underground city of Hwaesun. The guy added that 9 participants were ready and noted that he, Woo Hee-jae, was their mentor in training hunters. It was 12 minutes past 11, and some of the guys were very excited. A few minutes later, the team found themselves in the underground, where the strict teacher asked them to pay attention to him. The hero reminded them that he would not provide any assistance, and that their evaluation would depend on their personal contribution during the cleanup. The perceptive Lee Seung-yeon was the first to ask how the test results would affect them. The teacher replied that if they received low scores, they would have to speak with the principal personally and attend remedial classes. It was said that the lower the score, the more often they would have to attend extra classes, which was not a cause for joy for. After that, Hee-jae decided not to waste time on chatter and said that he was leaving them, and now they were on their own. Without even thinking about mercy, the young man began to walk into the thick bushes, although the children were very scared without him. An alarmed student asked what they should do now, but received no answer. Soon the guys began to discuss that first of all, they needed to destroy the core of the dungeon. The brave Hyun-wook said that according to the scouts' information, the target was in the eastern part of the forest. The boy noted that they would have to pass by the pixies to get there, and asked if everyone remembered what he was talking about. The young man also inquired about the runes hiding mana, and Park So-hyun and Jin-woo immediately showed them. After that, a decision was made to move forward, and the group began to advance, carefully looking around. Meanwhile, Hee-jae, who was hiding behind a tree, felt a little uncomfortable just standing on the sidelines and watching. The students were in a forest-like dungeon, so there were many plants around, but in an instant, they saw a strange creature. The pixies living here were only smart enough to put out the fire, but there was no source of water in the dimension. The fighters were restless to build a fire and use it, but the brave Hyun-wook rushed into the attack first. The teacher said in his inner voice that if the guys caught this detail, they would succeed 100%. But at the same time, the young man understood that none of them would get the highest score, since the guys had little experience. A large number of winged monsters began to attack the team, approaching from different sides and surrounding them. The cool-headed Han Seong did not let the vile creatures get close to him, swinging his sword. Tense Hyun-wook exclaimed that they were surrounded, but the swordsman tried not to panic. Grabbing a flying pixie with his hand, the stern fighter ordered the mages to use their shields as soon as possible. Confused Jin-woo couldn't collect his thoughts, while Park So-hyun seemed calmer at that moment. Focusing as hard as she could, the girl took a deep breath and began to fill the surrounding environment with her mana. The ruthless young man ordered to finish off the pathetic bugs that stood in their way and blocked their passage. Coming up from behind, the nimble Han-sun aimed his sword at the pixies who had hit their heads on the barrier. The cold-blooded guy didn't even think about showing them mercy and soon killed the rest. Trying to catch his breath, Hyun-wook asked his comrades to double-check that all the creatures were dead. Then he noted that this was their third battle, and asked how the mages were doing with the rune papers. Smiling, Park So-hyun replied that they had already checked everything and found no problems, so the team would soon reach the core. At the same time, no one ruled out the possibility that the location of the targets in the C-rank dungeon could change at any moment. Moving forward, one of the team members noted that it was much easier here than in other locations. Yoo Hyo-eun asked if Park had been in caves before, and she replied that she had visited them with her grandfather, but they had only cleared A-rank caves. A gloomy Sun-jin said that she had followed her teacher into a C-rank cave as training, but it was nothing special. She added that the place they were in now was much easier to pass through. and an enthusiastic Xiongyan asked if that wasn't a sign of their superior skills. Hearing his words from behind the bushes, Hee-jae considered it to be overconfidence, but he only secretly observed and did not interfere. Serious Hyun-wook said that despite the man's words, the director would not have let them in if he had doubts about their abilities. The hero was struck by the fact that he never once called him a teacher, and the guy added that the mentor said that the nearest caves had been checked. That's why he thought they had been cleared in advance so that they could pass. And that was indeed the case. On the way, the fighter said that pixies always move in flocks, and asked if his comrades found it strange that they had only encountered 8 targets. The skeptical young man dismissed the hero's warning that he would not interfere as nothing more than a bluff to make them nervous. The brave man was willing to bet that the teacher was standing somewhere behind a tree, rolling his eyes because he could see right through him. The teacher, hiding in the bushes, heard every word he said, but remained calm and did not give in to his emotions. He wondered why he shouldn't increase the difficulty level of the dungeon since the kids thought it was easy. In a low voice, the mentor said that he would teach the ill-mannered children to watch their language. Unfortunately, most of the tragedies in the world began with dungeons that brought misfortune and chaos. Seeing a little boy in the middle of a ruined street, a stranger asked if he was all right. The blond man asked if it was true that the boy had just woken up, but at first he heard no answer. Smiling slyly, the man decided to find out his name, since there was no one else around. Hearing explosions around them, the stranger learned that the boy's name was Hyun-wook, and said that from now on, they would be friends. The guild leader invited the youngster to his place, saying that it would be foolish to waste his ability without learning how to use it. The boy agreed, and his new acquaintance said that he would not charge him for his training. The gentleman explained that the child would simply learn new skills in their organization and could become a hunter in the future. It took the boy very little time to understand the meaning of his counterpart's cunning gaze, before everything around him turned into hell. Before being sent to the location, the young man was dressed in a business suit and came to the teacher's class. The young man heard that the fearless Hee-jae had been captured by monsters when he risked his life to save Lee Sin-yun. The guy thought about going up to him and thanking him, but he was still a little unsure. Suddenly, the main character turned around and saw Hyun-wook behind him, who was clearly confused. The mentor assumed that the lecture on runes would be too tedious for him, so he didn't want to overload him. Instead of the teacher's stern gaze, the youngster saw him looking at him as if he were an object, as if he were considering him cannon fodder. The sweating boy felt very disgusted, and at that moment, several dead pixies lay on the battlefield. Stressed out, Yoo Hyo-yoon noted that there were fewer and fewer enemies, and the guy explained that it was because they were getting closer to the core. He added that the place wasn't that difficult, so the teacher could have come up with any excuse to take away points. The angry girl said that after her long run, the arrogant guy said it wasn't enough, so she really wanted to punch him. She asked the director if they could reduce the intensity of the training a little, but Hyun assumed that he was listening. An extremely emotional Yoo Hyun-yoon exclaimed that there was nowhere to even take a shower here, and the guy asked if she had said that too. The young man suggested that the headmaster had not replied that she was not going to the dungeon to live in luxury, and the girl confirmed this. Hong Seok-kyung also clearly said that the student would see worse things when she became a hunter, so there was no need to make a fuss about dust on her clothes. The girl, barely holding back her tears, cried out that this was indeed the case, and the alarmed Park Seok-hyun asked her to calm down. Noticing suspicious sounds nearby, the mage asked if the others had heard it. It turned out that an unexpected attack by pixies had begun, and there were now several times more of them. The squad leader covered Yoo Hyo-eun with his back and ordered everyone to take up their positions in order to repel the attack as quickly as possible. A vile monster suddenly appeared behind the crying girl, eager to sink its teeth into her skin. Hyun-wook, who was repelling the attacks, asked his comrades to help the defenseless girl, who was very confused at that moment. The tense young man did not understand how to get out of there and whether it was worth destroying the core of the dungeon or waiting for the monsters to leave on their own. He was sure that in his place, the faction leader would have made someone the main target of the pixies, a decoy, and continued the sweep. The young commander understood that his ruthless mentor had turned someone into a sacrificial lamb. The fighter understood that healers were just dead weight and could be used. But then Hyun remembered that he himself had recently been a burden. He needed to make decisions as quickly as possible, as the situation was heating up with every passing second. The leader put his hand to his face and began to think, maintaining a serious expression, but nothing came to mind. Someone from the group suddenly shouted his name, and in the eyes of the boy who stood frozen in place, a pixie's face was visible. The creature was instantly killed by the cold-blooded Hee-jae, who emphasized that the guys were already very exhausted. The completely calm teacher noted that this happened during a routine raid, so the results were not very encouraging. Looking at the dirty Hyunwook, who was in shock, the gentleman asked if he would pull himself together or not. The young man's behavior was extremely strange, and he suddenly bowed while standing next to his mentor. The bewildered young man did not know how to react to what was happening, and his tongue would not even turn to say anything. The pixies continued to rage around and pull the magician's hair, who could do nothing about it. The tense Choi Jin was ordered to use the shield, and Lee Seon-eun was ordered to take the 11 o'clock position. The brave Han Yun-yeon had to protect the terrified Yu Hyo-yeon, who couldn't stand up for herself. The fearless Han Seong had to pay attention to the 8 o'clock position, and Park So-hyun had to prepare the barrier. Counting down from 3, the level-headed teacher ordered everyone to take their positions again and follow his orders. The shocked hero realized he had gone too far, even though he had only lit a fire in the back of the dungeon to scare the kids a little. If he had known that they would not be able to handle it, he would not have done anything, because even now, they were fighting well, taking their places. There was no need to fight everyone. They just had to hold out until the pixies ran away and deal with the dungeon break-in. From the moment they entered the location, Hyunwook gave instructions, and the others followed his example because even during regular training, he was the leader. Although the commander's abilities influenced the success of the squad, they couldn't depend on him for everything. It was for this reason that the expedition to the dungeon failed miserably, which was not easy to accept. After some time, Director Hong Seo-kyung found out about this and became very nervous while driving. He inquired about what the inspectors had to say about the success of the raid, even though the area had been destroyed. It was decided to discuss this a little later, and soon silence reigned in the long minivan. Upon reaching their destination, Teacher Haijay said that the assessment results would be known tomorrow. Some of the team were curious about the importance of the marks, which seemed meaningless at that moment. At the same time, the teacher said it was time to disperse, as evening had fallen and the sun was setting on the horizon. There was still an awkward silence in the car, and no one even knew how to start a conversation. The unperturbed hero asked if Hyunwook would not be going to the dormitory, but received no response. With a weary sigh, the teacher asked to speak with the student, after which the principal and Kim Chae-min got out of the car. Left alone, the man, ready to listen, asked the boy to talk, because something was clearly troubling him. Serious, he said he wouldn't ask any questions, but if there was a problem, it would be better to solve it quickly. Suddenly, the young man burst into tears and said in a trembling voice that he couldn't become a hunter. In his past life, the boy had been very rude and tried to avoid communicating with people unless absolutely necessary. Looking at the small brunette, he said that he had come because, according to the director, it was urgent. The tense man said that only he could look after him, and the young man asked who this kid was. The gentleman replied that he had been his son for several years, and Hyunwook initially assumed that he had stolen him from somewhere. The hunter promised to try to return as soon as possible after the cleanup, and asked the young man to take care of the child. He also said that Ji-yeon was also in the dungeon and Lee was abroad, so things were bad, and the confused young man didn't know how to react. Remembering that he had recently cleared a rank A location without fear, and considering his character, the boss thought he could handle the youngster. Hong Seok-kyung added that his credit card was on the table and asked him to spend money on whatever he needed. But the guy was not going to agree. Smiling, the cheerful director said that he had no choice, so the conversation was over. He asked to take care of his child and then quickly left, throwing his colleague off balance. Left alone with the child, the young man didn't know how to behave or what to say for the first few seconds. Soon, the fighter introduced himself as the head's apprentice and asked the silent child his name. 2 years after graduating from the academy, Hyunwook founded his own guild, which soon became the talk of the town. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the young man was incredible and proved himself very worthy. Even if he was now vomiting in a half-crouching position, it did not negate the fact that he was a good team member. His comrades silently watched as the man in the black suit vomited on the ground, feeling unwell. The healer standing nearby asked the leader to take a sip of water, but he said that everything was fine. The young man was one of the most famous hunters in Korea, and the leader of an entire guild. In his past life, Woo Hee-jae found it very unpleasant to watch such a famous person simply vomit in front of everyone. Wiping his mouth, the gentleman asked if it was true that the main character was from the management agency, and inquired about his name. His counterpart asked if they had met before, and the young man replied that he was pleased to meet him, but had never seen him before. Feeling very ill, the leader swore that he had heard of him somewhere before, but couldn't remember anything. The association members said that they were already behind schedule and it was time to go, but Hyunwook didn't understand why they were in such a hurry. Taking a metal flask out of his pocket, the well-fed man said he would take care of everything. He began to gulp down the liquid, which shocked and puzzled the hero. The guy, blue with nerves, asked if he had lost his mind, since he had decided to drink alcohol after they had passed through the gate. Vuk, completely calm, replied that his brain didn't work well until he had a dose of the warming drink. Smiling as if nothing had happened, he added that he always takes a drink with alcohol with him before a raid. Hiding the flask in his jacket pocket, he grinned and suggested they finish quickly and then have a drink together. At that moment, Hiye promised himself that he would quit if he had to work with this pig again. But for now, the young student was crying. The boy continued to sniffle, but his whining was beginning to annoy the imperturbable teacher. Trying to control himself, the teacher turned to the youngster, thinking it was time to put an end to this charade. Continuing to cry, the blonde-haired boy said in a trembling voice that it was not enough to be a hunter. The mentor handed him a bottle of water and asked him to take a sip to calm down, and in response heard a word of gratitude. The main character couldn't stand people who did nothing but whine, thinking that was enough to be forgiven, and didn't even realize their mistakes. If Hyun-wook had been an employee of the management agency, he would have given him a dressing down. But there was a reason why the teacher was being gentle with him now. Keeping his cool, the young teacher asked why the boy thought that way, wanting to raise him to be a human being, not an animal. His counterpart said that Haje had obviously heard something, and he immediately asked if it was true that it was about his membership in the guild. Gradually calming down, the student said that when he said it, it sounded like he was a professional. Suddenly, the boy declared that he had lived as bait for 3 years and had acted in the same way, and that it was very unpleasant for him to remember this. The judicious mentor had a rough idea of what the young man had been through, so he did not condemn him for anything. It was a typical story of how a young person gets drawn into a fraudulent scheme, but no one should have to go through that. Hyun-wook once vowed to become a true hunter and gather like-minded individuals around him to form his own guild. He wanted to help people and prevent bad things from happening. But when they were attacked by a swarm of pixies, something happened in his mind. A terrible thought arose in him that those who were useless in battle could be used as bait. The boy said he hated the faction leader, but that was how he felt before he did the same thing. It was very disgusting, and the young man couldn't accept it, but the teacher suddenly said that he knew someone. He added that the boy had grown up in the same conditions as Hyun, and decided to use a different approach than Park So-hyun's. The hero understood that he could retell Vuk's story from the past, so he wasn't particularly worried about it. The teacher said that the boy had signed a contract in his youth, not knowing that it was possible to live differently, and eventually ran away with the help of a kind man. The young man said that the situation of his old acquaintance was very reminiscent of the calmed-down fighter. The gentleman added that the boy faced the same difficulties, but did not mention that this was his sad counterpart. Now, knowing Hyun-wook's story, the main character could better understand him and his psychological state. The guy still couldn't shake off the shackles of the past and often thought about the old guild, the disaster in Mendo, and what was going on at school. Yoo Ji-in could have warned him by telling him about the past, but now he felt like a bad person. Folding his hands together, the teacher said something aloud, something even a little funny. It was strange to see a young man who used to crawl around drunk, then began to donate money and pay compensation to the victims on behalf of the guild. In the past, he had been stabbed because he had covered for those who had embezzled money from the faction, but he had continued to live on. The apprentice asked what the purpose was, and the mentor replied that the man did it to help children who had gone through the same difficulties as him. Once, an agent asked Hyun-wook if he understood that there were other people who could take care of the matter just as well, but he considered the question rude. The guy warned that the man would not receive any rewards, and he noted that his father had asked the same question. Then the head asked if that was why Wu Hai was up all night, and he replied that he hadn't said that. The provocateur asked if we really wanted to get out of there so badly, but the angry guy repeated that those weren't his words. Holding a flask of alcohol in his hands, the fat man came to the conclusion that he would have to answer the question anyway. The man said that he was not a person of high moral principles and could do terrible things if he wanted to achieve something. The young man asked what the reason for his behavior was, and learned that Hyun-wook didn't want to fall to the bottom. He really wanted to prove that he was above that, and the hero then asked his student why he shouldn't do the same. Keeping his cool, the teacher added that it was his life, and it was up to him to decide what to do. But at the same time, he asked if his student knew that his former guild leader was already behind bars, which shocked him greatly. The young man answered no to his question, and the teacher smiled and said that was unfortunate. The mentor asked the fighter to show everyone that he could achieve success without resorting to such nasty methods. Sometime later, in the evening, Hee-jae sat in an establishment with Hong Seok-young and Kim Chae-min and told them about the situation. The director said that if the students couldn't even clear a week in dungeon, they wouldn't become hunters. The hero asked if he thought one of the guys needed counseling, and the headmaster asked if he was talking about Hyunwook. The teacher said that Han Seong was also stressed out and added that the students had developed a lot of stress. The young teacher believed that they should at least visit a psychologist once to assess their condition. Throwing a bone from the meat onto a napkin, Mr. Hong emphasized that psychotherapy and counseling were good, but there was a nuance. He asked what the chances were that the specialist would be awake, but his counterpart did not quite understand the question. The man explained that the hunter could become violent during the examination, but it was unknown what the chances were that he could be subdued. The main character remained silent, and Kim Chae-min intervened in the conversation and decided to talk about an incident that had occurred a couple of years ago. She said that as a result of one incident, a doctor was killed by a fighter who had a panic attack during the session. Hong Seok-kyung, who was eating chicken legs, noted that it was not done intentionally. But after that, real problems began. The news of the psychiatrist's death spread through the newspapers on the same day and caused a great deal of commotion. The brunette said that the doctors wanted measures to be taken to guarantee their safety, so they began to refuse treatment. An example was given of the mana control bracelet worn by Hee-jae, who believed that the hunters had refused the conditions. The lady added that currently, consultations can only be obtained by phone, and the patient cannot even see the doctor's face. There were cases when fighters tracked down their specialists, but the tense hero could not understand how his sessions with the doctor went. The director said that it was impossible to provide the necessary treatment, so the hunters stopped seeking treatment. The teacher noted that they were still children, but they all had licenses, and each had a rank higher than D. As if nothing had happened, the gentleman enjoying his meal said that they could not receive any help. Hong added that if it were incredibly shocking, he would not have followed him, so there was no need to worry so much about it. The teacher was still concerned about the issue, and the head assured him that he understood his feelings. Taking a sip of beer, he remembered that he needed to discuss something with the organization they had talked about earlier. He asked if Hee-jae hadn't said earlier that the National Society of New Minds had tried to lure him in using child psychology. The hunter asked him to try to get some important information for himself since he was going there anyway. His counterpart added that he had the opportunity to become a psychologist in the future, but the young man didn't think it was a good idea. His comrade thought he was perfect for the role, since he had done well with Hyun-wook, and the young man suggested that the salary would be higher. The cunning Hong Seok-kyung, as always, changed the subject and offered the young man some more beer. Raising his hand, the director loudly and confidently asked the waiter to bring them more drinks, which made Shaman smile. The next day, the main character stood at the entrance to the building and ended the call, wishing his interlocutor a good day. He remembered the director's words that if it really was permission, he would not have followed him. After graduating from school, children would have to solve problems on their own, without anyone's help. The teacher could not deny the need to go through the process of struggling and overcoming difficulties alone, but everything had its limits. The boy did not expect the headmaster to be so sensitive and to care about his students much more than he did. There was a lot of news on the internet about how Korea's best hunter, Hong Seok-kyung, had once again saved his country. One website even had an entire column describing his journey from an outstanding novice to the strongest warrior. Leafing through various pages, the emotionless Hee-jae thought to himself that it was all nonsense. Opening his phone book, the young man began to dial the number listed on a small business card. The group leader, Chung Yeon-hwa, picked up the phone, and the young man immediately said that he was the teacher she had met, and the lady recognized him right away. The woman knew that he would call again, as there was nowhere else to find such an experienced person for the children, even though she had only seen him once. Madam said that a meeting for those traumatized after the underground was currently taking place, and she was sure that the mentor was making a huge contribution to it. Soon, the car the hero was sitting in was parked, and Kim Chae-min asked if he was sure he was okay with such an appearance. The excited girl added that they should have brought their Amy with them to cheer them up. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about, and the beauty explained that she meant her favorite yellow-green car. The young man asked what good would come of the adventure, and the lady asked if he hadn't used his connections with Hong for his own purposes. The charmer added that Hee-jae might be close to the Supreme Mage, but he replied that his connections with the director were enough for him. The dissatisfied comrade asked the young man who had gotten out of the car if this was really his gratitude for her giving him a ride. Nevertheless, the incredibly beautiful girl sincerely wished the young man luck on his important mission. A few seconds later, the confident man entered the building, where an employee in a white shirt was already standing in front of him. The young member of the organization greeted the guest and asked if he had come for the lecture. The hero confirmed that this was the case, but at the same time, the face of his counterpart seemed familiar to him, and the young man asked if he could find out his name. Without hesitation, Woo Hee-jae introduced himself, after which the young man began to look for him on the guest list. Very soon, the young man realized that the group leader had invited him here, so there were no more questions. He asked the hero to go to a small auditorium on the second floor and stick a sticker on his phone case, which was stunning. Seeing the guest's violent reaction, the guy asked what was wrong, but the teacher smiled and replied that everything was fine. The teacher said that the guy looked like an acquaintance of his, and he said that he understood everything. Moving forward, the tense mentor thought to himself that she not only looked exactly like his friend, but was the same person. The young employee continued to greet visitors and check whether they had been invited to the lecture. The brave man was curious to know where number 3 had gone after the unsuccessful end of the test, and it turned out that he had been in the organization's building the whole time. The young man was the oldest child in the laboratory, and at the time of the event, he was already 15 years old. Since the center had decided to end the experiments at 13, number 3 was practically an adult to the others. He stayed even after that because he was a good kid. Or perhaps because the director didn't like Hije and didn't want him to control the children. Being the oldest, the hero encouraged the younger ones to commit misdemeanors, and did so with pleasure. Shortly before his 16th birthday, number 3 disappeared without a trace, which was very strange and suspicious. This was an unfortunate turn of events, because with his departure, no one was left to restrain the violent brunette. They weren't on particularly good terms, but the boy had grown attached to him and even missed him. Now, looking around, the teacher said to himself that he never thought he would meet his old acquaintance again. During the lecture, the woman said that every child is a unique personality, so there is no single answer, and she urged everyone to remember this. The host asked what was important to talk about with children, and people began to suggest options such as love and patience. The sweet gray-haired lady smiled and emphasized the correctness of the guest's words. The lady suggested dividing into groups and holding a discussion. But the wary Hije did not understand why this would even be useful. He couldn't understand whether people would be confused if they started talking about the strangeness of the very beginning. One of the women told the teacher that she hadn't seen her in a long time, and she replied that she had been busy with work and didn't have a single free minute. The serious hero knew perfectly well that this was the method cults use to increase the number of believers. The lady sitting next to him suddenly noticed the stranger, whom she had not met before. She decided to ask if he was new here, and the young man immediately answered in the affirmative. The people noted that they had not noticed him at all, only communicating among themselves, and the young man smiled and replied that he was fine with that. The teacher sitting in front asked which classes Hije worked with and learned that he worked with older students. The enthusiastic beauty emphasized that she was also involved in this, adding that students are very sensitive at this age. Suddenly, the main character got up from his seat and apologized, saying that he needed to go to the restroom. Walking down the hallway, he wondered how he could get something useful out of this, even if he couldn't prove that the association was involved with the ARC. Seeing students drinking soda nearby, the teacher wondered if he should talk to them. He also thought that he could find number 3, who was surely connected to all this in some way. Besides, if the ARC was targeting they would find a way to contact him themselves. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the young man behind him. A very familiar young man asked if he could help the guest wandering the hallway. Slightly agitated, the guy asked if he didn't like the lecture, but the answer did not come immediately. The hero realized that the young man did not recognize him, even though they had spent a lot of time together in the laboratory, and that was a little sad. If he had known that the adult version of the youngster was traveling through time, the teacher would have gone to the ARC himself and begged for his life to be spared. Keeping a cool head, the man asked if he was a volunteer, and his counterpart confirmed this, and added that he was working off his hours. Smiling, the boy added that this was not the only reason, and the gentleman asked why else. Lowering his gaze to the floor, the slightly nervous young man tried to formulate a response. Feeling a slight tremor in his legs, the boy said that he had also suffered because of the underground. That was why he wanted to help the children who were going through the same horror he had experienced some time ago. The teacher noted that this was very kind of him and now finally understood what the shy number 3 was getting at. The man said that he was responsible for students with the same experience as him, and the boy asked if the other kids were just like him. The gentleman replied that outwardly the students were completely normal, but inside, they were in turmoil. After these words, there was a brief silence, but during this time the boy stared intently into his eyes. The main character apologized to the young man, who said that everything was fine and he didn't mind discussing the topic. At first, the boy was disgusted even to think about his experience, but now he spoke freely about it because he could help other children. The polite Hije hoped that his students would become just as strong, and learned that it had taken the young man a long time to get to this point. Looking at his watch, the teacher said that he should not rush in this case. It was already time for Mr. Wu to leave, and he thanked him for the information, even though he assumed it was difficult for the young man to talk about it. Making notes in his brown notebook, the mentor smiled and asked if it was useful for number 3. He was grateful to him for that, then tore a page out of his diary to hand it to the young man. The main character said that he was not an important figure, but was still considered a hunter. So he asked the boy to contact him if he needed help. Encouraged, the boy asked if he was really a powerful and experienced fighter. The brave man was putting himself at the mercy of the boy and walking into the lion's den with his own feet, so he should take advantage of the opportunity. After a while, the boy was sitting in Hong Seok-kyung's office, who was making coffee. The young man said that the targets had no names, only numbers, and the man listened attentively. The gentleman asked about his younger brother or sister, and the young man replied that he belonged to number 12. The tense hunter noted that these scoundrels were worse than animals, because they tormented people in every way possible. The teacher asked him to try to investigate the orphanages, and added that he had heard about their sponsorship project. Since they had hurriedly taken the children away, some traces remained at the training center. If they had been sent to different homes, it would have been easier to avoid attention. The director said that they and Ms. Kim should enter the underground in 2 days, because an urgent message had come from Saocho. He asked the teacher to take good care of the students, and the dissatisfied boy asked how long it would last. The hunter replied that if it was an A-rank location, he could guarantee that it would take a week, but he had no information. The head asked his colleague not to worry, and the hero wondered if it was true that Hong Soken was defending the S-level dungeon at the same time. Fighter Lee mentioned that they could no longer postpone the school repairs, and the teacher asked about the mana control bracelet. The principal asked if he was asking about it because he wanted to use it again, but the stern young man replied that this was not the case. His colleague assured him that a serious teacher who silently glanced at him did not need such items. Winking, the hunter asked if it was true that it was much easier to teach children that way, and the young man reluctantly agreed. The young man asked if he could continue lecturing according to the curriculum, but this puzzled the employee. Looking fearfully at Hong Seok-kyung, the brave young man reminded him that he had given them to him and asked him to look. Looking at the chessboard on the table, the slightly agitated gentleman said that he had read it, but the young teacher did not believe him. 2 days later, the principal and Mrs. Kim went to the basement, and the children were again in the care of Woo Hee-jae. The brave Lee Seong-yun raised his hand and asked about their grades, reminding the teacher. To be honest, the teacher was very picky when giving grades because he took it very seriously. Earlier, Chemin had convincingly asked him not to be too strict with the children, although he often behaved that way. She said that the children themselves knew what they had done wrong, so she doubted that it was necessary to scold them too much. The lady asked him to simply praise the students and motivate them to do even better next time. The dissatisfied hero asked what the next step was, calling her the captain, and the girl patted him on the shoulder, asking him not to mock the students. She also asked him to wear the clothes she had picked out for him, since he worked at an educational institution and couldn't wear sweatpants. During the lesson, the teacher asked the students what they thought should be done first when preparing to explore the dungeon. Being calm, he asked them not to be afraid to make mistakes, promising that he would accept any answer. The very serious Hyun-wook immediately raised his hand and said that it was very important to gather ammunition. Han Yun-young suggested that they needed to train in combat. Yu Hyo-young mentioned gathering information, and Chae Jin-woo agreed with the boy. While the teacher was saying that everything they said was partly true, a black crossover parked near the school. Then the mentor asked who was in charge of gathering information about the location, strategy, and collecting the squad and supplies. The leader took responsibility for this, so the man said that the guys had made 2 terrible mistakes. He added that they didn't have a commander in the group during the mission, and at that moment, Lee Mi-sun entered the room. The mentor also noted that the guys relied too much on Hyun-wook, who was also a student. The gentleman noted that if someone is unable to fight, the leader of the group will coordinate the actions of the others, so the choice of leader is very important. Recalling Kim Chae-min's request to praise the children, the man said that they did not fail the cleaning task. The guy praised the fact that they were able to concentrate in a difficult situation and did not lose their composure. As he was about to sum up, the young teacher continued to recall the words of his colleague. Exploring dungeons was not just about fighting skills, so the teacher wanted to teach the kids to think correctly. The unflappable Hae-jae asked everyone to think about how they would behave in a combat zone if they were the leader. Soon, he sent the students to lunch and remained alone with Lee Mi-sun, who said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The hero asked her straight out which dungeon Kim and Hong were in, and the lady replied that she was also glad to see him. The young man inquired if they had indeed gone to the cave of the Howling Sirens, but the answer was not forthcoming. Smiling calmly, the mysterious lady asked where he had gotten this information. At first, the young man didn't even believe it was true, But Lee, who was dragging her feet, continued to smile sweetly at him, looking him in the eyes. After fixing her hair, she finally replied that his comrades were now in the Siren's dungeon off the coast of Socho. The woman emphasized that many hunters had fallen in this dangerous place, where not everyone wanted to go. In 2027, with the help of Kim Chae-min, the rescue of trapped soldiers and civilians began. Only one person died during the mission. However, it was the brave madam. All those present fought fearlessly and did not stop even for a second to catch their breath. Smiling, one of the fighters wondered why no one could move in front of this monster. But in an instant, the smirk disappeared from his face when he saw the girl screaming in unbearable pain. The hunters, who didn't have the courage to pierce their ears, instantly succumbed to the siren's hypnotic influence. If they had moved, the magic would have immediately worn off. But it was almost impossible to do so. The valiant Kim Chae-min knew this, so she tried to do something to get around the trap. After creating the skill management agency, the first task was to deal with the aftermath of the tragedy in the Siren's Nest. Alert Lee Meeson noticed the strange behavior of Teacher Wu, who knew that the girl's death had occurred later. Following his heart was not the most rational idea, and he was well aware of this, but his counterpart asked if something was wrong. Hae-jae was worried about this investigation because it wasn't planned initially, so nothing should happen to Hong and Kim. Exhaling, the guy calmed down a little and began to drive away the bad thoughts that were filling his head. The teacher replied to the beautiful blonde that nothing had happened, but she thought he was lying. Nevertheless, the beauty also regained her composure and did not dwell on the subject any longer. Snapping her fingers, Lee Meeson remembered something and decided to tell Teacher Wu about it right away. She asked if the young man would like to join the guild, which was somewhat unexpected for him. At first, the lady wanted to talk about the runes, which have less impact. But if everything is in order, then the bar can be raised. The woman promised that in their faction, Hae-jae would be able to control information more easily, and they would also take care of solving problems. Shaking his head, the main character replied that he was not interested and did not want to listen any further. The blonde did not insist and said that she would not force him to join, because he was a human being and had the right to choose. Her calmness even surprised the young man a little, as he had already thought that Lee Meeson would cling to him with a death grip. The young man admitted that he thought she would insist, and when the lady asked him if he wanted to, he replied that he didn't really. The cunning and ingenious madam just smiled silently, as if she had her own plans for the young teacher. She said that something had to be done to preserve his reputation, because it was important. The girl added that as long as the teacher didn't kill anyone, they could decide anything, and the young man wondered if that was the right way to lure people to him. Meanwhile, Hong Seok-yong, Kim Chae-min, and two other brave explorers were in the dangerous area of the dungeon. A fearless man walked ahead of them, his sturdy brown boots stepping on branches. His face was unusually serious, and a blue pearl glowed pleasantly in his right ear. Two silver tokens rattled around his neck, reflecting rays of light in different directions. Meanwhile, Hae-jae was explaining in class that there was no correct way to raid the dungeon, so they had to think quickly to develop a strategy. Keeping his cool, the teacher asked which of the students wanted to go first and began to look around at everyone. Looking at the wall clock, the young mentor heard only silence in response and realized that no one wanted to. Remembering that the serious Hyunwook was the team captain, he asked who the guy would like to appoint as his deputy. The young man chose Han San, as they had already worked together and he had some experience navigating dangerous locations. It was said that in this simulation, they would consider the white figures to be members of the raid and the black ones to be monsters. Assuming that the hunters had entered the area where the core was located in the eastern part of the forest, the leader said that they would move towards the center. According to him, the healer Yu Hyo-un would be in the middle, with the mages on either side of her, while he would stand in front with his deputy. The mentor warned that shortly after entering, they would encounter a fairy, and the captain immediately said that they would kill her. The hero asked why, and the young man replied that these were monsters that moved in groups, but some could patrol alone or in pairs. The leader decided to kill the creature quickly before it returned to its pack and brought someone else with it. The calm Hae-jae said that there were 3 trees growing between them, blocking the fairy's view, so she had not yet realized that she had been spotted. Hyun-wook replied that if the enemy showed no signs of retreat, they would move closer, and eventually he would attack and kill it. The mentor asked what the guy would do if he got closer to the core, but a huge group of angry fairies attacked his team. The tense young man looked very thoughtful, because he did not want to make any mistakes and was thinking everything through carefully. Reaching for one of the chess pieces, the young man continued to think in order to give a detailed answer. Keeping a cool head, he replied that they would focus on building their team correctly. The young man added that then he and Sun Jin would deal with the fairies flying at them, and hold off the attack until the last moment. Finally, the leader said that those in front would be killed first, and then the rest of the targets would be released. Serious Haije asked what would happen after the fairies left, and Hyun replied that they would destroy the core of the dungeon before anything else happened. The young man firmly stated that their goal was to clear the location, so there was no need to find out what the monsters were doing. Looking into his eyes without much emotion, the teacher remained silent, which made the young man a little nervous. In the end, the mentor smiled and noted that the young captain's strategy was quite good. Finally, it was announced that the raid had been successfully completed, after which Hyunwook relaxed and exhaled. After catching his breath, the young leader asked what the result of their work was this time. The emotionless Hije replied that trips to the dungeon did not result in any grades. It didn't matter whether the participants lived or died, which alarmed Yu Hyo-eun and Choi Jin-woo a little. After explaining this, the main character suggested that the students take turns until the lesson was over. He asked the students if they remembered how Hyunwook had appointed So Han-sung as his deputy, and asked them to try it themselves. After naming the assistant as the leader, the teacher asked who he would appoint as his assistant. The serious guy replied that he would choose Hyunwook, as he considered him more skilled and experienced than himself. Picking up the black figure, the mentor praised the students and said that they were all entering the dungeon. Then the homeroom teacher added that the students would encounter 6 fairies wandering around the city, which stunned Hansen. The young man said that this had not happened in the previous cave, and the teacher asked when he had said that this was the same dungeon they had already visited. The gentleman added that no 2 locations in the world are the same, so they needed to prepare for the worst. The smiling Hije reminded them that he had promised to teach them how to use their brains, but now said that there was no way to do so. Meanwhile, the brave Hong Seok-yong was in the thick of battle, where a winged harpy stood in his way. The strong man continued to stand on his feet and moved in every way possible to avoid falling into the creature's trap. Feeling tense, he said to himself that, as expected, without Miss Kim, they would have a hard time. The frightening girl with elf ears began to sing a serenade, which served as a weapon. Many hunters underestimated this dungeon simply because the monsters here were sirens. Despite the fact that in 3 years, not a single survivor had emerged from this extremely dangerous location, people kept making the same mistake. As a result, the monster endlessly devoured the fighters who thought they could handle everyone. At the moment, the cold-blooded shaman acted professionally and helped her comrades. Hoon, who remained calm, was curious if there were any runes that could drown out the voices of sirens. At first, his goal was to observe Woo Hee-jae, but the perceptive guy helped make everything more convenient. Almost a year had passed since the director had been unable to go on raids due to the incident with the Ark and the school. At that moment, the gentleman could no longer ignore the pressure from the government and decided to take action. Once the Ark incident was resolved, the director wanted to devote time to the boy's upbringing. He believed that 30 years was the ideal time for the young man's talent as a hunter to blossom. But it was too early to relax, as the brave man was still in battle and was being attacked by a monster with chicken feet. The monster was very aggressive and began to extend its claws, trying to attack its opponent, but it was all in vain. The brave hunter struck with his spear, trying not to let the vile harpy get close to him, and remained calm in battle. The fearless Hong Seok-yong, in turn, walked along a shaky branch, carefully making his way to the creature's rear. Suddenly, he made a sharp and rather high jump to increase the force of the blow. The alarmed siren immediately turned her attention to the man who was swinging his spear at her in the air. At that very moment, the sharp weapon pierced the body of the winged monster, which did not even have time to react. One of the creatures began to fall freely, causing her companion to panic. The angry maiden turned her gaze to the vile scoundrel who dared to come to them and start killing. A shockwave suddenly appeared around them, provoked by the fearless Kim Shaman. The girl continued to hold the barrier with her staff, helping Hong Seok-kyun fight with all her might. The beauty was sure that everything was fine behind her, so she continued to focus on her task. Sensing something was wrong, she turned around and saw an open palm out of the corner of her eye. Feeling a shiver run down her spine, the tense lady saw the bloodied director in the clutches of the siren. During class, Woo Hee-jae asked the children if they had all gotten used to the simulations over the past few days. He said that today they would try a different approach and asked everyone not to be shy and to speak up if they had a suitable plan of action. The teacher added that they were facing a dungeon, and there was very little time left before the breakthrough, so the goal was to get through it as quickly as possible. It was said that after passing through the gate, the boys would find themselves on a plain with a forest visible in the distance, but at least 10 kilometers away. Raising his hand, the serious Hyunwook asked if anyone knew the location of the core of the location. The teacher replied that not even a pixie could be seen in the area, and the boy wondered if there were any shelters. The mentor said that as soon as they stepped through the gate, they could assume that all their movements were visible to the monsters, because there was nowhere to hide. Calm Han Eun-yeon learned that the weather inside the dungeon was clear and sunny, from which conclusions could be drawn. The perceptive girl began to think about this, trying to figure out how they should proceed. Unexpectedly, she suggested setting a fire in the location, which somewhat alarmed Lee Seong-yeon. She added that pixies rarely leave their territory, but they are wary of strangers and smart enough to set up ambushes or traps. The girl added that if they set everything on fire with magic, the monsters would not be able to get far. But Hae-jae pointed out that the team would also be in danger. The clever student said that in that case, they could simply leave the gates temporarily. Her well-thought-out strategy seemed quite interesting, and even surprised the main character a little. Feeling awkward, the smiling Han Eun-yeon asked if she had said something strange, because her mentor's reaction was unusual. The young teacher took a small yellow sticker in his hand and took a step toward his student. Remaining silent, he stuck the sticker on the forehead of the girl, who did not understand what was happening. The brown-eyed girl quickly realized what was going on, but couldn't figure out why he did it without saying anything. Showing his thumb and smiling, Hae-jae praised her, saying that she had done very well. Suddenly, the teacher asked what he would have to do for the student if she collected 10 such stickers. Everyone present listened to him silently and very attentively, but he kept them in suspense and remained completely unperturbed. After a while, the hero went out into the street, where the yellow car of teacher Kim Chi-min, who had suddenly returned, was parked. The dirty and crying woman said that they needed to go to the hospital urgently, which sounded very scary. The guy asked if they had failed the test, and the lady replied that it had gone well, but something terrible had happened. Barely holding back her tears, Kim mentioned director Hong Seok-kyung, and it was already clear that something had happened to him. The tense young man repeated to himself that this simply couldn't be true and refused to believe it. The hero asked the hunter to make sure the students returned home safely, as he needed to leave. On the way, he wondered if his uncle could have been hurt by some sirens and what was going on. Chemin, who was driving the car, said she wanted to say something right away, and the young man listened to her attentively. Clutching the steering wheel with a tense hand, the girl said that she was definitely against it, but this did not clarify anything and sounded strange. Blushing with anger, she repeated her words again, but this time in a loud cry, tears streaming from her eyes. The girl shouted that she would rather die than work with Hong Seok-yeong again, which came as a great shock to Hae-jae. Banging her head against the steering wheel, the strange woman screamed that the director was completely unbearable. The extremely nervous hero asked in a raised voice what was going on and why they were going to the hospital. Putting her hand to her face, the teacher began to mutter something under her breath, trying to collect her thoughts. She said that this was only the beginning, and asked her colleague to turn on his phone and go to any news site. The broadcast reported that the underground siren nest in Socho, Gangwon Province, was completely closed. It was added that details would be disclosed through the Dasong Guild, that there were no casualties, and that the injured had been taken to the hospital. The journalist on the broadcast asked if the rumors that Hunter Hong Seok-yeong had been injured in the battle were true. Members of the faction asked to refrain from questions during the interview, so no answer was given. Reporters continued to ask questions about the school principal, but the man simply walked away from the cameras. After a while, Kim Chae-min and Hae-jae, who was stunned, arrived at the hospital, stained with blood and bandaged. Hong asked as if nothing had happened whether the boy was supposed to come the day after tomorrow. The hero noted that he knew it was another pretense, and the gentleman said that it was the blood of sirens, but he had really been beaten up. The guilty girl intervened in the conversation, quietly saying that it was all her fault. The lady hadn't participated in any quests for a long time, so she didn't notice how close the monsters had gotten, and the young man asked if she really couldn't put up a shield. Surprised, he asked if that was why the beauty was so angry, but the smiling Kim replied that that wasn't quite the case. The teacher told her that he was going to deceive even the children, and he also confessed his deception to her only when they had already arrived at the hospital. The master said that if he told everything haphazardly and the children found out the truth, it would be even more dangerous. Recently, Hong Seok-kyung deliberately attacked several branches, so the ark is now lying low, waiting and watching. Kam Hae-jae asked if this meant that he had pretended to be injured in order to lull his opponents into a false sense of security and monitor their actions. Nervous Shaman wondered how the director could be so unharmed, since she had clearly seen him get beaten up badly. The head replied that she was sitting in the front row, and the girl asked him to stop being sarcastic and answer normally. The angry hunter shouted that he was not injured and offered to show his stomach, but the lady asked why she should look at some old man's belly. The gentleman did not like how she addressed him, and they began to argue while the serious hero stood aside. The director finally stopped arguing and persuasively asked the girl not to tell anyone about it. She said she would listen first, and her counterpart added that you were his trump card, so the information should remain between them. 5 years ago, in the dungeons of Mongolia, Hong Seok-young found an item that absorbs all the damage he takes. The hunter added that the item had a limit, and every time he took damage, part of his name was carved out depending on the strength of the blow. They were told that thanks to these universes, the first letter had finally appeared, and Hee-jae said he was going to the bathroom. Even after 20 years, after giving him one of his tokens, only one symbol was carved on the one remaining with Hong Seok-young. The boy understood that if the man had held out a little longer and lived to see him arrive in Seoul, everything would have been different. Only 3 clearly engraved characters were the only proof that the young man's uncle had once existed, and it was these symbols that made him acutely aware that his father was dead, and that it was impossible to bring him back to life. Clutching the token in his hand, the hero could barely hold back his tears and felt intense emotional pain. In his inner voice, the young man said that if he had known how fate would turn out, he would have called the gentleman his father. Sometime later, the bewildered young man was sitting at home when he received a call from a stranger who called him Cheon-hoon. The discouraged young man said that he was not that person, but the man threatened that he would be finished if he did not repay the debt by the end of the month. The brave young man said once again that they had the wrong number, and the gangsters were furious because the scoundrel was also rude to them. A few seconds later, the phone call ended, and Hee-jae held the phone in his hands in bewilderment. The first thing he did was go to the log to look at recent calls, where he could listen to a recording of the conversation. At that moment, another call came in, but this time the young man was in no hurry to answer. Kim Shamin, who was sitting at the computer in front of him, was surprised and asked why he wasn't answering the phone. The hero assumed that the previous user was a debtor, and now he was being called from new numbers, demanding payment. The confident girl snatched the phone from his hands and answered the call, saying that the teacher had stepped away for a moment. In an instant, the blue-eyed girl was greatly surprised and seemed to be speechless at what she heard. It turned out that the teacher had received a call from his student Kang Tae-woo, whose case was important. The tense mentor asked why his colleague had hung up, but she remained silent. The curious Kim Chae-min asked if it was true that this was the same person from the Ark, and the brave man confirmed that it was number 3. Handing over the phone, the lady noted that in such cases, the person who needs it more should be the one to pursue it. The main character asked if Teacher Hong's pretense had worked, and the beauty replied that it had. But there was one thing. She said that it had also had too much of an effect on their boys, and it was unclear what to do with him now. Not wanting to take on someone else's responsibilities, Hee-jae replied that it was the principal's concern. Calling his student Tae-woo, the young teacher said he had heard him call him earlier. The sweating young man said he knew how rude it was, but all he could think about was his mentor. Unexpectedly, the boy said that he had awakened, which instantly confused the teacher. Now everything she touched broke, and even her younger brothers suffered, and the hero listened warily. After the third one left the lab, there were no more visitors, but the brave boy clearly remembered that he was an unsuccessful experiment. The calm gentleman asked where he was now, and the boy replied that he would send him the address in a message. The excited boy expressed his immense gratitude, and the mentor asked him to calm down and promised that it would be soon. Very surprised by her awakening, Kim Shae-min emphasized that the timing of what had happened was simply amazing. The main character assumed that the boy had simply been hiding his powers since long ago. The blue-eyed girl asked how the teacher would get there if he didn't have a driver's license. The young man looked at her with wide eyes, but silence reigned. The lady asked if this was a hint that she should drive him there, and he just smiled sweetly in response. The angry lady advised him to ask the hunters from Dasong, but the young man said that he needed to show how the great magician would personally take them there. The woman was very unhappy with what was happening, and her words were irritating, but soon silence fell again. At one point, Kim Chae-min smiled slyly and said she had a great idea. Knowing that student Kang Tae had asked for help because he couldn't control his powers, she came up with a solution to the problem. Suddenly, the enthusiastic lady suggested enrolling him in a demonstration school, but the cold-hearted hero replied that he would not do so. The young man called it madness to bring a person from the Ark to an educational institution, because it was unknown what he might do. The surprised blue-eyed woman asked if this wasn't the surest way out of a difficult situation. The tense teacher remembered that the excited boy was with his younger brothers. Someone who would go to such lengths for his brothers would hardly be concerned with trifles, and Haye, upon hearing this, lost the right to refuse. The very nervous teacher said that they would consult with Hong Seok-young to make the right decision. Soon, a video call was initiated with the director, who was in the hospital, and he laughed and said that it sounded funny. The man asked if Kang Tae-woo would be a transfer student, since it was not yet time for admissions. The joyful gentleman exclaimed that the school was finally starting to look like a real one, and his colleagues smiled. Later in class, the teacher asked how the assignment to compile a guide for dungeons was progressing and heard various answers. Looking at the form with commendation stickers, the mentor asked the students to finish the assignment by the end of the week. The young man said that he and teacher Kim would leave first, and hunters from the Dasong group would watch over the children's return home. The main character didn't know if he would be able to leave tomorrow, but in any case, he asked them to complete the assigned tasks properly. At that moment, he noticed Park So-hyun, who was trembling with fear and trying to address him. The young man had no idea what she was talking about, and the distraught girl muttered something about her condition. The guy replied that everything was fine with the director, and added that he was going there on his own business, so they had nothing to worry about. The skeptical Hyun-wook asked why Kim Chaemin was going with him if it was a personal matter for the teacher, and his counterpart replied that it just happened that way. Delighted, Yoo Hye-won raised her hand and asked if she could also go out all week. Smiling, the mentor calmly allowed her to do as she wished, which made the girl even happier. At that very moment, somewhere in South Korea, the weather was sunny and tree branches were falling to the ground. A little boy was walking through the forest, crouching down and drawing something on the grass with a stick. The boy was very interested and concentrated while he was writing, and there was no one else around. At that very moment, his mother, who was worried about her child, called him, and he immediately turned his attention to her. Standing up, the boy realized that it was time to go, because he needed to have a snack. Throwing away the stick, he started to walk away as if nothing had happened, thinking about his own business and enjoying the good weather. Turning his head back, the boy saw the hieroglyphs he had drawn on the ground, which together spelled the name Woo Hee-jie. However, the child began to rub out the inscriptions with his foot so that no one could read them and suspect anything. After a few seconds of fiddling around, nothing could be seen on the ground anymore. Somewhere down the street, a white car was speeding along, surrounded by red monsters trying to catch up with it. A very nervous Hye-jae asked Kim Chaemin to just crash into a pole, and she cried out that she understood everything. Kang Tae, who was praying, promised that from that day on, he would live honestly and decently, as well as take care of his younger brothers and sisters. At that moment, the car crashed into the iron fence ahead, causing severe damage to the bodywork. The excited young man assumed that all this happened because he had too boldly declared that he wanted to become a mid-level hunter. The worried girl exclaimed that there was a huge herd of dinosaurs ahead that had already spotted them. The panicked lady did not understand what this monster was, and the nervous Hee-jae ordered her to immediately get her pink vines. Unexpectedly, the daredevil kicked out the windshield to get out and be useful there. Grabbing hold of an elastic branch, he exclaimed that now was their best chance to do something and survive. Keeping a cool head, the young teacher wondered how they had gotten into this situation. 2 hours ago, they were at the service center, where an employee said that all of Kang Tae-woo's necessary documents had been filled out. The main character asked if he still had trouble controlling himself, and the guy replied that it was much better than at the beginning. The mentor said that this was when most accidents happened, so caution would not hurt. The teacher asked if the boy had any younger brothers or sisters, and he replied that the orphanage was full of children. The lady asked him to come over for a photo, and the young man immediately jumped up from his chair. The shy boy looked around with wide eyes, which was obvious to the naked eye. Kim Chaemin suggested that the boy had just woken up because he couldn't cope with the speed. But the serious Hee-jae asked not to believe him. A colleague asked why the teacher was being so rude to the child, and whether he had done something to him. And the other person emphasized that she had almost guessed correctly. No matter how you look at it, at that moment the hero was definitely not yet awakened. Which means that the boy did it now, by a lucky coincidence. The teacher also considered the possibility that an artificial process had been achieved in the ark. He guessed that this was why they could make a river of promises and delved into his own memories. Although the brave men saved children in Menden, changing one thing or another, it did not go that far. So he pushed away silly thoughts. Deciding to distract himself, the gentleman approached one of the workers to ask for something. But at first, he couldn't explain anything to him. Soon, the trio returned to the car, where Kang Tae-woo was holding a strange object in his hands, wondering if it was a liquid monster. The mentor said it was a gift for awakening and asked the boy to simply squeeze it. The curious boy followed his teacher's request and began to touch the object in every way possible, which was entertaining. After a few seconds, the object fell apart into small red pieces, which frightened the student. The youngster became agitated, because the gift had been given with difficulty. But the smiling Hee-jae said that if he put it back together, it would become whole again. The teacher explained that it was a liquid monster for the awakened, and called it a kind of training kit. He said that the balls would stick back together until the magic stored inside ran out. Impressed, Kang Tae-woo noted that there was a lot of amazing things about the object and began to examine it closely. Kim Chae-min, who was as focused as possible, drove the car without interfering in the men's conversation. The mentor said that at the boy's age, after awakening, everyone usually dreams of becoming a hunter, and asked what he was going to do next. The girl asked if he thought so too, and her colleague replied that this process had happened to him much earlier. Exhaling, the boy smiled and admitted that he did not want to become a hunter at all. And the lady asked how he became one anyway. Initially, the teacher planned to persuade Kang Tae-woo to become a fighter and enroll him in Shabango. He replied that he had unexpectedly discovered that being a warrior was interesting and promised to help if the boy decided to do so. At that moment, the conversation turned to the high school for training hunters, which the student had already heard a little about. The teacher said that it was not yet a fully fledged educational institution, but the director would soon iron out the shortcomings. Then Kim Chae-min said that the head would soon be discharged from the hospital, so she asked the boy not to pay attention to the gloomy rumors. The polite Hye-jae thought this was much better than getting involved with a suspicious guild, so he asked the boy to call if he was interested. At one point, the wary Kang Ta looked away when he saw something strange outside the window. Nearby, civilians were running in a state of panic, as if someone were chasing them. Meanwhile, salamanders were rampaging in the streets, each of them capable of snapping people like sunflower seeds. At that moment, the fearless hero used his partner's pink vines and jumped, wrapping himself around an iron pole. The daredevil planned to use the long branches to try to attack the red-skinned monsters. Very soon, his attack was focused on one of the dinosaurs, which instantly suspected something was wrong. The blow landed squarely on the creature's long nose, which did not even have time to realize what had happened. The brave man moved at great speed in different directions, not allowing the creatures to attack him in any way. The fighter advanced further and further, approaching the salamander from behind, which was alert and heard loud noises. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth wide and roared at the top of its lungs, experiencing severe pain in its neck. With the help of pink vines, the giant's head was bound, which caused it great anger. Showing no mercy, Hye-jae made a small knot and began to pull the elastic branches toward him. The huge creature suffered incredible pain from suffocation, but it could do nothing. A few seconds later, the salamander crashed onto the asphalt with a bang, and its eyes began to roll back. Kim Chae-min tried to keep a cool head so as not to make any mistakes while driving. The blue-faced Kang Tae said that from now on he would truly live honestly and virtuously, and the lady asked if he had succeeded. Suddenly, a man jumped onto the hood of the car, terrifying the people sitting in the passenger compartment. The stunned lady recognized Teacher Wu, who asked if it was really worth being so scared. Sergei said that the large animal was unconscious, and the small ones would not be able to get through because the road was blocked. The driver asked the student which way to go to the shelter, and he replied that she should turn right and then left. It was strange that in such a situation, there was no evacuation announcement, or even any signals. Getting out of the car, the woman asked if it was true that his younger brothers and sisters were in this orphanage. The beauty also asked if that big guy was the boss, and the brave man replied that he was too small to be a leader. They should have been glad that the salamander did not breathe fire, because everything could have turned out even worse. The stern-looking hero raised his head and noticed something strange ahead, but remained silent. The young man noted that something was clearly wrong here, as the smell of blood was coming from the shelter. Suddenly stopping, the teacher asked his colleague to stay outside with Kang Tae, and she did not contradict him. Without stopping, the mentor entered the building and, approaching the first door he came to, paused slightly. Upon entering, he froze in place for a moment, but his face showed no emotion or fear. The first thing the brave Hye-jae saw was a dead man lying on the ground next to a pool of blood. The master understood that if this had been an attack by a salamander, the people would have dissolved from the poison. He also realized that such wounds could not have been inflicted by red monsters, which did not hunt humans. There were a huge number of dead civilians lying around, and their blood was splattered everywhere. The cool-headed hero noticed the absence of any signs of escape or resistance, and he also did not understand where the children were. When he saw the classroom for young children, the hero's face changed dramatically. And stepping inside, he saw the dead again. The horror haunted him and greatly disturbed him, but the brave man tried with all his might to restrain his emotions. A few minutes later, the serious Hye-jae went outside, where his agitated comrades were waiting for him. Keeping a cool head, he said that he had the right to move, and the alarmed Kang Ta asked about the children. The emotionless hero replied that he would tell them about it later. But the worried young man wanted to know the reason for this. Barely holding back his panic, the young man asked what had happened to the teachers and their young pupils. The boy had high hopes that they were all right, but the young teacher was in no hurry to answer. The young man, almost in tears, shouted that these were his brothers and sisters, and Hije wondered if this was all an act on his part. He understood that if they took the boy under their supervision and sent him to an experimental school, it would be easier to find out who from the Ark would try to contact him. In his past life, the emotional Hong Seok-kyung told his beloved son that he knew very well what horrors he had seen. But at the same time, the man asked if the boy had expressed hatred for the director, and he confirmed this without hesitation. The father asked if he really wanted to become like him, since he had acted in the same way, and the child nervously and loudly answered in the negative. The youngster said he didn't want to be like the manager, and the hunter thought that was obvious, because he was much better than that scoundrel. Smiling, Dad asked his son to become better than this man and laugh in his face, expressing his confidence in him. At that moment, the main character unexpectedly hit his head on the car window, greatly frightening Kim Shamin. Until that moment, Hije had always tried to justify the trust placed in him and could not now abandon his principles. After a while, Kang Ta told the school administrators everything, and Lee Mi-sun suggested that he take a walk while the adults talked. The shy boy smiled in response and began to leave the room, not daring to argue. The lady said that the incident happened on a weekday, and most of the children were at school, and now they were under protection. The youngster's records contained information up to his entry into first grade. But after he switched to homeschooling, the information became vague. The serious Hong Seok-kyung asked if a list of suspects had been identified. The woman said she had checked all the CCTV cameras, but what was happening inside the shelter was not captured on camera. However, in one of the fragments, a villain appeared, dressed in black and hiding his face with a hood and a cap. The man asked if there were any recordings showing the face, but Lee replied that even this image had been obtained by zooming in from a long distance. Not knowing the gender of the villain, Kim Chi-min asked if it was really a criminal and did not understand how he did it. The calm blonde moved the cursor to the center of the screen to start playing one of the videos. In the footage, the person hiding their identity stretched out their arm in front of them, pointing it at the white crossover in front. Suddenly, the car was cut in half, and it took only a moment, which stunned the brown-haired woman. A few seconds later, the vehicle began to break down, and the unknown man simply waved his arms. In the end, the car was deformed and crumpled like paper, which looked very frightening. After that, the video recording became unclear, and the scoundrel entered the shelter, where he continued his rampage. Very soon, he came back out onto the street and continued on his way as if nothing had happened, adjusting his black jacket. When he returned, the scoundrel was covered in blood and left red marks behind him, but he enjoyed it. Zooming in, you could see a smirk on his face and long red hair. The recording ended there, and Shaman assumed that this was a serial killer who had taken advantage of the situation in the dungeon. Serious Hije was sure that the criminal had deliberately revealed himself, because with such abilities, it was quite possible to get away without leaving any clues. The excited blue-eyed girl wondered how the scoundrel could have known about the orphanage's connection to the Ark. And Teacher Hong was very stern at that moment. Suddenly, the man said that it was a guy he had been tracking down in South America for a long time. Surprised, Lee Mi-sun asked if he had been pursuing him, and her counterpart replied that they could have heard about it on the black market. The director had never seen the villain's face, and in the end, he disappeared. And upon learning this, the hero asked how his colleague could be so sure. There were rumors about the existence of a madman who could turn anything he didn't like into a small ball and make it his trophy. The stern hunter said he was pursuing him because he had heard that the scoundrel was the boss of the Ark. Concerned, Kim Chaemin asked if it was a child, and the gentleman replied that it was only a rumor, and he did not know the details. The judicious teacher said that, if you think about it, it explains why there were no signs of resistance at the scene of the murder. The calm Myson said that both the items and the information at the scene pointed to this, and that so far it was the best version. The leader suggested setting a trap, and the puzzled woman asked what he meant. Visavi explained that her director was in trouble, and even though the children were under protection, it would be difficult to join them because he had been awakened. He suggested that the woman go to the school, saying that if the Ark came to pick up or eliminate numbers 3, it would play into their hands. Smiling, the blonde noted that she liked this plan, especially because they wouldn't have to lie. She asked whether it was worth gathering information about the Ark's boss, and the man replied in the negative. The man added that if this person was going around killing everyone connected to the organization, then the other places were also in danger. It was said that first they had to find Mr. Wu's brother, who was puzzled at that moment, knew he was being cautious, but if the villain was killing everyone connected to the research center, his brother must be in danger. Laughing, his counterpart asked for more information about the young man, and Lee Mi-sun supported him, making the hero very nervous. Keeping his cool, the director asked the name of Heeja's loved one, who was very confused. 4 years ago, a small group of scientists gathered on the lowest floor of the training center in Gyeonggi-do. A woman's voice greeted number 3 and wished him a happy birthday, saying that they had prepared his favorite cake. The boy thanked her, calling her mom, but the woman reminded him that she had asked him not to address her that way. She asked how long he planned to behave like a child, and the boy apologized to the researcher. The lady did not dwell on the matter, and the youngster silently gazed at the glass panorama ahead. At the same time, the child was given a vaccination in the elbow area and held cotton wool to prevent infection. The research center employee emphasized that the boy had behaved very well and shown himself to be worthy. The lady added that he would have visitors in the afternoon, but the youngster did not understand this, and she realized that she had not expressed herself clearly. It was said that a new director would be coming to visit them, and this was more understandable to the boy chewing candy. The first head, whom number 3 met in the laboratory, had a bad reputation among the children of the employees, so he did not last long. After a short period of time, the man was found dead in his room, with documents scattered around him. The next manager, despite being frequently absent due to his busy schedule, cared for the children, adding breaks for naps and afternoon snacks to the schedule. Maltz was very curious about what the new director would be like, but his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who called him her older brother. Whispering, number 8 said that she had heard from the researcher that today was the young man's birthday. The boy confirmed this and added that they would soon be eating cake together, but the little girl had hidden something for him and was holding it in her hands. Unfolding the parchment paper, she held out 2 chocolate cookies, saying that they were his gift. The sweet girl said she had saved them yesterday to give to Kangtae because she thought he deserved it. The young man was very pleased and moved his mouth close to Sohee's ear to whisper his thanks, which made her smile. He immediately gave half of the cookie to his sister, who found it amusing since she had just given them to him. Suddenly, a loud ringing sounded from behind the panorama, which instantly attracted the attention of the people in the room. The boy realized that the researcher was calling him and asked the little girl to try to be quiet. Brave Kang. Ta calmly headed toward the door, not even suspecting what would happen next. A mysterious man in a business suit entered the room and behaved casually. The voice said that he liked the current atmosphere, where you could see happy children. Before that, he had checked on Ocean, and things weren't going very well there, so he had to get rid of everything, which is why the gentleman had already started to worry. The polite researcher asked not to compare them with their competitors, and number 3 realized that this was the new director. Between them, the boy saw a strange figure who even frightened him with his appearance. The executioner, or observer, was the very man who had killed the first director and always wore the mask of a plague doctor. The merciless man held a child in his arms, who had fallen asleep for a short time due to exhaustion. Finally, the boy woke up and began to stretch his arms and yawn, but he was still in the arms of the strange man. The first thing the youngster did was ask his mother where they were, and he was completely calm. The lady replied that they were at a research center, and his father reminded him that he would be staying there for a long time. The delighted boy saw it and asked if he could play with it, and his mother allowed him to entertain himself while they looked around. A slightly cheeky woman asked Kangtae if it was true that he was the oldest here and what his number was. The slightly nervous boy replied that he was the 3rd and tried his best to remain calm. The woman asked him to watch their son for a moment, whom the executioner had put down on the floor and allowed to walk ahead. The boy, who loved children, did not refuse and agreed, because the little boy seemed very cute to him. The observer, wearing a plague doctor's mask, stepped aside and simply watched the situation unfold. The older man approached the child playing with the construction set and greeted him to get acquainted. Number 3 immediately introduced himself with a smile on his face and asked the little brunette his name. The delighted boy asked if he wanted to know his name, holding the Lego in his hands. He reminded him that it was forbidden to ask for initials here and threatened to tell his mother everything, which discouraged his counterpart. But soon the boy said he was just joking, and Kangtae saw something interesting in his hands. The cheeky youngster immediately smelled cookies and asked for them, and the older boy was even a little confused. The brunette grabbed the treat without warning, promising not to tell anyone if he shared it with him. Then the child began to think about his name and tried to remember what number his father had called him. After a few seconds, the boy replied that he was listed as number 12, and his counterpart looked at him emotionlessly. Since the new director arrived, life had not changed, and the youngster only came to the playroom at the beginning of afternoon snack time and left during dinner. The other children shunned the newcomer, and he often noticed this and was very surprised. But when the 12th brought lots of toys and treats, the stunned kids started to befriend him. The cheeky brunette turned to his older brother and said that the cookies in his hands looked very tasty. The young man now had to share with the newcomer because he had no right to refuse him. On one sunny day, Kang Tae opened his eyes with difficulty and tried to get up, even though he didn't want to. The guy felt very unwell, and his head was already tired from the constant influx of obsessive thoughts. With a careful movement, he touched his sweaty hand, down which small drops of sweat were running. The sad and tired young man said to himself that everything has a tendency to change. When the third director died, more children came to them, and after the sudden death of the fourth leader, the father of the 12th, something fell into the abyss. The child, who had lost both parents, began to live in a room with everyone else, and that was when the changes began. One day, the boy was sitting at home and noticed a newspaper with a simulator for the awakened lying on top of it. Reading the news about the tragedy at the orphanage, the emotionless young man wondered what would happen to him now. When he saw little Sohee again at the orphanage, he was sure that God was on his side. Surprised, Kang Tae did not even think that he would see her after escaping from the terrible laboratory. Even though the girl had grown up and was harder to lift, she was still as cute as ever. She was the boy's younger sister, who had been taken by heaven, as if they were laughing at the concept of happily ever after. At that moment, the gloomy young man was standing in his living room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. The calm teacher Haejae was the first to enter the room and asked if his student was awake. The mentor wanted to discuss something with the young man and asked his permission to enter. Smiling, the young man invited them in, thinking to himself that the director was happy that he had received the hero's number. But he was also dead. The cheerful and friendly Hong Seok-kyung also came to visit, immediately introducing himself and saying hello. The surprised boy asked if it was true that he was one of the hunters, because he clearly looked like him. The main character noted that today the man was here as the director of the experimental school, not as a fighter. Putting on a serious face, the gentleman said that he thought he could tell the boy about the situation. First, he said that an unknown person had attacked the orphanage, and had not shown even a shred of compassion. The man also added that someone wanted to destroy the orphanage, and an agitated Kang Tae asked why anyone would want to do that. The unflappable Haejae replied that they were still investigating, so it was too early to draw conclusions. They wanted to ask him, as the oldest child in the orphanage, if he had heard anything suspicious from the teachers. Grabbing the blanket with his sweaty hand, the boy replied in a voice trembling with anxiety that he wasn't sure. The thoughtful student asked if it was true that his brothers and sisters had not died because of a breach in the basement, and Hong replied that this was indeed the case. The man said that he would be very helpful to them if he told them everything he remembered. And now number 3 had 2 options. The boy could wait for the ARC to contact him again, but Teacher Yu pointed out that he now had nowhere to stay. Smiling, the young gentleman asked if Kang Ta wanted to visit their school, because he might like it there. The boy also had the choice of confessing everything and hiding from the organization, which would find him anyway. 2 days later, on July 7th, Haejae was teaching a class at the Hunter School in Hwasun, Gyeonggi Province. The teacher collected the students' homework sheets, carefully reviewing each one. The students were asked to design a plan for a raid on the dungeon in order to assess their analytical skills. First, the instructor asked who they had chosen as captain, which was an important question. Slightly alarmed, Han Yun-yeon immediately raised her hand and said that they had not yet decided. The teacher asked them to make a plan, so they thought they were not a raid group, but an advance party. In his mind, the hero noted that the kids had skillfully avoided the trap, and asked who they were hypothetically fighting when they came up with their strategy. The girl replied that they were following international standards, so they tried to avoid using elemental magic as much as possible. However, the team was heading into a tunnel, so she suggested the power of light, and the impressed teacher emphasized in his mind that Yun-yeon was the smartest. If someone from the agency had shown the guy such a plan, he would have recommended that he quit as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, loudly and confidently, the gentleman said that it was good work, surprising all the students present. The fact that a team of 18-year-old teenagers had written an 80-page plan was definitely worthy of praise. The delighted students couldn't believe it and enjoyed their moment of glory, realizing that they were already making a name for themselves. The teacher asked why they were looking so strange, and the enthusiastic Han Yun-young was happy because they had done well. The not particularly emotional mentor added that he really thought so, because the students had done an excellent job. Then he silently watched the happy reactions of the children, who had achieved something grand for themselves for the first time. The young teacher was very pleased to see this and smiled, promising that everyone would receive a sticker for their academic success. After a while, the happy girls were discussing something among themselves, while the always serious Han Wook was on his phone. After finishing the last sheet, a slightly tense Haejae said it was time to get back to the lesson. He thought that all the students had heard the news that the principal had been discharged from the hospital, and they confirmed this in unison. The young man emphasized that this was not entirely related, but that a new student had transferred to their school. The unexpected news surprised those present a little, as such situations had never happened before. Stunned, Han Eunyeon asked who would want to come to this school, and the hero wondered if that was the only thing that surprised her. The teacher asked her if she was being rude, but the girl reminded him that he had also complained about their school not long ago. Haij said that Miss Kim would bring the new student in the afternoon, and Han Eunyeon whispered that he had ignored her words because he had no arguments. The mentor added that the new student was in the same class as them, although a year younger, so he asked them not to joke about it. Meanwhile, Kang Ta was riding in Shaman's car, silently staring into the distance, the wind blowing through his hair. The woman pointed to the school where he would now be studying, and the boy asked if they had already arrived. Looking at the building, his expression instantly changed, and he was more than a little discouraged. The stunned boy asked if they hadn't said that the school would be completely finished by next year. Smiling slightly, Heejay said in a low voice that now the young man would understand what it was like to be deceived. Kim said that construction didn't take long these days and asked him not to worry. Bringing the tense Kang Tae-woo into the office, the calm teacher introduced him to the other students. The teacher reminded him that he was a year younger than everyone else, and added that from that day on, the boy would be studying there. The mentor asked if the confused young man wanted to introduce himself, but he couldn't even form a sentence. Trying to collect his thoughts, the newcomer looked at those present and said his name again. After a while, Heejay and his colleague came to a kiosk where you could order various smoothies and drinks with syrup. The charming brown-haired girl decided to get a strawberry cocktail, whose refreshing taste she really liked. The young man said that the order would be ready in a minute, and the surprised hero rubbed his eyes. The shocked teacher asked directly if the salesman was Hunter Lee's assistant. The polite young man confirmed this and asked if they had met before, and the gentleman noticed his badge. Ji Yugon explained that Song Jin had made something for him, saying that without it, he would not be able to be a barista. The young man asked what Mr. Wu wanted and offered him the menu to choose something. Until now, the hero had only been given instant coffee at this job, so he decided to take a chance and ordered an iced Americano. He asked what drinks children prefer now, and the guy replied that it has been hot lately, so smoothies. A few minutes later, the teacher began to taste the cold drink, noticing that Hong Seo-kyung was gone again. Haij wondered if the financial sponsor Lee Myson or he, who did all the work, should take the place of the director. Nearby, Kang Tae sat calmly on a deck chair, focused on his thoughts and not interacting with anyone. The young man held the exercise machine, previously given to him by his mentor, in his hands and thought about pressing matters, remaining in harmony. Behind him, the main character appeared, placing a glass of smoothie on the table and drawing attention to himself. The teacher asked how things were going at school for the newcomer, as he did not look very happy. Taking the refreshing drink in his hands, the young man decided to answer the question, since his interlocutor had asked. He replied that he wasn't sure about anything, and the young man asked if it was true that it was all because of the awakening. Smiling, the boy confirmed that this was true, but there was something else that was troubling him. Very soon the smile disappeared from his gentle face, and a slight excitement and sadness returned. The young man began to tell how the director of his former orphanage had a son, and they spent a lot of time together, playing and having fun. However, Kang Tae honestly admitted that he did not like the child very much because of some of his character traits. The thing was, he fought with other children and took their snacks away, making himself annoying in his eyes. The angry young man added that the boy made a lot of noise when the others were sleeping, and the tense Heejay realized that he was talking about him. The student said that the child was annoying, but he couldn't hit children, and the nervous mentor tried to agree with him. The young man added that the lab director soon passed away, and the agitated hero was convinced that he was talking about him. The student remembered that the boy looked normal on the outside, but those around him were in an uproar and began to panic. At that moment, he was very worried because he did not understand the chaos around him. Probably, the boy simply did not realize that he had become an orphan overnight, and at the same time always behaved confidently. Seeing this, Kang Tae realized that no one knows how life will turn out, so it was necessary to cherish every happy moment. The surprised teacher realized that the young man was saying that he had learned a lesson from his misfortune. The hero clearly remembered that he didn't like being bossed around, and he wasn't particularly upset because his parents didn't mean much to him. Besides, the young man had only one real parent, and that was Hong Seok-yong, who was closest to him. Keeping his feet a short distance apart, the student added that, compared to that, he had lived a fairly peaceful life. That is why he never thought he would wake up, and the teacher suspected that the student was dissatisfied with the situation. The boy said that it would have been better if all this had happened earlier, even though it sounded a little strange. At that moment, he brought up the subject of So-hee, saying that he had been watching her for a long time and loved her very much. The young man wanted to live with her after leaving the orphanage, and if he had awakened earlier, he could have become a hunter and earned money. Now that the girl was no longer alive, the boy saw no point in becoming a fighter. Haj understood that all he had to do was ask if he wanted to catch the man who killed his sister in order to turn his emotions into anger and control him. However, he considered that if he told a 17-year-old teenager to use it as motivation, he would feel ashamed. In the end, the unflappable teacher advised the young man to do what he wanted. Kang Tae-woo spent a long time in the lab, even though he was born outside its walls and lived like a normal child until he entered elementary school. Even the main character, who was born in the research center, dreamed of leaving it when he heard the boy's story. Therefore, it was not difficult to imagine how much the boy suffered when he was deprived of his freedom in the blink of an eye. Remaining completely calm and without even thinking of pressuring the student, the teacher said that the most important thing was his desire. He added that he would help if the student wanted to become a hunter, but if he didn't want to be one, that was okay too. The confused boy didn't even know what he really wanted, but at that moment, no one demanded anything of him. The mentor said that he could make it his hobby and do whatever he wanted. Smiling, Hee-jae asked if the student knew where the director's annoying son was now, but he didn't get any information. After a while, a crying and very angry Yoo Ji-in shouted, asking why the stranger was in school and she wasn't. The teacher replied that she had not yet finished middle school, and the girl lying on the ground exclaimed that she had awakened much faster. The calm hero had long been accustomed to the hysterics of the girl, who cried that she also wanted to enroll. The unperturbed mentor asked what she was doing there, since she should be in class, and the angry student cried out that school wasn't important right now. Taking a long breath, the guy continued to endure her antics, trying not to give in to them. Still, he called out to Yoo Hyo-eun and asked her to take her younger sister, who was already getting on his nerves. Hearing this, the girl immediately jumped out of the window to grab the little brat. Landing professionally on her knees, she rushed forward at tremendous speed, which looked very impressive. The enraged older sister was eager to catch up with her sister and grab her by the hair to finally teach her some manners. Grabbing the little girl by the cheeks, she asked in a raised voice if she hadn't told her not to skip school. An angry Yoo Ji-yeon shouted that she hadn't said anything last week, but the girl didn't care. The main character was distracted by Kang Tae, who said he would like to try the test. The student admitted that he still didn't know if he wanted to become a hunter, but he really wanted to test himself and check his knowledge. The extremely dissatisfied girl continued to throw a tantrum and argue her point. She shouted that she really wanted to become a hunter, while Yoo Hyo-eun tried to stop her and calm her down. The cool-headed Hye-ja once again turned to the young student to explain everything to her in simple terms. The young gentleman said that this academy is not yet officially an educational institution. He added that she would be considered uneducated if she dropped out of high school to enroll here. The teacher asked the girl to study for another year and take the GED, and advised her to wait 6 months to get her diploma. After explaining everything convincingly, the mentor asked if Yoo Ji-young, who was discouraged and silent, understood now. Excited, Yoo Hyo-eun apologized to the man, who asked her to treat the little girl to something tasty from the coffee truck. Smiling, the girl said that her sister would rather die than skip lunch, so she probably ate before coming. The brown-haired girl led her boisterous relative away, and now complete silence and harmony reigned around them. Looking at their backs, Teacher Yu said that now they could proceed with the test without interruption. Exhaling and grinning, he added that there was nothing to worry about here, so they could relax. In his past life, Hee-jae lay on the couch and looked at a wonderful object that glowed brightly. His father called him, so he became suddenly alarmed and clenched his fist, and a drop of sweat began to roll down his cheek. The wary youngster wondered what was going on and whether he had done something wrong, but he tried to remain calm. Hong Seok-kyung had told him not to touch the things he had brought from the dungeon, and the boy assumed that he had found out about his games with the coin. Pointing his finger at the small fist, the man asked what was inside it. The child silently opened his sweaty palm, thinking to himself that he had been caught. Barely holding back tears, the boy said he was very sorry, and the stunned Hong didn't even understand. The man said he wasn't going to scold him, and his son promised not to take his personal belongings without permission anymore. The bewildered father said he wouldn't have brought anything dangerous, but still advised him not to take items from the basement without thinking. The father asked if the boy understood what he was talking about, and the boy thought it was too simple. The serious hunter only asked if his son remembered when his hand and the coin glowed. He also wondered if the surprised Hye-jae could repeat the maneuver, as if it were important to him. Without asking any questions, the talented boy performed the trick with the object from the dungeon again, and he succeeded. In an instant, the interested child spread his palm and asked his father to evaluate it. Surprised, Hong Seok-kyung said that As he had originally assumed, the shining essence was mana. With a slow, careful movement of his hand, he took the gold coin to check something. At that very moment, the magic ceased to work and instantly disappeared, from which conclusions could already be drawn. Slightly tense, Mr. Hong turned back to his son sitting on the sofa to clarify something. He asked if the child had shown his ability to anyone, but learned that he was the first to witness it. Extremely serious, Hong asked him never to show it to anyone but him, and the boy listened attentively. The curious boy asked why, and the man replied that if he told others, they would be jealous because not everyone could do it. The boy called it nonsense, because all you had to do was collect small pieces. The clever youngster added that they fall out of the coin when you shake it, so there was nothing unusual about it. The father asked the boy, who was sprawled on the sofa, if he wanted to go for a walk, but immediately heard a negative answer. Smiling, the gentleman asked if he could teach him a couple of exercises, and managed to change his mind. At that moment, Teacher Hee-jae was sitting in front of Kang Tai and showing him something on a piece of paper. The teacher asked what he could see in front of him, and, upon hearing that it was a drawing, repeated the question. Handing the white card to the student, the gentleman noted that it was normal if he could not see anything else. It was said that the drawing should not be erased, so the young man just had to put it on his palm and not move. The manual for testing mana conductivity stated that first, the auxiliary runes had to be activated to gather power around them. Next, the test subject and the tester would hold both ends of the paper, and then the instructor would pour a small amount of energy into it. The mana flowed from the tester's hand through the paper into the rune and finally into the student's limb. The instructions were followed precisely, and everything happened exactly as described in the manual. When Hee-jae was 13, long after the coin incident, he finally understood something. The particles that the hero saw were life force, and the only one who could see them with the naked eye was him. The Pioneer Project, which aimed to artificially awaken people, continued unsuccessfully for more than 10 years and ended in failure. Most of those who were awakened felt only a slight tickling sensation in their palms during the tests. But for people artificially endowed with powerful abilities, such as Teacher Wu, the situation was completely different. Suddenly alarmed, Kang Ta exclaimed that his hand was glowing, something he had never experienced before. With a trembling voice, he asked if this was supposed to happen, while his smiling mentor silently observed the situation. Thus, the second successful example of the ARC project appeared, which pleased its creators. The curious boy began to examine the glowing hieroglyph, which was even mesmerizing. The boy learned that Hee-jae had managed to determine his sensitivity to mana, and it turned out to be quite high. However, this characteristic had nothing to do with the abilities of hunters, so the test had not yet been passed. The master simply used the exam to determine the direction for the students' lessons. He also decided not to mention that the sensitivity was due to experiments and to behave as usual. The mentor asked if there was any weapon the boy wanted to master, and he asked which one was used most often. The teacher replied that most students use swords because they were considered universal. The main character added that the student could always change his equipment if it didn't suit him. The boy said he would start with a blade, and thought to himself that, as he had expected, his opponent was a good person. The youngster assumed that this was why the man had come all this way to help a child he barely knew when he asked for help. At one point, the emotionless mentor looked away when he heard loud noises. Other students were already training nearby, swinging wooden swords in all directions. The curious Hee-jae turned again to the calm Kang Tae to ask him an important question. Watching the boy's actions, the hero asked the young man if he knew what skill was most essential for a hunter. The new student answered in the negative, while a battle was taking place behind him. Shocked, he turned around abruptly and saw a man falling, something he had rarely encountered before. Looking at the focused son Sunjin, the mentor said that the most important skill is the ability to fall. Unexpectedly, the teacher grabbed the confused boy by the scruff of his neck and pulled him along, which he did not expect. Hong Sok-young once said that if your heart is heavy, you need to make your body work, so the master pushed the youngster out of the room. In his inner voice, the boy said that he took back his words about Hee-jae being a good person, and 3 stern fighters were already standing in front of him. A few hours later, the pale newcomer sat at his desk and seemed to have already given up the ghost due to extreme fatigue. The teacher said that in the morning, Kim Shamin would be teaching the mages, while the rest would be training with the hunters from Daesun. It was also said that in the evening, the students would learn how to clear dungeons with him. The confused Shung asked if the transferred student would follow the same schedule, and the teacher confirmed that this was the case. Nervous Chui Jin asked about the new runes, and the mentor replied that they still had a lot to learn about magic. Then he asked how Park So-hyun's classes were going, but the tense girl didn't even answer. The main character calmly asked the student not to be arrogant and to review his work. holding a stack of papers in his hand. The teacher suggested talking about the raid guide they had provided earlier. Smiling, the mentor recalled that last time he had praised his favorite students enough. The gentleman said that now was the time for criticism, which made the silent students a little nervous. Making corrections on the sheet, Hije said that the students had written that it was recommended to destroy the goblin guards first. It was said that the mistake was made because they did not understand the habits of these extremely cautious creatures well enough. Kangtae thought to himself that he would consider the hero a security guard if he wore a suit, and decided that he could trust him. For some reason, the young man did not tell his mentor everything, but something about him seemed vaguely familiar. The teacher explained that the goblins would regroup into a defensive formation, and the boys would not even reach the core. He also added that retreating to the gate would be very difficult, and asked what they would do next. The focused Hyun-wook knew that the terrible monsters were sensitive to sound and smell, and this could be used against them. Since starting a fire was dangerous, as the fire could block the retreat route, it was decided to use smoke to dull their sense of smell. The young man added that after that, as captain, he would run in the opposite direction to eliminate the combat units. Trying to understand his words, the teacher asked what the commander's purpose was in doing so. The brave man replied that it would be done as a diversion, and the main character asked what about the other hunters. The young man explained that since clearing the dungeon was no longer an option, they would have to head for the gates and get out. The extremely serious mentor asked how he would escape himself after buying time. The brave young man replied that it was his problem to solve, and there was nothing that could be done even if he failed. The perceptive Hiei understood that the young man would act as bait to give the others a chance to escape. When asked why he would do this, the brave fighter replied that he was the captain, and the teacher asked if the others agreed. Han Yun-yeon, who was looking at the situation soberly, said that Hyun-wook was the strongest of them all. The teacher suggested that the young leader imagine that So Han-seong was the captain, not him. The hero asked what the guy would do if his comrade played the role of bait to buy enough time for the others to escape. The tough and determined fighter replied without hesitation that he would stop his comrade and take on that role himself. His confident words even alarmed Teacher Wu, who rarely encountered such a courageous position. Taking 2 steps forward, the cool-headed Hije noted that this was rather foolish, which surprised the students a little. He was very patient because he knew about the students' lack of experience, and since Kang-tae was there, he really didn't want to do it. After these words, the gentleman asked Hyun-wook to get up from his seat, and his request was immediately fulfilled. The mentor remembered the day when the captain said he wanted to leave, and that was when they tried to pass through the dungeon with the fairies. The man regretted that he had stopped him then, and now he asked him to leave, saying that the young man was not one who should go on missions. The brave man led enough troops that had been destroyed by people like the inexperienced commander, so it was difficult to surprise him with anything. The merciless teacher asked if the boy, whose face had turned pale, knew about this. The hero noted that it didn't matter whether the leader sacrificed himself or others. He turned lives into expendable material in any case. Once at school, Hiji was seized with a desire to grow beans and tried everything he could to do so. Every morning, the boy checked for sprouts, but was constantly disappointed when he did not find any in the pot. After a while, the buds sprouted, and the curious child realized that watching something grow is a difficult task. Even beans took a long time, not to mention people who were even more difficult to raise. Hong Seok-yong was able to grow it, so he also decided to patiently watch over the children, who would surely grow up to be adults and independent people. The young man thought this way for a long time, but he couldn't understand what kind of regression had occurred in his absence. He couldn't understand why the students couldn't just do everything right if he had taught them the basics, step by step. Nevertheless, the teacher exhaled to calm down and gather his strength to continue the lesson. One of the students asked if the dungeon would disappear if the raid failed, while Hyun-wook stood there, still looking dejected. The teacher asked why they would risk their lives to avoid goblins if the location wasn't even S-level. Since healers usually don't need to enter the cave themselves, the 7 fighters, except for Yu Hyo-eun and Kang Tae-woo, had something important to do. Their task was to find a way to leave the dungeon without leaving anyone inside, which sounded amazing. The strict mentor said that everyone had to come up with a plan and noted that it would be their homework assignment. The hero had access to information about the master of the Memorial Guild and the president of the association for helping the families of fallen hunters, the exterminator Hyun-wook. His level of access to information was updated in an instant, but the document was censored for diplomatic reasons. A few days later, a serious-minded Sun Sunjin approached the mentor and said that they would set off fireworks. The man did not quite understand her, but the girl said that the fireworks should be heard throughout the area to dull the goblin's senses. The teacher asked how she was going to make the fireworks, and the student replied that there were 2 magicians in the group, so it was possible. Brown Eyes asked if it was a good idea, and the young man really liked her confidence. It was much better than Hyun-wook's behavior, who seemed to have turned into a zombie and was catching puzzled glances. The young teacher asked who the girl got the idea from, and suggested that it was from the hunter Im from Dasong. In response, Sunjin smiled slightly, but did not give a direct answer to the question, as if it were a little secret. Deciding not to dwell on it, the hero wrote on the board that the beauty had passed the test. Lee Seong-yeon was stunned to learn that it was possible to ask for help, but Hee-jae said that they were only learning, so it was perfectly normal. The boy immediately ran out of the classroom and headed for a professional who could help him with advice. But unexpectedly, the strict teacher stopped him and asked him to return to his seat immediately. The gentleman said that since asking the hunter for help was Sunjin's idea, he couldn't repeat it. At that moment, a tense Choi Jin raised his hand, and Hee-jae immediately turned his attention to him. The enthusiastic young man confidently said that they could use fireworks for the task. Without hesitation, the hero replied that the task was complete, which finally threw Lee Seong-yeon, who was sitting in front, off balance. The satisfied boy asked how the bespectacled boy had passed if he had literally copied Sunjin's brilliant idea. The boy explained that Mr. Wu had mentioned that her idea was to ask a professional for help, which meant that the use of fireworks was not mentioned. The teacher said that class was over for the day, but he had a separate conversation with Hyun-wook and Sung-yeon. He asked them to take their time and think about it some more, and promised to give each of them a sticker if they passed the test. The next day, the news showed a video featuring the brave Hong Suk-kyung. It was reported that, together with 9 hunters, he had successfully cleared the dungeon in Gangwon, Gangwon province. Hearing Hee-jae's heavy sigh, he asked if that was how a colleague greeted the principal who had returned to school. The young man replied that the man had been away for too long, and when asked if he had missed him, he replied that he had hoped he would not return. Pressing the button to turn on the electric kettle, the man muttered something under his breath, but did not show any particular emotion. Then he began to silently pour something from a bag, while the young teacher sitting in the chair watched him. The young man said that Hunter G had made coffee for them on the street, and offered to bring a cup to the head. Calm Hong Seok-kyung turned his head away and said he preferred instant coffee, so he refused. Putting a glass of hot drink on the table, the gentleman handed it to Hee-jae, who immediately thanked him. When asked by the director how the lessons with the boys were going, his counterpart replied that they were all thinking incorrectly, but in battle, according to the hunter, they were succeeding. The young man noted that Hyun-wook's combat skills were already around rank B, but his head was a little messed up. The gentleman drinking coffee listened attentively and did not interrupt, so as not to distract him. Hong heard that Yu Ji-young was attending the same theoretical classes as Tae-woo, and was afraid that she would learn nonsense if he left her. He also heard from her that the teacher considered risking one's life to clear the dungeon pointless, because life should be cherished. The guy wondered if that sounded too negative, but Seok-yeong called his work excellent. The man said that sometimes some people mistakenly think that only they can clear the dungeon. The director added that he had to rescue such a guy in a recent raid, so he couldn't allow his students to become such idiots. The wary protagonist believed that he had not called him here just to say those words. His counterpart also said that he had heard that the teacher had entrusted his work to the hunters from Daesun. As for the lecture on monsters, it was said that one could always rely on Mr. Han's guide to dungeon exploration. What he heard seemed a little strange to the head of the school, who looked at the young man in bewilderment. Being serious, he asked how the guy knew about his guide, and Hee-jae didn't know how to get out of it now. Throwing a paper cup into the trash can, the young man replied that he had overheard hunters talking about it. The angry young man said that Honu should have used the funds to educate students first, but he had given them only to the fighters. The gentleman replied that he had considered doing so later, but in any case, he now considered it unimportant. Taking a slightly crumpled white sheet of paper, he asked his counterpart to look at it as if it were something important. The attentive hero looked closely, but at first did not understand what it was. Flashing his white teeth, Seok-yeon said confidently that it was time to publish the runes. His colleague said that it was a draft containing 30 characters that needed to be publicized. The young teacher asked why the explanations were so short, and his counterpart replied that it was to relax the stubborn magicians. The calm teacher believed that this would be enough, so he did not add anything of his own. The gentleman asked if he was sure he had checked everything carefully, and looked at the column where the author was indicated. The hero realized that the publishers were Dane, Daesun, and Kim Shamin, as he had been told, so there were no problems. His comrade asked if it was okay not to mention the name of the familiar magician Hee-jae, who was the creator of the runes. The teacher said that if the Ark found out anything, there would be trouble, so everything was fine. He understood that the Archmage would be inspired by this and create something even more incredible, and that they could buy time, which would be very beneficial for humanity. The director realized that if the organization intervened, everything would become more complicated, and the young man asked if he had learned anything about the attacker on the orphanage. The man replied that he had searched the entire area and questioned everyone who might know something, but to no avail, and the criminal had always been nothing more than a rumor. It also became known that nothing useful was found in the documents left at the orphanage. Putting his hand on his shoulder, his colleague said that if he was lucky, the young man would soon be able to meet his younger brother. Smiling slightly, the thoughtful mentor emphasized that it sounded pretty good. Hong Seok-kyung's training sessions were simple and straightforward, but he put his heart into them and really enjoyed himself. His adoptive father sharpened Haija's survival instincts, forcing him to adapt to the mana. However, if the main character applied the same methods to Kang Tae-woo, everything could have been different, because the boy was too weak and couldn't even see energy. The young man had only just learned how to fall correctly, and if the teacher increased the intensity now, he might run away. The perceptive teacher realized that this would not work, so he suggested that the student start with the basics. The young gentleman asked if it was difficult for the boy to simply catch mana, and he replied that he could do it and even demonstrated it. The mentor said that, like him, the young man was sensitive to energy, so now he needed to work on that. While Hong Seok-kyung sunbathed on a deck chair, the hero explained that he would have to keep track of a lot of things, but at the same time, the guy would be able to determine the location of traps and more. He might also be able to see where spells were being cast, so they decided to start training right away. Focusing as much as possible, Hee-jae used his magical power, which shocked and even alarmed Kang Tae. The three students standing nearby were also stunned by his incredible abilities. The teacher asked the student not to enter the circle, warning that there was a risk of getting burned. Then the master asked him to guess what he would draw on the ground, and the surprised boy asked if he should close his eyes. Gripping the hilt of his steel sword tightly, the mentor replied that he did not need to do so. The unperturbed Hee-jae added that the boy would not see anything anyway, which sounded very strange. Remaining completely focused, the teacher began to draw something, his blue eyes shining at that moment. Small particles of mana could be seen in space, slowly scattering in different directions. After a few seconds, the brunette smiled and said that everything was ready, which puzzled the student. The man asked him to guess what he had drawn, but the discouraged Kang Tae couldn't make sense of it. Minutes slowly passed, but the tense student still couldn't answer the question. Still, he said he really didn't know, and the hero asked him to simply answer what feelings were haunting him. The tan director noted that the lesson was fun, and the mentor calmly but firmly asked him to remain silent and do nothing. Looking at the circled area, the young man continued to think intensely. Squinting, the nervous guy guessed that it was a circle, but he wasn't entirely sure. A few seconds later, the boy asked the teacher if it was true that he had drawn a circle on the ground. Completely calm, Hee-jae noted that the answer was correct and used his magic again. His opponent asked if the boy could feel the drawing, and he replied that it was vague. Based on this, the teacher decided to continue the training, while Hyun-wook sat alone in the office. In the evening, the main character went out for a walk and thought to himself that today, he would be able to leave on time after class. He wondered why he was working overtime and his salary was not increasing. The man asked Hyun-wook, who was walking beside him, if something had happened, since he had come to his teacher's dormitory. The young man replied that it was about the person the protagonist had mentioned last time, and he asked what exactly he was interested in. Feeling a little awkward, the brunette said that the person in question was an ordinary police officer. His main job was to investigate crimes related to hunters, so it's safe to say that these are closely related concepts. However, the investigations were so secret that they required censorship and allowed for immediate execution if necessary. The student asked again if it was true that the person in question was a real police officer. The young man thought that it was enough to simply sacrifice himself if he wanted to become better, as the teacher had said before. But he did not know how else to prove it if this plan was very bad, and his counterpart listened to him silently and attentively. The main character wanted to ask him if he shouldn't at least think of this himself first, but he didn't. A strong hunter was the best tool when it came to preventing the destruction of the world, but his survival was important. The calculating Hee-jae needed Hyun-wook to live long enough, because then he could use him for the next 20 years. At one point, the main character stunned the young man by saying that the world would not change if he sacrificed himself. It was said that if the brave man died, no one would remember him, and only those who knew him personally would mourn. The wise teacher added that if the young man wanted to prove something or achieve something, he had to live until he did. The young man listened attentively to the wise teacher, who wished him only the best. The dejected boy could not remember exactly who had said these words to him, and he delved into moments from his childhood. Once, in a children's shelter, a bully grabbed the little brunette by the arm and started pulling him toward himself, which was very rude of him. He asked the child never to do that again, but the angry boy tried to break free from his grip. Suddenly, the youngster's face changed dramatically when he heard that the older boy would soon be leaving this place. The watcher said that after he left, there would be no one to restrain the director, so he asked Hije to behave normally. The boy, who had calmed down a little, asked if he was really bringing this up. Kang-tae asked if he really didn't like it when such things were discussed, adding that he didn't particularly like the boy either. The tense young man noted that if the hero continued in the same vein, they might get rid of him. He added that there had been a strange atmosphere here lately, and was sure that the boy understood everything himself. It was said that they needed to get out of there alive, and these words touched Hije deeply. The smiling Kang-ta heard everything that was said to the boy, because he had ears too. A brief silence fell over the room, giving both of them a chance to think. The older man understood that the child would not listen to him anyway, and asked him to at least try not to involve others in this. In the end, the man said that this was their last conversation and demanded that the boy tell him his name. Disheartened, the little brunette replied that he could be addressed as number 23. Confused, Kang-tae asked if he even knew his own name, but he didn't get a proper answer. Smiling slightly, the young man emphasized the fact that the boy was still himself. Then he added that as long as they were alive, they could still meet, but at the moment, he was very tense in class. Confident, the boy exclaimed that it was a triangle, but the teacher considered the answer incorrect. It turned out that it was a square, which the student also wanted to suggest, but hesitated. Slightly upset, Kang said that he was close to being right, but he still missed the mark a little. The mentor suggested ending the lesson and returning to class, but the boy felt awkward going there alone. No one really talked to him, which was unexpected for Hie, who thought the young man would quickly make friends with the others. The teacher suggested that he talk to someone first, but the excited youngster couldn't even imagine such a situation. Sitting in class, Lee Seung-yeon was very nervous and even blushed with anger, but the reason for this was unknown. The boy shouted, asking why the teacher didn't just tell them the answer to the difficult question, saying that he was already being too lenient. The student noted that the others had come up with all sorts of simple ideas, but the teacher continued to reject his options. Hije, who did not succumb to provocation, asked him to continue thinking, and decided to ask the silent Hyun Wook for his opinion. The man said that if the boy couldn't come up with anything, they would end the survey, but he suddenly said he had an idea. Smiling, his counterpart asked if it was true, and was even surprised by the student's suspicious enthusiasm. The student said that first they would fill the area with smoke to dull the goblin's sense of smell and force them to rely on their hearing. Then the brave young man decided to act as bait, which once again emphasized his selflessness. The serious teacher noted that it sounded like his first plan, and asked if the young man had corrected his inability to return. The young man confidently stated that he would simply kill all the monsters and get out of the dungeon alive. He added that he would fight and retreat to the gate at the same time, and as soon as he reached the exit, it would be his victory. The thoughtful hero began to carefully analyze the commander's plan in his head in order to find flaws in it. The stunned students watched silently as the cool-headed young man waited for his opponent's assessment. The smiling Hije could help them develop the skills they lacked, but they would have to overcome their insecurity and weakness of spirit on their own. In his inner voice, the master noted that, in his own way, the cheerful young man had coped with the task. With a flash of a smile, the calm mentor gave the young man a passing grade, which came as a shock to everyone present. Lee Seung-yeon, who was on the verge of tears, exclaimed that this was literally the same thing the leader had suggested earlier. The teacher replied that if he didn't understand, then he had room to grow, while the others looked at him in bewilderment. According to the teacher, Han Yun-young and Jin Woo were still struggling to understand, but the others seemed to have understood everything well. The man asked if Kang-ta remembered the words he had said earlier, and the boy said that he had a lot to learn to become a hunter. The mentor had already warned the fighters from Daesun, so he asked the boy to take their books and write a summary of each one. Smiling, the main character noted that the kid was doing well, and added that he definitely had talent. At that moment, the angry Lee Seung-yeon looked at the newcomer in the class, who, unlike him, was being praised. Then the boy lowered his gaze to his desk, and looked as if he wanted to cry from moral exhaustion. Confused, Hije looked at the seated students and asked if he hadn't said that the class was over. At that moment, he let the students go home, and when they went outside, they said goodbye to him and started to leave. The young teacher remained in the classroom alone with the dejected student who was unable to accomplish anything. The scene seemed quite familiar to the teacher, who decided to inquire about what was happening with the student. The sniffling boy didn't answer him, and the nervous man hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. Wiping away his tears, the boy asked if it was true that even Mr. Wu could see that he had no talent. He began to entertain the idea that he was simply not meant to be a hunter, and it sounded astonishing. The conviction quickly took hold in the student's mind, and he simply did not know what to do with himself. Suddenly, Lee Sung-yeon simply ran out of the office, asking the teacher to ignore his words. Left alone, Hee-jae was discouraged by what was happening and couldn't figure out what it was. Clutching his head, the teacher, who was extremely tense, wondered what was wrong with the young man. The guy began to suspect that there was some kind of initiation ritual at that time that triggered rebelliousness. Very soon, the young man met with Lee Myson, who knew that he wanted to talk about her nephew. The boy confirmed that this was the case and immediately apologized if she was busy and distracted by him. Smiling, the woman sarcastically asked if it mattered when Mr. Wu called her. Deciding not to drag it out, the beauty asked what the hero, who looked tense, wanted to say. Plucking up his courage, the cool-headed gentleman said that student Lee Sung-yeon had no talent, which sounded surprising. The teacher added that if the boy became a hunter, at this rate, he would die within 5 years. Deeply moved, the blonde woman was momentarily speechless and did not even know how to respond to his words. The man asked if she still wanted her nephew to become a fighter, even though it could lead to his death. It had been 3 months since Hee-jae met the children in Mendo, and that was enough time to assess their skills. Park So-hyun and Oh Hyun-wook were undoubtedly prodigies, and Choi Jin-woo had innate advantages thanks to his natural abilities. So Han-son excelled at assessing situations, while the emotionless Sun Song-jin impressed with her agility and speed. The beautiful Han Yoon-young, in turn, had an analytical mind, and Yu Hyo-young was a healer, so she was not taken into account. That left only Lee Seong-yeon, who, in time, might become a mid-level hunter. But the teacher did not think that would satisfy him. These words made Lee Mi-sun tense up, and she remained silent, trying to formulate a sentence. Still, she admitted that she was against her nephews attending the experimental school. The lady added that it was impossible not to understand all this, and believed that the young man was also well aware of it. The woman said that, in fact, Sun-jin's father was grandfather Sun-yeon's bodyguard. It was said that the girl woke up at about the age of 10, and her father was a real hunter. The beauty also added that the head of the family spent a lot of time with the girl, and Sun-jin later taught her nephew combat skills. And then, the blonde just thought it was cute how the children played together, so she started filming them and laughing. But when the youngster woke up, he began to clumsily repeat the same movements, and they looked realistic. Considering himself a hunter, the child began to beg Hong Seok-yeong to take him to school, and in the end, he got his way. Stressed out, Hee-jae heard the little story, looked down, and began to ponder the subject. 20 years later, there was something strange about the relationship between the charming Lee Mi-sun and her father. The girl fulfilled any request, no matter how difficult or, conversely, how trivial it was. Her gray-haired father always behaved extremely politely when giving orders or making important requests. The judicious hero tried to understand what the outcome would be if this relationship began, because of Lee Sung-yeon's greed. The gentleman said that he never thought that the school principal would accept anyone without the consent of a guardian. His counterpart said that the gentleman believed that if a person had a desire to learn, then he should have that opportunity. The brave man knew very well that this was how the blonde's nephew, who wanted to achieve more, had died. It was an unforeseen tragedy that resulted in Lee Mi-sun suffering a heavy loss. The pensive Hee-jae couldn't understand why the adults who had lost their protege felt guilty towards each other. The lady suggested that it would be better to leave her nephew alone for now, and the teacher agreed with her. It didn't seem like the boy would give up easily, but that was beyond the teacher's control. And now, the beautiful Lee had to deal with it. At the same time, the interlocutors said that each of them could tactfully talk about it with the child, after which an awkward silence ensued. At the same time, they touched on the topic of dealing with the situation at home, but again did so in an instant, which looked very ridiculous. At the same time, the boy was walking through the city in the evening, but he wasn't looking around. He was looking exclusively at his smartphone. His older brother wrote in the chat that they were going to hang out with friends, and his aunt asked the boy to have fun. Stressed out, Lee Sung-yeon didn't understand what was so fun about that, because he was worried about his friends. The boy noted in his mind that his friends were really good people, and there was no arguing with that. The guys didn't pay attention to the fact that he was the youngest grandson of President Dae-han, and even despite his poor skills, they never criticized him. But the fact that he had to be treated this way hurt his pride, and it upset the young man. After Mr. Hee-jae arrived, his abilities improved significantly, so for a moment he allowed himself to hope for the best. Unexpectedly, the young man ran into Kang Ta, who was coming from the store, recognized him, and immediately greeted him. The fierce young man said that because of him, even that hope was destroyed, because he was younger but always received all the praise and attention. The young man asked if he had anything to say, and his surprised counterpart replied that he was not in the mood. Morally exhausted, Lee Sung-yeon asked him not to talk to him and just go on his way. Looking closely at his companion's bag, the young man paused for a moment as if something seemed suspicious to him. He took into account the fact that Kang Ta was also staying at this hotel, as if it mattered. Grabbing the handle, the young man asked if it was dinner, and the slightly puzzled guy confirmed it. Looking at the green traffic light, the student asked his classmate to call him simply Hyun, since the age difference was only 1 year. Then Lee said he would treat him to a meal, because you can't survive on your own for long. But the newcomer felt uncomfortable. The serious boy said that his aunt, Lee Mison, was a hunter and a master from Daeun. After saying this, the boy reached into his pocket for money, but his face quickly changed. He said he had a lot of pocket money, so he wanted to treat his classmate. But a stranger was eavesdropping on their conversation around the corner. The boy offered burgers, but promised that next time he would buy his friends something tastier. At that moment, an unknown voice behind them addressed the students, and they turned around immediately. A mysterious girl dressed entirely in black said she wanted to ask them something. Surprised, Lee Sung-yeon first wondered who she was and why she was talking to them. The stranger continued to move calmly toward them, slowly removing the hood from her head. The red-haired girl with a smile on her face asked which one of them was number 3. There was a brief silence as the boys did not rush to answer the question of the passerby on the street. Kang Ta's face changed dramatically as he realized that the suspicious girl was asking about him. Unexpectedly, the young man grabbed his new friend by the wrist and rushed off into the distance, which greatly surprised him. The bewildered brunette didn't understand anything, but continued to run in step with his counterpart, even though he was almost tripping. The observer, who was also the executioner, smiled and realized that the one running away was the third person. She was also known as the cleaner, and she was a person sent by high-ranking officials to observe the researchers. Then, among the scientists or test subjects, someone would inevitably disappear, and Khan knew this, which is why he took off. The tense young man did not understand why the executioner had come for him, and behind him, he heard a strange melody. The merciless red-haired girl suggested ending it quickly and smiled frighteningly. Realizing the horror of the situation, the student continued to run headlong, his pupils shrinking in size. Unexpectedly, the opponent used red magic against the boys, who were already very frightened. Stunned, Lee Seong-yeon, seeing the blood on his friend's hand, cried out that he was wounded, although the young man himself did not even realize it. The surprised executioner couldn't understand how he managed to dodge, and the boy suddenly felt euphoric. Lowering her relaxed hand, the girl asked if he could handle the next test. Then she snapped her fingers, but the brave boy didn't even know what to expect from her. A powerful mana was directed right at the boys' backs, capable of throwing them a long distance. At the last moment, the brave Kang Tae threw himself on his classmate and covered him with his back, thus saving him from injury. The discouraged boy didn't even have time to understand what was happening and simply crashed onto the asphalt. Trying to catch his breath, number 3 thought to himself that this was enough. He felt immense joy when he realized that his lessons with Hye had meaning, which soon became apparent. Turning around, the alarmed boy saw a red-haired girl who had noticed his success. Laughing loudly, the lady said that the database was in complete disarray, but it looked very strange. His counterpart added that he could have just left everything as it was and raised the boy according to the rules, but now he had to do double the work. The executioner added that if he had known that the orphanage was for awakened children, he would not have made such a mess. Deep in thought, Kang Tae showed no emotion at that moment and did not even think of running away. An angry Lee Sung-yeon shouted, asking if he was out of his mind, and his classmate got to his feet and began to shake the dust off his pants. The young man asked the man who happened to be watching. He loved his younger sister So-hee, but the bastard didn't even know who he was talking about. The young man explained that he was talking about Noah's orphanage, and the killer said he had come for him because he was from there. Having lost sight of the boy, he had to travel all this way to find him. But if he had been there that day, everything would have been easier for everyone. Desperate, Kang realized that this man had killed his little sister, but even if he died, she would not come back to life, and the scoundrel would win. Now the student came to the conclusion that he should not have interfered, and his friend sitting next to him was in shock from what had happened. Clenching his fist, the young man said to himself that he should have told the teachers the truth without asking any questions. It was necessary to bring up the subject of what the director was doing and what they were doing to him at the research center. Feeling no particular emotion, he even felt sorry for killing someone who had succeeded in something. Turning to the third number, who was frozen in place, he suggested that he go with him. The brave man asked if the scoundrel would release Lee Seung-yeon if he agreed, but the brunette was very unhappy with this. The redhead replied that it was difficult, because if a witness remained, there would be problems, after which his opponent refused. The negative answer greatly surprised the killer, who had no intention of leaving just like that. Silently putting his right foot forward, he showed that he was clearly plotting something, even though it looked strange. Stomping sharply on the asphalt, the observer greatly alarmed the guys, who did not know what to expect from him. As a result of the cool stunt, a huge crack appeared in the concrete, leading into a red abyss. The completely calm executioner asked the boy if he could see it, but the meaning of his question was unclear. The bewildered Kang Ta immediately clarified what was going on, fearlessly looking into the ghoul's eyes. Stretching, the observer said that it was not a complete success, since the boy did not see what he had intended. Smiling slyly, the red-haired man asked again if it was true that the boy did not want to go with him. The excited young man, whose legs began to tremble, asked Lee Seung-yeon to run away while he still had the chance. Smirking, he asked him to run away and call someone for help, because they couldn't handle it themselves. Flashing his white teeth, the terrifying killer called the sweating youngster a cutie, but said he would not let them go. The ruthless criminal added that he was tired of empty talk, and decided it was time to end this charade. At that terrible moment, the brave young man remembered his dead sister, who had once warmed his soul with her smile, and called him her little brother. A fragment also suddenly popped into his mind, where the cold-blooded Hee-jae called him stupid. The last thing that came to mind was that little scoundrel, and this thought brought a smile to the face of the guy who had closed his eyes. He hoped that the child was all right, but the executioner suddenly stopped and suspected something. A very angry main character came out from around the corner and shouted at the boys, holding a sword in his hands. Lee Seung-yeon, crying with happiness, at first couldn't believe that his aunt and teacher had come to their aid. The fearless observer didn't even change his expression and immediately brought his Manhwa into combat readiness. The tense teacher immediately suspected something was wrong and jumped sharply to the side. Keeping a cool head, the professional fighter moved close to his opponent and began to swing his sword. The unflappable killer dodged without much effort, without even getting the slightest scratch. Laughing in the face of his opponent, he asked if it was true that he had the ability to see magic. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the young mentor confirmed this without hesitation. Gripping the hilt of his weapon incredibly tightly, the warrior called the executioner a petty bastard and added that he could see everything. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion, and black smoke began to spread rapidly. Shortly before that, the hero was sitting in an establishment with Lee Myson, where they were discussing work matters. Smiling, the gentleman asked if it would be better to hear her nephew's statement about leaving the experimental school from his family. The woman insisted that such words from loved ones could make him feel betrayed. She was convinced that it would be better to hear it from the teacher for a clearer understanding of the situation. The guy imagined himself rudely telling the stunned Lee Seung-yeon that he had no talent, so he should give up. Deep in thought, the man realized that he couldn't say that, even if the student really did die. At that moment, Hie became softer, and the enthusiastic blonde asked if he was going to talk to the young man. The master said that someone else was responsible for this situation, after which the smile disappeared from her face. The cunning man suggested entrusting this to director Hong Seok-kyun, which caused some surprise in his interlocutor. Nevertheless, the lady called it a wonderful idea, and the colleagues agreed on this, ending the conversation. Leaving the establishment, the lady asked when the runes would be announced, but the hero replied that he did not remember the exact date. Smiling, the woman asked if he really didn't know this information, and the young man was slightly taken aback. Showing him her phone, the beautiful brown-eyed woman wondered if the young man had heard anything interesting from the hunter Han. She also asked if it was possible that it was not yet possible to announce it, and Hee-jae, who had turned blue, said it was absurd that he did not know about it. An official statement from the Dasong Guild appeared online, presenting a revolutionary discovery about hieroglyphs. The Korean faction was doing something strange, and people could see the same effect by making their cat a totem animal. Lee Myson realized that this was not the response the teacher had expected, and he said that the article was shorter than expected. The perceptive lady said that she had deliberately made such explanations and chosen only simple runes. The beauty asked her colleague not to worry and to wait until the other symbols were announced, and to let her know when that happened. The alarmed girl suddenly said that it had been a long time since Lee Seung-yeon had gone out with his friends. She started calling her nephew, and the puzzled Hee-jae didn't understand where the boy had gone, since he had previously run out of the classroom in tears. It was suspiciously quiet around them, and on top of everything else, the blonde said that the child wasn't even answering the phone. With the help of his gift, the main character noticed the magic moving around him, which was already strange. At one point, he muttered something about a hunter, and Myson, who didn't understand the situation, looked at him silently. The guy asked for a weapon, but the lady reminded him that it was forbidden to walk the streets with dangerous objects. The brave man knew this, but he was in a hurry, so he asked her to just give him anything, since he had left his sword behind. His counterpart handed him a rather beautiful blade, for which she immediately heard words of gratitude. The tense teacher thought about his next steps while carefully observing the energy. Excited, Lee did not understand what Teacher Wu was doing, but at that moment, he had a bad feeling. The young mentor moved forward with quick steps, maintaining his concentration so as not to lose track. Feeling beads of sweat running down his cheeks, the nervous gentleman tried to figure out where the hunter was hiding. Soon, in one of the alleys, he saw two students, and in front of them stood the executioner, who said he wanted to get it over with quickly. Incredibly angry, Hee-jae gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation was at a stalemate and that he had to act as quickly as possible. After that, he got into a fight and an explosion rocked the area, causing the alarmed Lee Myson to try to shield the students. The extremely focused hero did not take his eyes off his opponent and tried to predict his next moves. Behind him stood his worried comrade, who was covering the children with her back, not knowing what to expect next. The fighter understood that if he had brought Kang Tae as bait for the arc, he should at least protect him under some pretext and not let him go alone. It was too late to regret anything. So the warrior gathered his strength and began to swing his sword. His fearless opponent immediately grabbed the tip of his blade and cut his hand. He did not stop and tried to snatch the weapon from his opponent's hands, but the brave man held his ground. Tense, Hee-jae did not understand where such a monster had come from, because the young man was too young to be the boss of the arc. Snatching the sword sharply, the young man thought to himself that someone with such skill would have caused a stir in the audience. Showing his blood-stained hands, the mad executioner began to smile at his enemy. Closing his eyes and then smiling, the red-haired man noted that he was having a lot of fun and wanted to continue. The observer heard that there were no such adults there, and the distrustful and stern hero listened to him in silence. The young teacher did not quite understand what place was being referred to, and his counterpart explained that he was talking about the underground. The madman remembered that it was called the River of Promises, which the daredevil was indeed familiar with. The perceptive gentleman realized that his opponent considered him a spy for the arc, and sincerely believed it. In his mind, the fighter said that if the enemy increased his credibility with his own hands, he would be grateful. This man did not know the teacher, and no matter how much he investigated, he would only see fabricated information, just as he had no information about him. But at the same time, the tense man could not forget the strange face of the executioner, which was etched into his brain. After that, the observer exhaled wearily and began to move aside, while the stained Hee-jae silently watched him. Usually the young man didn't leave empty-handed, but here there was clearly nothing to gain, which upset him a little. He called the situation unfortunate, and noted that life was a funny thing, then continued on his way. Putting on his hood and waving his blood-stained hand, the killer smiled and said goodbye to everyone standing around. The scoundrel also did not forget to mention the agitated Kang Tae, who was immediately defended by the serious Lee Myson. After just a few seconds, the executioner simply disappeared into thin air, leaving only small particles of his mana in the air. Now the four had a chance to catch their breath and relax after what had happened. A man suddenly appeared from around the corner, and upon seeing him, the main character flinched slightly in surprise. But, as it turned out, there was no reason to be alarmed, as it was the slightly shy Hong Suk-kyung who had arrived. Smiling, the sarcastic man asked if he was late, while continuing to scratch the back of his head. Feeling calm and warm inside, Woo Hee-jae gave a positive answer to his question.